25. Lord Gro and the Lady Mevrian. How the Lord Gro, conducted by a strange enamorment with lost causes, fared with none save this to be his guide into the regions of Neverdale, and there beheld wonders. And tasted again for a season the goodness of those things he did most desire. 90 days and a day after these doings aforesaid, in the last hour before the dawn, was the Lord Gro riding toward the paling east down from the hills of Eastmark to the fords of Marterdale. At a walking pace his horse came down to the waterside, and halted with fetlocks awash, his flanks were wet and his wind gone, as from swift faring on the open fell since midnight. He stretched down his neck, sniffed the fresh river water, and drank. Gro turned in the saddle, listening, his left hand thrown forward to slack the reins, his right flat planted on the crupper. But naught there was to hear save the babble of waters in the shallows, the sucking noise of the horse drinking, and the plash and crunch of his hooves when he shifted feet among the pebbles. Before and behind and on either hand the woods and strath and circling hills showed dim in the obscure grey betwixt darkness and twilight. A light mist hid the stars. Naught stirred save an owl that flitted like a phantom out from a holly bush in a craggy bluff a bow shot or more downstream, crossing Gro's path and lighting on a branch of a dead tree above him on the left. Where she sat as if to observe the goings of this man and horse that trespassed in this valley of quiet night. Gro leaned forward to pat his horse's neck. "Come, gossip, we must on," he said, "and marvel not if thou find no rest, going with me which could never find any steadfast stay under the moon's globe." So they forded that river, and fared through low rough grasslands beyond, and by the skirts of a wood up to an open heath, and so a mile or two, still eastward. Till they turned to the right down a broad valley and crossed a river above a watersmeet. And so east again up the bed of a stony stream and over this to a rough mountain track that crossed some boggy ground and then climbed higher and higher above the floor of the narrowing valley to a pass between the hills. At length the slope slackened, and they passing, as through a gateway, between two high mountains which impended sheer and stark on either hand, came forth upon a moor of ling and bog myrtle, strewn with lakelets and abounding in streams and moss-hags and outcrops of the living rock. And the mountain peaks afar stood round that moorland waste like warrior kings. Now was colour waking in the eastern heavens, the bright shining morning beginning to clear the earth. Conies scurried to cover before the horses' feet, small birds flew up from the heather, some red deer stood at gaze in the fern, then tripped away southward, a moorcock called. Gro said in himself, "How shall not common opinion account me mad, so rash and presumptuous dangerously to put my life in hazard? Nay, against all sound judgment. And this folly I enact in that very season when by patience and courage and my politic wisdom I had won that in despite of fortune's teeth which obstinately hitherto she had denied me, when after the brunts of divers tragical fortunes I had marvellously gained the favour and grace of the king, who very honourably placed me in his court, and tendereth me, I well think, so dearly as he doth the balls of his 2 eyes. He put off his helm, baring his white forehead and smooth black curling locks to the airs of morning, flinging back his head to drink deep through his nostrils the sweet strong air and its peaty smell. Yet is common opinion the fool, not I, he said. He that imagineth after his labours to attain unto lasting joy, as well may he beat water in a mortar. Is there not in the wild benefit of nature instances enow to laugh this folly out of fashion? A fable of great men that arise and conquer the nations, day goeth up against the tyrant night. How delicate a spirit is she, how like a fawn she footeth it upon the mountains, pale pitiful light matched with the primeval dark. But every sweet hovers in her battalions. And every heavenly influence, culled of the wayward little winds of morning, flowers awakening, birds a carol, dews a sparkle on the fine-drawn webs the tiny spinners hang from fern frond to thorn, from thorn to wet dainty leaf of the silver birch. The young day laughing in her strength, wild with her own beauty, fire and life and every scent and colour born anew to triumph over chaos and slow darkness and the kinless night. But because day at her dawning hours hath so bewitched me, must I yet love her when glutted with triumph she settles to garish noon? Rather turn as now I turn to Demonland, in the sad sunset of her pride. And who dares call me turncoat, who do but follow now as I have followed this rare wisdom all my days, to love the sunrise and the sundown and the morning and the evening star. Since there only abideth the soul of nobility, true love, and wonder, and the glory of hope and fear. So brooding he rode at an easy pace bearing east and a little north across the moor, falling because of the strange harmony that was between outward things and the inward thoughts of his heart into a deep study. So came he to the moor's end, and entered among the skirts of the mountains beyond, crossing low passes, threading a way among woods and watercourses, up and down, about and about. The horse led him which way that he would, for no heed nor advice had he of aught about him, for cause of the deep contemplation that he had within himself. It was now high noon. The horse and his rider were come to a little dell of green grass with a beck winding in the midst with cool water flowing over a bed of shingle. About the dell grew many trees both tall and straight. Above the trees high mountain crags abake in the sun showed ethereal through the shimmering heat. A murmur of waters, a hum of tiny wings flitting from flower to flower, the sound of the horse grazing on the lush pasture, there was naught else to hear. Not a leaf moved, not a bird. The hush of the summer noonday, breathless, burnt through with the sun, more awful than any shape of night, paused above that lonely dell. Gro, as if waked by the very silence, looked quickly about him. The horse felt belike in his bones his rider's unease, he gave over his feeding and stood alert with wild eye and quivering flanks. Gro patted and made much of him. Then, guided by some inward prompting the reason whereof he knew not, turned west by a small tributary beck and rode softly toward the wood. Here he was stopped with a number of trees so thickly placed together that he was afraid he should with riding through be swept from the saddle. So he lighted down, tied his horse to an oak, and climbed the bed of the little stream till he was come whence he might look north over the treetops to a green terrace about at a level with him and some 50 paces distant along the hillside. Shielded from the north by 3 or 4 great rowan trees on the far side of it, and on the terrace a little tarn or rock cistern of fair water very cool and deep. He paused, steadying himself with his left hand by a jutting rock overgrown with rose campion. Surely no children of men were these, footing it on that secret lawn beside that fountain's brink, nor no creatures of mortal kind. Such it may be were the goats and kids and soft-eyed does that on their hind legs merrily danced among them. But never such those others of manly shape and with pointed hairy ears, shaggy legs, and cloven hooves, nor those maidens white of limb beneath the tread of whose feet the blue gentian and the little golden cinquefoil bent not their blossoms. So airy light was their dancing. To make the music, little goat-footed children with long pointed ears sat on a hummock of turf-clad rock piping on panpipes, their bodies burnt to the hue of red earth by the wind and the sun. But, whether because their music was too fine for mortal ears, or for some other reason, Gro might hear no sound of that piping. The heavy silence of the waste-white noon was lord of the scene, while the mountain nymphs and the simple genii of sedge and stream and crag and moorland solitude threaded the mazes of the dance. The Lord Gro stood still in great admiration, saying in himself, "What means my drowsy head to dream such fancies? Spirits of ill have I heretofore beheld in their manifestations, I have seen fantasticos framed and presented by art magic. I have dreamed strange dreams nights. But till this hour I did account it an idle tale of poets feigning, that amid woods, forests, fertile fields, sea-coasts, shores of great rivers and fountain brinks, and also upon the tops of huge and high mountains, do still appear unto certain favoured eyes the sundry sordid nymphs and fieldish demigods. Which thing if I now verily behold, 'tis a great marvel, and sorteth well with the strange allurements whereby this oppressed land hath so lately found a means to govern mine affections." And he thought a while, reasoning thus in his mind, if this be but an apparition, it hath no essence to do me a hurt. If the contrary these be very essential beings, needs must they joyfully welcome me and use me well, being themselves the true vital spirits of many mountain demonland. Unto whose comfort and the restorement of her old renown and praise I have with such a strange determination bent all my painful thoughts and resolution. So on the motion he discovered himself and hailed them. The wild things bounded away and were lost among the flanks of the hill. The quadrupeds, leaving on the instant their piping or their dancing, crouched watching him with distrustful startled eyes. Only the Oread still in a dazzling drift pursued their round, quiet maiden mouths, beautiful breasts, slender lithe limbs, hand joined to delicate hand, parting and closing and parting again, in rhythms of unstaled variety. Here one that, with white arms clasped behind her head where her braided hair was as burnished gold, circled and swayed with a languorous motion. Here another, that leaped and paused hovering a tiptoe, like an arrow of the sun shot through the leafy roof of an old pine forest when the warm hill wind stirs the tree-tops and opens a tiny window to the sky. Gro went toward them along the grassy hillside. When he was come a dozen paces the strength was gone from his limbs. He kneeled down crying out and saying, "Divinities of earth! Deny me not, neither reject me, albeit cruelly have I till now oppressed your land, but will do so no more. The footsteps of mine overtrodden virtue lie still as bitter accusations unto me. Bring me of your mercy where I may find out them that possessed this land and offer them atonement, who were driven forth because of me and mine to be outlaws in the woods and mountains." So spake he, bowing his head in sorrow. And he heard, like the trembling of a silver lute-string, a voice in the air that cried, "North 'tis and north 'tis. Why need we further?" He raised his eyes. The vision was gone. Only the noon and the woodland, silent, solitary, dazzling, were about and above him. Lord Gro came now to his horse again, and mounted and rode north away through the fells all that summer afternoon, full of cloudy fancies. When it was eventide his way was high up along the steep side of a mountain between the screes and the grass, following a little path made by the wild sheep. Far beneath in the valley was a small river tortuously flowing along a bouldery bed amid hillocks of old moraines which were like waves of a sea of grass-clad earth. The July sun wheeled low, flinging the shadows of the hills far up the westward-facing slopes where Gro was riding, but where he rode and above him the hillside was yet aglow with the warm low sunshine. And the distant peak that shut in the head of the valley, rearing his huge front like the gable of a house, with sweeping ribs of bare rock and scree and a crest of crag like a great breaker frozen to stone in mid-career. Bathed yet in a radiance of opalescent light. Turning the shoulder of the hillside at a place where the hill was cut by a shallow gully, he saw before him a hollow or sheltered nook. There, protected by the great body of the hill from the blasts of the east and north, 2 rowan trees and some hollies grew in the clefts of the rock above the watercourse. Under their shadow was a cave, not large but so big as a man might well abide in and be dry in wild weather, and beyond it on the right a little waterfall, so beautiful it was a wonder to behold. This was the fashion of it, a slab of rock, twice a man's height, tilted a little forward from the hill, so that the water fell clear from its upper edge in a thin stream into a rocky basin. The water in the basin was clear and deep, but a churn always with bubbles from the plunging jet from above. And over all the rocks about it grew mosses and lichens and little waterflowers, nourished by the stream at root and refreshed by the spray. The Lord Gro said in his heart, "Here would I dwell for ever had I but the art to make myself little as an eft. And I would build me an house a span high beside yonder cushion of moss emerald hued, with those pink foxgloves to shade my door which balance their bells above the foaming waters. This shy grass of Parnassus should be my drinking cup, with pure white chalice poised on a hair-thin stem. And the curtains of my bed that little thirsty sandward which, like a green heaven sown with milk-white stars, curtains the shady sides of these rocks." Resting in this imagination he abode long time looking on that fairy place, so secretly bestowed in the fold of the naked mountain. Then, unwilling to depart from so fair a spot, and bethinking him, besides, that after so many hours his horse was weary, he dismounted and lay down beside the stream. And in a short while, having his spirit sublimed with the sweet imagination of those wonders he had beheld, he was fain to suffer the long dark lashes to droop over his large and liquid eyes. And deep sleep overcame him. When he awoke, all the sky was afire with the red of sunset. A shadow was betwixt him and the western light, the shape of one bending over him and saying in masterful wise, yet in accents wherein the echoes and memories of all sweet sounds seemed mingled and laid up at rest for ever. Lie still, my lord. Nor cry not a rescue. Behold, thine own sword, and I took it from thee sleeping. And he was ware of a sharp sword pointed against his throat where the big veins lie beneath the tongue. He stirred not at all, neither spake aught, only looking up at her as at some vision of delight strayed from the fugitive flock of dreams. The lady said, Where be thy company? And how many? Answer me swiftly. He answered her like a dreamer, How shall I answer thee? How shall I number them that be beyond all count? Or how name unto your grace their habitation which are even very now closer to me than hand or feet, yet the next instant are able to transcend a main wilder belike than even a starbeam hath journeyed o'er. She said, Riddle me no riddles. Answer me, thou wert best. Madam, said Gro, these that I told thee of be the company of mine own silent thoughts. And, but for mine horse, this is all the company that came hither with me. Alone? Said she. And sleep so securely in thine enemy's country? That showed a strange confidence. Not enemies, if I may, said he. But she cried, And thou Lord Gro of Witchland? That one sickened long since, he answered, of a mortal sickness. And 'tis now a day and a night since he is dead thereof. What art thou, then? Said she. He answered, If your grace would so receive me, Lord Gro of Demonland. A very practised turncoat, said she. Belike they also are wearied of thee and thy ways. Alas, she said in an altered voice, thy gentle pardon. When doubtless it was for thy generous deeds to me ward they fell out with thee, when thou didst so nobly befriend me. I will tell your highness, answered he, the pure truth. Never stood matters better twixt me and all of them than when yesternight I resolved to leave them. The Lady Mevrian was silent, a cloud in her face. Then, I am alone, she said. Therefore think it not little-hearted in me, nor forgetful of past benefits, if I will be further certified of thee ere I suffer thee to rise. Swear to me thou wilt not betray me. But Gro said, How should an oath from me avail thee, madam? Oaths bind not an ill man. Were I minded to do thee wrong, lightly should I swear thee all oaths thou mightest require, and lightly the next instant be forsworn. That is not well said, said Mevrian. Nor helpeth not thy safety. You men do say that women's hearts be faint and feeble, but I shall show thee the contrary is in me. Study to satisfy me. Else will I assuredly smite thee to death with thine own sword. The Lord Gro lay back, clasping his slender hands behind his head. Stand, I pray thee, said he, the other side of me, that I may see thy face. She did so, still threatening him with the sword. And he said smiling, Divine lady, all my days have I had danger for my bedfellow, and peril of death for my familiar friend, whilom leading a delicate life in princely court, where murder sitteth in the wine-cup and in the alcove. Whilom journeying alone in more perilous lands than this, as witness the Morna, where the country is full of venomous beasts and crawling poisoned serpents, and the divils be as abundant there as grasshoppers on a hot hillside in summer. He that feareth is a slave, were he never so rich, were he never so powerful. But he that is without fear is king of all the world. Thou hast my sword. Strike. Death shall be a sweet rest to me. Thraldom, not death, should terrify me. She paused a while, then said unto him, My Lord Gro, thou didst do me once a right great good turn. Surely I may build my safety on this, that never yet did kite bring forth a good flying hawk. She shifted her hold on his sword, and very prettily gave it him hilt foremost, saying, I give it thee back, my lord, nothing doubting that that which was given in honor thou wilt honorably use. But he, rising up, said, Madam, this and thy noble words hath given such root-fastness to the pact of faith betwixt us that it may now unfold what blossom of oaths thou wilt, for oaths are the blossom of friendship, not the root. And thou shalt find me a true holder of my vowed amity unto thee without spot or wrinkle. For sundry nights and days abode Gro and Mevrian in that place, hunting at whiles to get their sustenance, drinking of the sweet spring water, sleeping a nights she in her cave beneath the holly bushes and the rowans beside the waterfall. He in a cleft of the rocks a little below in the gully, where the moss made cushions soft and resilient as the great stuffed beds in Carcë. In those days she told him of her farings since that night of April when she escaped out of Crothering, how first she found harborage at by in Westmark, but hearing in a day or two of a hue and cry fled east again. And sojourning a while beside Throwater came at length about a month ago upon this cave beside the little fountain, and here abode. Her mind had been to win over the mountains to Galing, but she had after the first attempt given over that design. For fear of companies of the enemy whose hands she barely escaped when she came forth into the lower valleys that open on the eastern coastlands. So she had turned again to this hiding place in the hills, as secret and remote as any in Demonland. For this dale she let him know was never dale, where no road ran save the way of the deer and the mountain goats, and no garth opened on that dale, and the reek of no man's hearthstone burdened the winds that blew thither. And that gable-crested peak at the head of the dale was the southernmost of the forks of Nantreganon, nursery of the vulture and the eagle. And a hidden way was round the right shoulder of that peak, over the toothed ridge by Neverdale Hausa to the upper waters of Tiveranderdale. On an afternoon of sultry summer heat it so befell that they rested below the Hausa on a bastion of rock that jutted from the southwestern slope. Beneath their feet precipices fell suddenly away from a giddy verge, sweeping round in a grand cirque above which the mountain rose like some Tartarian fortress, ponderous, cruel as the sea and sad. Scarred and gashed with great lines of cleavage as though the face of the mountain had been slashed away by the axe stroke of a giant. In the depths the waters of Dula Tarn slept placid and fathomless. Gro was stretched on the brink of the cliff, face downward, propped on his 2 elbows, studying those dark waters. Surely, he said, the great mountains of the world are a present remedy if men did but know it against our modern discontent and ambitions. In the hills is wisdom's fount. They are deep in time. They know the ways of the sun and the wind, the lightning's fiery feet, the frost that shattereth, the rain that shroudeth. The snow that putteth about their nakedness a softer coverlet than fine lawn, which if their large philosophy question not if it be a bridal sheet or a shroud, hath not this unpolicied calm his justification ever in the returning year? And is it not an instance to laugh our carefulness out of fashion? Of us, little children of the dust, children of a day, who with so many burdens do burden us with taking thought and with fears and desires and devious schemings of the mind. So that we wax old before our time and fall weary ere the brief day be spent and one reaping hook gather us home at last for all our pains. He looked up and she met the gaze of his great eyes, deep pools of night they seemed, where strange matters might move unseen, disturbing to look on, yet filled with a soft slumbrous charm that lulled and soothed. Thou'st fallen a-dreaming, my lord, said Mevrian. And for me, 'tis a hard thing to walk with thee in thy dreams, who am awake in the broad daylight and would be a-doing. Certes it is an ill thing, said Lord Gro, that thou, who hast not been nourished in mendicity or poverty but in superfluity of honour and largesse, shouldst be made fugitive in thine own dominions. To lodge with foxes and beasts of the wild mountain. Said she, it is yet a sweeter lodging than is today in Crothering. It is therefore I chafe to do somewhat. To win through to Galing, that were something. What profit is in Galing, said Gro, without Lord Just? She answered, thou wilt tell me it is even as Crothering without my brother. Looking sidelong up at her, where she sat armed beside him, he beheld a tear a-tremble on her eyelid. He said gently, who shall foreknow the ways of fate? Your highness is better here belike. Lady Mevrian stood up. She pointed to a print in the living rock before her feet. The hippogriff's hoof mark. She cried, stricken in the rock ages ago by that high bird which presideth from of old over the predestined glory of our line, to point us on to a fame advanced above the region of the glittering stars. True is the word that that land which is in the governance of a woman only is not surely kept. I will abide idly here no more. Gro, beholding her so stand all armed on that high brink of crag, setting with so much perfection in womanly beauty manlike valor, bethought him that here was that true embodiment of morn and eve, that charm which called him from Crothering, and for which the prophetic spirits of mountain and wood and field had pointed his path with a heavenly benison, meaning to bid him go northward to his heart's true home. He kneeled down and caught her hand in his, embracing and kissing it as of her in whom all his hopes were placed, and saying passionately, Mevrian, Mevrian, let me but be armed in thy good grace and I defy whatever there is or can be against me. Even as the sun lighteth broad heaven at noonday, and that giveth light unto this dreary earth, so art thou the true light of Demonland which because of thee maketh the whole world glorious. Welcome unto me be all miseries, so only unto thee I may be welcome. She sprang back, snatching away her hand. Her sword leapt singing from the scabbard. But Gro, that was so ravished and abused that he remembered of nothing worldly but only that he beheld his lady's face, abode motionless. She cried, back to back. Swift, or 'tis too late. He leaped up, barely in time. 6 stout fellows, soldiers of Witchland stolen softly upon them at unawares, closed now upon them. No breath to waste in parley, but the clank of steel, he and Mevrian back to back on a table of rock, those 6 setting on from either side. Kill the goblin, said they. Take the lady unhurt, 'tis death to all if she be touched. So for a time those 2 defended them of all their power. Yet at such odds could not the issue stand long in doubt, nor Gro's high mettle make up what he lacked of strength bodily and skill in arms. Cunning of fence indeed was the lady Mevrian, as they guessed not to their hurt. For the first of them, a great chuff-headed fellow that thought to bear her down with rushing in upon her, she with a deft thrust passing his guard ran clean through the throat, by whose taking off, his fellows took some lesson of caution. But Gro being at length brought to earth with many wounds, they had the next instant caught Mevrian from behind whiles others engaged her in the face, when in the nick of time as by the intervention of heaven was all their business taken in reverse. And all 5 in a moment laid bleeding on the stones beside their fellows. Mevrian, looking about and seeing what she saw, fell weak and faint in her brother's arms, overcome with so much radiant joy after that stress of action and peril. Beholding now with her own eyes that homecoming whereof the genii of that land had foreknowledge and in Gro's sight shown themselves wild with joy thereof, Brandoch Daha and just come home to Demonland, like men arisen from the dead. Not touched, she answered them. But look to my Lord Gro, I fear he be hurt. Look to him well, for he hath approved him our friend indeed. 26. The Battle of Crothering side. How word was brought unto the Lord Corineus that the Lords Juss and Brandoch Daha were come again into the land, and how he resolved to give them battle on the side, under Erngate end. And of the great flank march of Lord Brandoch Daha over the mountains from Transdale, and of the great battle, and of the issue thereof. Laxus and those sons of Corund walked on an afternoon in Crothering home mead. The sky above them was hot and coloured of lead, presaging thunder. No wind stirred in the trees that were livid green against that leaden pall. The noise of mattock and crowbar came without intermission from the castle. Where gardens had been and arbours of shade and sweetness, was now but wreck, broken columns and smashed porphyry vases of rare workmanship, mounds of earth and rotting vegetation. And those great cedars, emblems of their lord's estate and pride, lay prostrate now with their roots exposed, a tangle of sere foliage and branches broken, withered and lifeless. Over this deathbed of ruined loveliness the towers of onyx showed ghastly against the sky. Is there not a virtue in 7? Said Carcë. Last week was the 6th time we thought we had gotten the eel by the tail in yon fly-blown hills of Mielan and came empty home. When think'st, Laxus, shall's run to earth indeed? When egg pies shall grow on apple trees, answered Laxus. Nay, the general setteth greater store by his proclamations concerning the young woman, who likely never heareth of them, and assuredly will not be by them ticed home again, and by these toys of revenge, than by sound soldiership. Hark! There goeth this day's work. They turned at a shout from the gates, to behold the northern of those 2 golden hippogriffs totter and crash down the steeps into the moat, sending up a great smoke from the stones and rubble which poured in its wake. Lord Laxus's brow was dark. He laid hand on Hemming's arm, saying, "The times need all sage counsel we can reach unto, O ye sons of Corund, if our lord the king shall have indeed from this expedition into Demonland the victory at last of all his evil willers. Remember, that was a great miss to our strength when the goblin went out upon the viper," said Carcë. Corineus was right in this, not to warrant him the honesty of such slippery cattle. He had not served above a month or two, but that he ran to the enemy. "Corineus," said Laxus, "is yet but green in his estate. Doth he suppose the rest of his reign shall be but play and the enjoying of a kingdom? Those left-handed strokes of fortune may yet o'erthrow him, the while that he streameth out his youth in wine and venery and manageth his private spite against this lady. Slipper youth must be underpropped with elder counsel, lest all go miss." "A most reverend old counsellor art thou," said Carcë, "of 36 years of age." Said Hemming, "We be three. Take command thyself. I and my brother will back thee." "I will that thou swallow back those words," said Laxus, as though they had never been spoke. "Remember Corsus and Galandus. Besides, albeit he seemeth now rather to be a man straught than one that hath his wits, yet is Corineus in his sober self a valiant and puissant soldier, a politic and provident captain as is not found besides in Demonland, no. Nor in Witchland neither, and it were not your noble father. And this one in his youthly age." "That is true," said Hemming. "Thou hast justly reproved me." Now while they were talking, came one from the castle and made obeisance unto Laxus saying, "You are inquired for, O king, so please you to walk into the north chamber." Said Laxus, "Is it he that was newly ridden from the east country?" "So it is, so please you," with a low leg he made answer. "Hath he not had audience with King Corineus?" "He hath sought audience," said the man, "but was denied. The matter presseth, and he urged me therefore seek unto your lordship." As they walked toward the castle Hemming said in Laxus's ear, "Knowest thou not this brave new piece of court ceremony? Oh, these days, when he hath stroyed an hostage to spite the Lady Mevrian, as today was stroyed the horse-headed eagle, he giveth not audience till sundown. For, the deed of vengeance done, retireth himself to his own chamber and a wench with him, the daintiest and gamesomest he may procure. And so, for 2 hours or 3 drowned in the main sea of his own pleasures, he abatteth some little deal for a season the pang of love." Now when Laxus was come forth from talking with the messenger from the east, he fared without delay to Corineus's chamber. There, thrusting aside the guards, he flung wide the shining doors, and found the Lord Corineus merrily disposed. He was reclined on a couch deep cushioned with dark green 3-pile velvet. An ivory table inlaid with silver and ebony stood at his elbow bearing a crystal flagon already 2 parts emptied of the foaming wine, and a fair gold goblet beside it. He wore a long loose sleeveless gown of white silk edged with a gold fringe, this, fallen open at the neck, left naked his chest and one strong arm that in that moment when Laxus entered reached out to grasp the wine cup. Upon his knee he held a damosel of some 17 years, fair and fresh as a rose, with whom he was plainly on the point to pass from friendly converse to amorous privacy. He looked angrily upon Laxus, who without ceremony spoke and said, "The whole east is in a tumult. The burg is forced which we built astride the stile. Spitfire hath passed into Breakingdale to victual Galing, and hath overthrown our army that sat in siege thereof." Corineus drank a draught and spat. "Frut," said he. "Much brute, little fruit. I would know by what warrant thou troublest me with this tittle-tattle, and I pleasantly disposing myself to mirth and recreation. Could it not wait till supper time?" Ere Laxus might say more, was a great clatter heard without on the stairs, and in came those sons of Corund. "Am I a king?" said Corineus, gathering his robe about him, "and shall I be forced? Avoid the chamber." Then marking them stand silent with disordered looks, "What's the matter?" be said. "Are ye ta'en with the swindle or the turn sickness? Or are ye out of your wits?" Hemming answered and said, "Not mad, my lord. Here's Didaris that held the Styleburg for us, ridden from the east as fast as his horse might wallop, and gotten here hard o' the heels of the former messenger with fresh and more certain advertisement, fresher by 4 days than that one's. I pray you hear him. I'll hear him, said Corineus, at supper time. Not sooner, if the roof were afire. The land beneath thy feet's afire, cried Hemming. Juss and Brandoch Daha home again, and half the country lost thee ere thou heardst on't. These devils are home again. Shall we hear that and still be swilbowls? Corineus listened with folded arms. His great jaw was lifted up. His nostrils widened. For a minute he abode in silence, his cold blue eyes fixed as it were on somewhat afar. Then, home again, said he. And the east in a hubbub? And not unlikely. Thank Didaris for his tidings. He shall sweeten mine ears with some more at supper. Till then, leave me, unless ye mean to be stretched. But Laxus, with sad and serious brow, stood beside him and said, My lord, forget not that you are here the vicar and legate of the king. Let the crown upon your head put perils in your thoughts, so as you may hearken peaceably to them that are willing to lesson you with sound and sage advice. If we take order tonight to march by switch water, we may very well shut back this danger and stifle it ere it wax to too much bigness. If the contrary we suffer them to enter into these western parts, like enough without let or stay they will overrun the whole country. Corineus rolled his eye upon him. Can nothing, he said, prescribe unto thee obedience? Look to thine own charge. Is the fleet in proper trim? For there's the strength, ease, and anchor of our power, whether for victualling, or to shift our weight against which way we choose, or to give us sure asylum if it were come to that. What ails thee? Have we not these 4 months desired not better than that these demons should take heart to strike a field with us? If it be true that just himself and Brandoch Daha have thrown down the castles and strengths which I had the east and move with an army against us, why then I have them in the forge already, and shall now bring them to the hammer. And be satisfied, I'll choose mine own ground to fight them. There's yet matter for haste in this, said Laxus. A day's march, and we oppose not, will bring them before Crothering. That, answered Corineus, jumpeth pat with mine own design. I'll not go a league to bar their way, but receive here where the ground lieth most favourable to meet an enemy. Which advantage I'll employ to the greatest stretch of service, standing on Crothering's side, resting my flank against the mountain. The fleet shall ride in Orwath haven. Laxus stroked his beard and was silent a minute, considering this. Then he looked up and said, This is sound generalship, I may not gainsay it. It is a purpose, my lord, said Corineus, I have long had in myself, stored by for the event. Let me alone, therefore, to do that my right is. There's this good in it, too, as it befalleth, 'twill suffer that dive dapper to behold his home again afore I kill him. I shall find it a sight for sore eyes, I think, after my tending on't. The 3rd day after these doings, the farmer at Holt stood in his porch that opened westward on Tiveranderdale. An old man was he, crooked like a mountain thorn. But a bright black eye he had, and the hair curled crisp yet above his brow. It was late afternoon and the sky overcast. Tousle-haired sheepdogs slept before the door. Swallows gathered in the sky. Near to him sat a damosel, dainty as a meadow pipit, lithe as an antelope. And she was grinding grain in a hand mill, singing the while. Grind, mill, grind. Corineus grinds us all. Kinging it in widowed Crothering. The old man was furbishing a shield and morion cap, and other tackle of war lay at his feet. I wonder thou wilt still be busy with thy tackle, O my father, said she, looking up from her singing and grinding. If ill tide ill again, what should an old man do but grieve and be silent? There shall be time for that hereafter, said the old man. But a little while is hand fain of blow. They'll be for firing the roof tree, likely, if they come back, said she, still grinding. Thou art a disobedient lass. If thou dst but flit as I bade thee to the shield house up the dale, I'd force not a bean for their burnings. Let it burn, said she, if he be taken. What avail then for thee or for me to be a tarrying? Thou that art an old man and full of good days, and I that will not be left so. A great dog awoke beside her and shook himself, then drew near and laid his nose in her lap, looking up at her with kind solemn eyes. The old man said, Thou art a disobedient lass, and but for thee, come sword, come fire, not a straw care I, knowing it shall be but a passing storm, now that my lord is home again. They took the land from Lord Spitfire, said she. Aye, hinny, said the old man, and thou shalt see my lord shall take it back again. Aye, said she. And still she ground and still she sang. Grind, mill, grind. Corineus grinds us all. After a time, hist. Said the old man, was not that a horse tread I the lane? Get thee within doors till I know if all be friendly. And he stooped painfully to take up his weapon. Woefully it shook in his feeble hand. But she, as one that knew the step, heeding naught else, leapt up with face first red then pale then flushed again, and ran to the gate of the garth. And the sheepdogs bounded before her. There in the gate she was met with a young man riding a weary horse. He was garbed like a soldier, and horse and man were so bedraggled with mire and dust and all manner of defilement they were a sorry sight to see, and so jaded both that scarce it seemed they had might to journey another furlong. They halted within the gate, and all those dogs jumped up upon them, whining and barking for joy. Ere the soldier was well down from the saddle he had a sweet armful. Softly, my heart, said he, my shoulder somewhat raw. Nay, 'tis not to speak on. I've brought thee all my limbs home. Was there a battle, said the old man. Was there a battle, father, cried he. I'll tell thee, Crothering's is thicker with dead men slain than our garth with sheep at the shearing time. Alack and alack, 'tis a most horrid wound, dear, said the girl. Go in, and I'll wash it and lay to it milfoil pounded with honey. 'Tis most sovereign against pain and loss of blood, and drieth up the lips of the wound and mocketh whole thou dst no credit how soon. Thou hast bled overmuch, thou foolish one. And how couldst thou thrive without thy wife to tend thee? The farmer put an arm about him, saying, Was the field ours, lad? I'll tell you all orderly, old man, answered he, but I must stable him first, and the horse nuzzled his breast. And ye must ballast me first. God shield us, 'tis not a tale for an empty man to tell. Loss, father, said the damosel, have we not one sweet sippet at the mouth, that we hold him here once more? And, sweet or sour, let him take his time to fetch us the next. So they washed his hurt and laid kindly herbs thereto, and bound it with clean linen, and put fresh raiment upon him, and made him sit on the bench without the porch and gave him to eat and drink, cakes of barley meal and dark heather honey. And rough white wine of Tiveranderdale. The dogs lay close about him as if there was warmth there and safety whereas he was. His young wife held his hand in hers, as if that were enough if it should last for aye. And that old man, eating down his impatience like a schoolboy chafing for the bell, fingered his partisan with trembling hand. Thou hadst the word I sent thee, father, after the fight below Galing. Aye. 'Twas good. There was a council held that night, said the soldier. All the great men together in the high hall in Galing, so as it was a heaven to see. I was one of their cupbearers, 'cause I'd killed the standard-bearer of the witches, in that same battle below Galing. Methought 'twas no great thing I did, till after the battle, look you, my lord's self standing beside me. And saith he, Arnaud, I, by my name, father, Arnaud, a Seth, thou'st done down the pennon o' Witchland that, gainst our freedom streamed so proud. 'Tis thy like shall best stead Demonland I, these dog days, saith he. Bear my cup tonight, for thine honor. I would, lass, thou dst seen his eyes that tide. 'Tis a lord to put marrow in the sword arm, our lord. They had forth the great map o' the world, of this Demonland, to study their business. I was by, pouring the wine, and I heard their disputations. 'Tis a wondrous map wrought in crystal and bronze, most artificial, with waters a-glistering and mountains standing substantial to the touch. My lord points with sword. Here, a Seth, standeth Corineus, by all sure tellings, and budgeth not from crothering. And, by the gods, a Seth, 'tis a wise disposition. For, mark, if we go by Gashtorndale, as go we must to come at him, he strike down on us as hammer on anvil. And if we will pass by toward the head of Thunderfirth, and here appointeth it out with sword, down a cometh on our flank. And every gate the land slope serveth his turn and fighteth against us. I mind me those words, said the young man, 'cause my Lord Brandoch Daha laughed and said, are we grown so strange by our travels, our own land fighteth the opposite party? Let me study it again. I filled his cup. Dear gods, but I'd fill him a bowl of mine own heart's blood if he required it of me, after our times together, father. But more that anon. The stoutest gentleman and captain without peer. But Lord Spitfire, that was this while vaunting up and down the chamber, cried out and said, 'Twere folly to travel his road prepared us. Take him that side he looketh least to see us, south through the mountains, and upon him in his rear up from Martyrdale. Ah, saith my lord, and be pressed back into Merkdale hags if we miss of our first spring. 'Tis too perilous. 'Tis worse than Gashtorndale. So went it, a nay for every and not to please Till the end my Lord Brandoch Daha, that had been long time busy with the map, said, now that have threshed the whole stack and found not the needle, I will show you my reed, 'cause ye shall not say I counselled you rashly. So they bade him say his reed. And he said unto my lord, thou in our main power shall go by Switchwater way. And let the whole land's face blaze your coming before you. Ye shall lie tomorrow night in some good fighting stead whither it shall not be to his vantage to move against you, haply in the old Shielings above Renthwaite, or at any likely spot afore the road dippeth south into Gashtorndale. But at point of day strike camp and go by Gashtorndale and so up on to the side to do battle with him. So shall all fall out even as his own hopes and expectations do desire it. But saith my Lord Brandoch Daha, with 700 chosen horse, will have fared by then clean along the mountain ridge from Transdale even to Erngate end. So as when he turneth all his battle northward down the side to Whelmew, there shall hang above the security of his flank and rear that which he ne'er dreamed on. If he support my charging of his flank at unawares, with you in front to cope him, and he with so small an advantage upon us in strength of men, if he stand that, why then, good night. The witches are our masters in arms, and we may off cap to and strive no more to right us. So said my Lord Brandoch Daha. But all called him daft to think on't. Carry an army horseback in so small time, crossed such cursed ground. It might not be. Well, quoth he, sith you count it not possible, so much the more shall he. Cautious counsels never will serve us this tide. Give me but my pick of man and horse to the number of 700, and I'll so set this mask you shall not desire a better master of the revels. So the end he had his way. And past midnight they were at it, I wis, planning and studying. At dawn was the whole army marshalled in the meadows below Moonmere, and my lord spake among them and told us he was minded to march into the west country and exterminate the witches out of Demonland. And he bade any man that deemed be had now his fill of furious war and deemed it a sweeter thing to go home to his own place, say forth his mind without fear, and he would let him go, and give him good gifts thereto. Seeing that all had done manful service. But he would have no man in this enterprise who went not to it with his whole heart and mind. The damosel said, I wis there was not a man would take that offer. There went up, said the soldier, such a shout, with such a stamping, and such a clashing together of weapons, the land shook with, and the echoes rolled in the high corries of the scarf like thunder, of them shouting, crothering. Just. Brandoch Daha. Lead us to crothering. Without more ado was the stuff packed up, and ere noon was the whole army gotten over the stile. While we halted for daymeal hard by Blackwood in Amadardale, came my Lord Brandoch Daha riding among the ranks for to take his pick of 700 of our ablest horse. Nora would not commit this to his officer, but himself called on each lad by name whenso he saw a likely one, and speared would a ride with him. I trow he gat never a nay to that spearing. My heart was a cold lest he'd o'erlook me, watching him ride by as jaunty as a king. But a reined in's horse and saith, Arnaud, 'tis a bonny horse thou ridest. Could he carry thee to a swine hunt down from Erngate end I the morning? I saluted him and said, Not so far only, Lord, but to burning hell so thou but lead us. Come on, saith he. 'Tis a better gate I shall lead thee, to Crothering Hall ere eventide. So now was our strength sundered, and the main army made ready to march westward down Switchwater way. With the Lord Zig to lead the horse, and the Lord Val and my Lord's self and his brother the Lord Spitfire faring in the midst amongst them all. And with them yonder outland trader, Lord Gro. But I do think him more a stick of sugar paste than a man of war. And many gentlemen of worth went with them, Geesmore Gleam of Justdale, Asta of Rattray, and Bremery of Shaws, and many more men of mark. But there abode with my Lord Brandoch Daha, Arnund of Bai, and Tharmrod of Carnarvie, Camer of Stropperton, Emeron Galt, Hesper Golthring of Elmerstead, Sturkmer of Blackwood, Melchar of Struffy, Quaz 3 sons from Dalnay. And Stitmar of Fales, fierce and choleric young gentleman, after his own heart, methinks. Great horsemen, not very forecasting of future things afar off but entertainers of fortune by the day, too rash to govern an army, but best of all to obey and follow him in so glorious an enterprise. Ere we parted, came my lord to speak with my Lord Brandoch Daha. And my lord looked into the lift that was all dark cloud and wind, and quoth he, Fail not at the tryst, cousin. 'Tis thy word, that thou and I be finger and thumb. And never more surely than tomorrow shall this be seen. O friend of my heart, content thee, answereth my Lord Brandoch Daha. Didst ever know me neglect my guests? And have I not bidden you to breakfast with me tomorrow mom in Crothering Meads? Now we of the 700 turned leftward at the watersmeet up Transdale into the mountains. And now came ill weather upon us, the worst that ever I knew. 'Tis soft enow and little road enow in Transdale, as thou knowest, father, and weary work it was with every deer track turned a watercourse and underfoot all slush and mire, and not for a man to see save white mist and rain above and about him. And soppy bent and water under's horse hoofs. Little there was to tell us we were won at last to the top of the pass, and 'twere not the cloud blew thicker and the wind wilder about us. Every man was wet to the breech, and bare a pint o' water in's 2 shoes. Whiles we were halted on the saddle my Lord Brandoch Daha rested not at all, but gave his horse to his man to hold and himself fared back and forth among us. And for every man he had a jest or a merry look, so as was meat and drink but to hear or to behold him. But a little while only would he suffer us to halt. Then right we turned, up along the ridge, where the way was yet worse than in the dale had been, with rocks and pits hidden in the heather, and slithery slabs of granite. By my faith, I think no horse that was not born and bred to might cross such country, wet or fine, he should be foundered or should break his legs and his rider's neck ere he should be gotten 2 hours' journey along those ridges. But we that rode with my Lord Brandoch Daha to Crothering side were 10 hours riding so, besides our halts to water our horses and longer halts to feed and the last part o' the way through mirk night. And all the way the wind's teeth with rain blown on the wind like spray, and hail at whiles. And when the rain was done, the wind veered to the northwest and blew the ridges dry. And then the little bits of rotten granite blew in our faces like hailstones on the wind. There was no shelter, not the lee side of the rocks, but everywhere the storm wind baffled and buffeted us, and clapped his wings among the crags like thunder. Dear heaven, weary we were and like to drop, cold to the marrow, nigh blinded man and horse, yet with a dreadful industry pressed on. And my Lord Brandoch Daha was now in the van now in the rearguard, cheering men's hearts who marked with what blithe countenance himself did suffer the same hardships as his meanest trooper, like to one riding at ease to some great wedding feast. Crying, What, lads, merrily on. These fantods of the Droma shall learn too late what way our mountain ponies do go like stags upon the mountain. When it began to be morning we came to our last halt, and there was our 700 horse hid in the corrie under the tall cliffs of Earngate End. I warrant you we went carefully about it, so as no prying swine of Witchland looking up from below should ask be a glimpse of man or horse the skyline. His Highness first set his sentinels and let call the muster, and saw that every man had his morning meal and every horse his feed. Then he took his stand behind a crag of rock whence he could overlook the land below. He had me by him to do his errands. In the first light we looked down westward over the mountain's edge and saw Crothering and the arms of the sea, not so dark but we might behold their fleet at anchor in Orwath roads. And their camp like a batch of beehives so as a man might think to cast a stone into below us. That was the first time I'd e'er gone to the wars with him. Faith, he's a pretty man to see, leaned forward there on the heather with's chin on his folded arms, his helm laid aside so they should not see it glint from below. Quiet like a cat, half asleep you'd say, but his eyes were awake, looking down on Crothering. 'Twas well seen even from so far away how vilely they had used it. The great red sun leaped out the eastern cloud banks. A stir began in their camp below, standards set up, men gathering thereto, ranks forming, bugles sounding, then a score of horse galloping up the road from Gashtorndale into the camp. His Highness, without turning his head, beckoned with his hand to me to call his captains. I ran and fetched M. He gave M swift commands, pointing down where the Witchland swine rolled out their battle. Thieves and pirates who robbed his Highness subjects within his streams, with standard and pennons and glistering naked spears, moving northward from the tents. Then in the quiet came a sound made a man's heart leap within him, faint out of the far hollows of Gashtorndale, the trumpet of my Lord Just's battle call. My Lord Brandoch Daha paused a minute, looking down. Then turned him about with face that shone like the morning. Fair lords, a Seth, now lightly on horseback, for just fighteth against his enemies. I think he was well content. I think he was sure he would that day get his heart's aswyth of every one that had wronged him. That was a long ride down from Earngate End. With all our heart's blood drumming us to haste, we must yet go warily, picking our way that tricky ground, steep as a roof slope, uneven and with no sure foothold, with sykes in wet moss and rocks outcropping in shifting screes. There was naught but leave it to the horses, and bravely they brought us down the steeps. We were not halfway down ere we heard and saw how battle was joined. So intent were the Witchlanders on my lord's main army, I think we were off the steep ground and forming for the charge ere they were ware of us. Our trumpeters sounded his battle challenge, who meddles white Brandoch Daha. And we came down on to Crothering's side like a rockfall. I scarce know what way the battle went, father. 'Twas like a meeting of streams in spate. I think they opened to us right and left to ease the shock. They that were before us went down like standing corn under a hailstorm. We wheeled both ways, some gainst their right that was thrown back toward the camp, the more part with my Lord Brandoch Daha to our own right. I was with these in the main battle. His Highness rode a hot stirring horse very fierce and dogged, knee to knee with him went Sturkmer of Blackwood the one side and Tharmrod the other. Neither man nor horse might stand up before M, and they faring as in a maze now this way now that, amid the thrumbling and thrasting the footmen, heads and arms smitten off, men hewn in sunder from crown to belly, to the saddle. Riderless horses maddened, blood splashed up from the ground like the slush from a marsh. So for a time, till we had spent the vantage of our onset and felt for the first time the weight of their strength. For Corineus, as it appeareth, was now himself ridden from the vanward where he had beat back for a time our main army, and set on against my Lord Brandoch Daha with horsemen and spearmen. And commanded his slingcasters besides to let freely at us and drive us toward the camp. And now in the great swing of the battle were we carried back to the camp again. And there was a sweet devil's holiday, horses and men tripping over tent ropes, tents torn down, crashes of broken crockery, and King Laxus come thither with sailors from the fleet. hamstringing our horses while Corineus charged us from the north and east. That Corineus beareth him in battle more like a devil from hell than a mortal man. The first 2 strokes of sword he overthrew 2 of our best captains, Romanard of Dalnay and Emeron Galt. Sturkmer, that stood in's way to stop him, flung down with spear, horse, and man. They say he met twice with my Lord Brandoch Daha that day, but each time were they parted in the press ere they might rightly square together. I have stood in some goodly battles, father, as well thou knowest, first following my lord and my Lord Goldry Bluszco in foreign parts, and last year in the great rout at Crossby out Sykes. And again with my Lord Spitfire when he smote the witches on Brema Rapes, and in the murthering great battle under Thremner's Heugh. But never was I in fight like to this of yesterday. Never saw I such feats of arms. As witness Camer of Stropperton, who with a great 2-handed sword hewed off his enemy's leg close to the hip, so huge a blow the blade sheared through leg and saddle and horse and all. And Sturkmer of Blackwood, rising like a devil out of a heap of slain men, and those helm was losen and was bleeding from 3 or 4 great wounds held off a dozen the witches with deadly thrusts and sword strokes. Till they had enough and gave back before him, 12 before 1, and he given over for dead a while before. But all great deeds seemed trash beside the deeds of my Lord Brandoch Daha. In one short while had he 3 times a horse slain stark dead under him, yet gat never a wound himself, which was a marvel. For without care he rode through and about, smiting down their champions. I mind me of him once, with's horse ripped and killed under him, and one of those Witchland lords that tilted at him on the ground as he leaped 2's feet again. How caught the spear with's 2 hands and by main strength yerked his enemy out the saddle. Prince Cargo it was, youngest of Corin's sons. Long may the Witchland ladies strain their dear eyes, they'll ne'er see yon hendy lad come sailing home again. His Highness swapped him such a swipe the neckbone as he pitched to earth, the head of him flew the air like a tennis ball. And the twinkling of an eye was my Lord Brandoch Daha horsed again on's enemy's horse, and turned to charge him anew. You'd say his arm must fail at last for weariness, of a man so lithe and jimp to look on. Yet I think his last stroke that battle was not lighter than the first. And stones and spears and sword strokes seemed to come upon him with no more impression than blows with a straw would give to an adamant. I know not how long was that fight among the tents. Only, 'twas the best fight I ever was at, and the bloodiest. And by all tellings, 'twas as great work the other part, where my lord and his folk fought their way up onto the side. But of that we knew nothing. Yet certain it is we had all been dead men had my lord not there prevailed, as certain 'tis he had never so prevailed but for our charging of their flank when they first advanced against him. But in that last hour all we that fought among the tents thought each man only of this, how he might slay yet one more witch, and yet again one more, afore he should die. For Corineus in that hour put forth his might to crush us. And for every enemy there fell to earth 2 more seemed to be raised up against us. And our own folk fell fast, and the tents that were so white were one gore of blood. When I was a little tiny boy, father, we had a sport, swimming in the deep pools of Tiveranderwater, that one boy would catch Tother and hold him under till he could no more for want of breath. Methinks there's no longing the world so sore as the longing for air when he that is stronger than thou grippeth thee still under the water. Nor no gladness the world like the bonny sweet air thy lungs again when letteth thee shoot up to the free daylight. 'Twas right so with us, who had now said adieu to hope and saw all lost save life itself, and that not like to tarry long, when we heard suddenly the thunder of my lord's trumpet sounding to the charge. And ere our startled wits might rightly think what that portended, was the whole surging battle whipped and scattered like the water of a lake caught up in a white squall. And that massed strength of the enemy which had invested us round with so great a stream of shot and steel reeled first forward then backward then forward again upon us, confounded in a vast confusion. I trow new strength came to our arms. I trow our swords opened their mouths. For northward we beheld the ensign of Galing streaming like a blazing star. And my lord's self in a moment, high advanced above the rout, and Zig, and Asta, and hundreds of our horse, hewing their way toward us whiles we hewed towards them. And now was reaping time for us, and time of payment for all those weary bloody hours we had held on to life with our teeth among the tents on Crothering's side, while they, the other part, my lord and his, had with all the odds of the ground against them painfully and yard by yard fought out the fight to victory. And now, ere we well wist of it, the day was won, and the victory ours, and the enemy broken and put to so great a rout as hath not been seen by living man. That false King Gorice, after he had tarried to see the end of the battle, fled with a few of his men out of the great slaughter, and as it later appeared gat him a shipboard in Orwath harbour and with 3 ships or 4 escaped to sea. But the most of their fleet was burned there in the harbour to save it from our hands. My lord gave command to take up the wounded and tend friend and foe alike. Among them was King Laxus ta'en up, stunned with a mace blow or some such. So they brought him before the lords where they rested a little way down the side above the home meads of Crothering. He looked all in the eye, most proud and soldier-like. Then saith unto my lord, it may be pain, but no shame to us to be vanquished after so equal and so great a fight. Herein only do I blame my ill luck, that it denied me fall in battle. Thou mayst now, O just, strike off my head for the treason I wrought you 3 years ago. And since I know thee of a courteous and noble nature, I'll not scorn to ask of thee this courtesy, not to tarry but take it now. My lord stood there like a warhorse after a breather. He took him by the hand. O Laxus, saith he, I give thee not thy head only, but thy sword, and here gave it him hilt foremost. For thy dealings with us in the battle of Carcë, let time that hath an art to make dust of all things so do with the memory of these. Since then, thou hast shown thyself still our noble enemy, and so shall we account thee still. Therewith my lord commanded bring King Laxus down to the sea, and ship him aboard of a boat, for Gorice still held off the land with his ships, waiting no doubt to see if he or any other of his folk could yet be saved. But as King Laxus was upon parting, my Lord Brandoch Daha, speaking with great show of carelessness as of some trifling matter had by chance called to mind, my lord, saith he, I ne'er ask favour of any man. Only in a manner of return of courtesies, methought thou mightest be willing to hear my salutations to Gorice, sith I've no other messenger. Laxus answereth he would freely do it. Then saith his highness, say to him I will not blame him that he abode us not at the field after the battle was lost, for that had been a simple part, flatly, gainst all maxims of right soldiership, and but to cast his life away. But freakish fortune I blame, that twined us one from the other when we should have dealt together this day. He hath borne him in my halls, I am let to know, more the fashion of a swine or a beastly ape than a man. Pray him come ashore ere you sail home, that I and he, with no man else to make betwixt us, may cast up our account. We swear him peace and grith and a safe conduct back to's ships if he prevail against me or if I so use him that he cry for mercy. If he'll not take this offer, then is he a dastard, and the whole world shall so acclaim him. Sir, saith Laxus, I'll punctually discharge thy message. Whether he did so or no, father, I know not. But if he did, it seemeth it was little to Gorice's liking. For no sooner had his ship ta'en Laxus aboard, than she hoised sail and put out into the deep, and so goodbye. The young man ceased, and they were all 3 silent a while. A faint breeze rippled the foliage of the oakwoods of Tiverander. The sun was down behind the stately thornbacks, and the whole sky from bourne to bourne was alight with the sunset glory. Dappled clouds, with sky showing here and there between, covered the heavens, save in the west where a great archway of clear air opened between clouds and earth, air of an azure that seemed to burn, so pure it was, so deep, so charged with warmth, not the harsh blue of noonday nor the sumptuous deep eastern blue of approaching night, but a bright heavenly blue bordering on green, deep, tender, and delicate as the spirit of evening. Athwart the midst of that window of the west a blade of cloud, hard-edged and jagged with teeth colored as of live coals and dead, fiery and iron-dark in turn, stretched like a battered sword. The clouds above the arch were pale rose, the zenith like black opal, dark blue and thunderous grey dappled with fire. 27. The second expedition to Impland. How the Lord just, not to be persuaded from his set purpose, found, where least it was to be looked for, upholding in that resolve. And of the sailing of the armament to Muelva by way of the Straits of Melikaphkhaz. That was the last ember of red summer burning when they cut them that harvest on Crothering's side. Autumn came, and winter months, and the lengthening days of the returning year. And with the first breath of spring were the harbours filled with ships of war, so many as had never in former days been seen in the land, and in every countryside from the western isles to Bieland. From Shalgrith and Kelialand to the headlands under Ryman Armen, were soldiers gathered with their horses and all instruments of war. Lord Brandoch Daha rode from the west, the day the pasque flowers first opened on the bluffs below Erngate End and primroses made sweet the birch forests in Gashterndale. He set forth betimes, and hard he rode, and he rode into Galing by the Lion Gate about the hour of noon. There was Lord Just in his private chamber, and greeted him with great joy and love. So Brandoch Daha asked, "What speed?" And Just answered, 30 ships and 5 afloat in Looking Haven, whereof all save 4 be dragons of war. Zig I expect tomorrow with the Kelialand levies, Spitfire Leith at Owlswick with 1500 men from the Southlands. Vol came in but 3 hours since with 400 more. In sum, I'll have 4000, reckoning ships' companies and our own bodyguards. 8 ships of war have I, said Lord Brandoch Daha, in Stropperton Firth, all buskied and bound. 5 more at Orwath, 5 at Lornegay in Morvay, and 3 on the Meal and coast at Stackray Oise, besides 4 more in the Isles. And I have 1600 spearmen and 600 horse. All these shall come together to join with thine in Looking Haven at the snapping of my fingers, give me but 7 days' notice. Just gripped him by the hand. Bare were my back without thee, he said. In Crothering I've shifted not a stone nor swept not a chamber clean, said Brandoch Daha. 'Tis a muck pit. Every man's hand I might command I set only to this. And now 'tis ready. He turned sharp toward Just and looked at him a minute in silence. Then with a gravity that sat not often on his lips he said, "Let me be urgent with thee once more, strike and delay not. Do him not again that kindness we did him aforetime, fribbling our strength away on the cursed shores of Impland, and by the charmed waters of Ravery, so as he might as secure as sleep send courses hither and Corineus to work havoc the land. And so put on us the greatest shame was ever laid on mortal men, and we not bred up to suffer shame." "Thou saidst 7 days," said Just. "Snap thy fingers and call up thy armies. I'll delay thee not an hour." "Aye, but I mean to Carcë," said he. "To Carcë, whither else," said Just. "But I'll take my brother Goldry with us." "But I mean first to Carcë," said Brandoch Daha. "Let my opinion sway thee once. Why, a schoolboy should tell thee, clear thy flank and rear ere thou go forward." Just smiled. "I love this new garb of caution, cousin," said he, "it doth most prettily become thee. I question though whether this be not the true cause, that Corineus took not up thy challenge last summer, but let it lie, and that hath left thee hungry still." Brandoch Daha looked him sidelong in the eye, and laughed. "Oh Just," he said, "thou hast touched me near. But 'tis not that. That was in the weird that bright lady laid on me, in the Sparrowhawk Castle in Impland forlorn, that he I held most in hate should ruin my fair lordship, and that to my hand should vengeance be denied. That I e'en must brook. Oh no. Think only, delays are dangerous. Come, be advised. Be not mulish." But the Lord Just's face was grave. "Urge me no more, dear friend," said he. "Thou sleep'st soft. But to me, when I am cast in my first sleep, cometh many a time the likeness of Goldry Bluszco, held by a maleficial charm on the mountain top of Zorarach, that standeth apart, out of the sunlight, out of all sound or warmth of life. Long ago I made vow to turn neither to the right nor to the left, until I set him free." "He is thy brother," said Lord Brandoch Daha. Also, is he mine own familiar friend, whom I love scarce less than thee. But when thou speakest of oaths, remember there's Lafarise too. What shall he think on us after our oaths to him 3 years ago, that night in Carcë? Yet this one blow should right him too. He will understand, said Just. He is to come with Gaslark, and thou toldst me thou dost e'en now expect them, said Brandoch Daha. I'll leave you. I cannot for shame say to him, Patience, friend, truly 'tis not today convenient. Thou shalt be paid in time. By heavens, I'd scorn to entreat my mantle-maker so. And this our friend that lost all and languisheth in exile because he saved our lives. So saying, he stood up in great discontent and ire as if to leave the chamber. But Just caught him by the wrist. Thou dost upbraid me most unjustly, and well thou knowest it in thy heart, and 'tis that makes thee so angry. Hark, the horn soundeth at the gate, and 'tis for Gaslark. I'll not let thee go. Well, said Lord Brandoch Daha, have thy will. Only ask not me to plead thy rotten case to them. If I speak it shall be to shame thee. Now thou art warned. Now went they into the high presence chamber, where were bright ladies not a few, and captains and noble persons from up and down the land, and stood on the dais. Gaslark the king walked up the shining floor, and behind him his captains and councillors of Goblinland walked 2 by 2. The Prince Lafarise strode at his elbow, proud as a lion. Blithely they greeted those lords of Demonland that rose up to greet them beneath the starry canopy, and the Lady Mevrian that stood betwixt her brother and lord just so as 'twere hard to say which of the 3 was fairest to look on. So much they differed in their beauty's glory. Gro, standing near, said in himself, I know a 4th. And were she but joined with these, then were the crown of the whole earth's loveliness fitted in this one chamber, in a right casket surely. And the gods in heaven, if there be gods indeed, should go pale for envy, having in their starry gallery no fair to match with these, not Phoebus Apollo, not the chaste huntress, nor the foam-born queen herself. But Gaslark, when his eye lighted on the long black beard, the lean figure slightly stooping, the pallid brow, the curls smoothed with perfumed unguents, the sickle-like nose, the great liquid eyes, the lily hand. He, beholding and knowing these of old, waxed in a moment dark as thunder with the blood rush beneath his sun-browned skin, and with a great sweep snatched out his sword, as if without care or beware to thrust him through. Gro stepped hastily back. But the Lord Just came between them. Let alone, Just, cried Gaslark. Know'st not this fellow, what a vile enemy and viper we have here? A pretty perfumed villain, who for so many years did spin me a thread of many seditions and troubles, while his smooth tongue gat money from me still. Blessed occasion. Now will I let his soul out. But the Lord Just laid his hand on Gaslark's sword arm. Gaslark, said he, leave off thy rages, and put up thy sword. A year ago thou dst done me no wrong. But today thou dst have slain me a man of mine own men, and a lord of Demonland. Now when they had done their greetings, they washed their hands and sate at dinner and were nobly served and feasted. And the Lord Just made peace betwixt Gro and Gaslark, albeit 'twas no light task to prevail upon Gaslark to forgive him. Thereafter they retired them with Gaslark and Lafarise into a chamber apart. Gaslark the king spake and said, None can gainsay it, O Just, that this fight ye won last harvest tide was the greatest seen on land these many years, and of greatest consequence. But I have heard a bird sing there shall be yet greater deeds done ere many moons be past. Therefore it is we came hither to thee, I and Lafarise that be your friends from of old, to pray thee let us go with thee on thy quest across the world after thy brother, for sorrow of whose loss the whole world languisheth. And thereafter let us go with you on your going up to Carcë. O Just, said the prince, we would not in after days that men should say, on such a time fared the demons into perilous lands enchanted and by their strength and valorousness set free the Lord Goldry Bluszco, or haply there ended their life's days in that glorious quest. But Gaslark and Lafarise were not in it, they bade their friends farewell, hung up their swords, and lived a quiet and merry life in Zage Zaculo. So let their memory be forgot. Lord just sat silent a minute, as one much moved. O Gaslark, he said at length, I'll take thine offer without another word. But unto thee, dear prince, I must bear mine heart somewhat. For thou here art come not stressed in our quarrel to spend thy blood, only to put us yet deeper in thy debt. And yet small blame it were to thee shouldst thou in dishonourable sort revile me, as many shall cry out against me, for a false friend into thee and a friend forsworn. But the Prince Lafarise brake in upon him, saying, I prithee have done, or thou'lt shame me quite. Whatever I did in Carcë, 'twas but equal payment for your saving of my life in Leda Ninguna. So was all evened up betwixt us. Think then no more on't, but deny me not to go with you to Impland. But up to Carcë I'll not go with you, for albeit I am clean broke with Witchland, against Corand and his kin I will not draw sword nor against my lady sister. A black curse on the day I gave her white hand to Corand. She holdeth too much of our stock, methinks, her heraldry is hearts not hands. And giving her hand she gave her heart. 'Tis a strange world. Lafarise, said Just, we weigh not so lightly our obligation unto thee. Yet must I hold my course. Having sworn a strong oath that I would turn aside neither to the right nor to the left until I had delivered my dear brother Goldry out of bondage. So swear I or ever I went that ill journey to Carcë and was closed in prison fast and by thee delivered. Nor shall blame of friends nor wrongful misprision nor any power that is shake me in this determination. But when that is done, no rest remaineth unto us till we win back for thee thy rightful realm of Pixieland, and many good things besides to be a token of our love. Said the prince, thou doest right. If thou didst other thou dst have my blame. And mine thereto, said Gaslark. Do not I grieve, think'st thou, to see the Princess Armeline, my sweet young cousin, grow every day more wan o' the cheek and pale? And all for sorrown teen for her own true love, the Lord Goldry Bluszco. And she so carefully brought up by her mother as nothing was too dear or hard to be brought to pass for her desire, thinking that a creature so noble and perfect could not be trained up too delicately. I deem today better than tomorrow, and tomorrow better than his morrow, to set sail for wide-fronted Impland. All this while the Lord Brandoch Daha said never a word. He sat back in his chair of ivory in chrysoprase, now toying with his golden finger rings, now twisting and untwisting the yellow curls of his mustachios and beard. In a while he yawned, rose from his seat and fell to pacing lazily up and down. He had hitched up his sword across his back under his 2 elbows, so that the shoe of the scabbard stood out under one arm and the jeweled hilt under the other. His fingers strummed little tunes on the front of the rich rose velvet doublet that cased his chest. The spring sunlight as he paced from shine to shade and to shine again, passing the tall windows, seemed to caress his face and form. It was as if spring laughed for joy beholding in him one that was her own child, clothed to outward view with so much loveliness and grace, but full besides to the eyes and fingertips with fire and vital sap. Like her own buds bursting in the Brankdale coppices. In a while he ceased his walking, and stood by the Lord Gro who sat a little part from the rest. How thinkest thou, Gro, of our counsels? Art thou for the straight road or the crooked? For Carcë or Zorarach? Of the roads, answered Gro, a wise man will choose ever that one which is indirect. For but consider the matter, thou that art a great cragsman, think our life's course a lofty cliff. I am to climb it, sometime up, sometime down. I pray, whither letteth the straight road on such a cliff? Why, no whither. For if I will go up by the straight way, 'tis not possible, I am left gaping whiles thou by crooked courses hast gained the top. Or if down, why, 'tis easy and swift. But then, no more climbing ever more for me. And thou, clambering down by the crooked way, shalt find me a dead and unsightly corpse at the bottom. Gramercy for thy mies and these, said Lord Brandoch Daha. Well, 'tis a most weighty principle, backed with a most just and lively exposition. How dost thou interpret thy maxim in our present question? Lord Gro looked up at him. My lord, you have used me well, and to deserve your love and advance your fortunes I have pondered much how you of Demonland might best obtain revenge upon your enemies. And I daily thinking hereupon, and conceiving in my head divers imaginations, can devise no means but one that in my fancy seemeth best, which is this. Let me hear it, said Lord Brandoch Daha. Said Gro, 'twas ever a fault in you demons that you would not perceive how 'tis ofttimes good to draw the snake from her hole by another man's hand. Consider now your matter. You have a great force both for land and sea. Trust not too much in that. Oft hath he of the little force o'ercome most powerful enemies, going about to entrap them by sleight and policy. But consider yet again. You have a thing is mightier far than all your horses and spearmen and dragons of war, mightier than thine own sword, my lord, and thou accounted the best swordsman in all the world. What thing is that? Asked he. Gro answered, reputation, my lord Brandoch Daha. This reputation of you demons for open dealings even to your worst enemies. Tush, said he. 'Tis but our way the world. Moreover, 'tis, I think, a thing natural in great persons, of whatsoever country they be born. Treachery and double-dealing proceed commonly from fear, and that is a thing which I think no man in this land comprehendeth. Myself, I do think that when the high gods made a person of my quality they traced 'tween his two eyes something, I know not what, which the common sort durst not look upon without trembling. Give me but leave, said Lord Gro, and I'll pluck you a braver triumph in a little hour than your swords should win you in 2 years. Speak smooth words to Witchland, offer him composition, bring him to a council and all his great men along with him. I'll so devise it, they shall all be suddenly taken off in a night, haply by setting upon them in their beds, or as we may find most convenient. All save Corand and his sons, them we may wisely spare, and conclude peace with them. It shall not by 10 days delay your sailing to Impland, whither you might then proceed with light hearts and minds at ease. Very prettily conceived, upon my soul, said Brandoch Daha. Might I advise thee, thou dst best not talk to just this manner. Not now, I mean, while his mind's so bent on matters of weight and moment. Nor I should not say it to my sister Mevrian. Women will ofttimes take in sad earnest such a conceit, though it be but talk and discourse. With me 'tis otherwise. I am something of a philosopher myself, and I jest ambleth with my humour very pleasantly. Thou art pleased to be merry, said Lord Gro. Many ere now, as the event hath proved, rejected my wholesome counsels to their own great hurt. But Brandoch Daha said lightly, fear not, my Lord Gro, will reject no honest reeds of so wise a counsellor as thou. But, and here was a light in the eye of him made Gro startle, did any man with serious intent dare bid me do a dastard deed, he should have my sword through the dearest part of's body. Lord Brandoch Daha now turned him to the rest of them. Just, said he, friend of my heart, meseemeth we are all of one mind, and none of my mind. I'll e'en bid you farewell. Farewell, Gaslark, farewell, La Farise. But whither away, said Just, standing up from his chair. Thou must not leave us. Whither but to mine own place, said he, and was gone from the chamber. Gaslark said, he's much incensed. What hast thou done to anger him? Mevrian said to Just, I'll follow and cool him. She went, but soon returned saying, no avail, my lords. He is ridden forth from Galing and away as fast as his horse might carry him. Now were they all in a great stew, some conjecturing one thing and some another. Only the lord just kept silence and a calm countenance, and the lady Mevrian. And Just said at length to Gaslark, this it is, that he chaffeth at every day's delay that letteth him from having a Corineus. Certes, I'll not blame him, knowing the vile injuries the fellow did him and his insolence toward thee, madam. Be not troubled. His own self shall bring him back to me when time is, as no other power should do gainst his good will. He whose great heart heaven cannot force with force. And even so, the next night after, when folk were abed and asleep, Just, in his high bedchamber sitting late at his book, heard a bridle ring. So he called his boys to go with him with torches to the gate. And there in the dancing torchlight came the Lord Brandoch Daha riding into Galing Castle, and somewhat of the bigness of a great pumpkin tied in a silken cloth hung at his saddle-bow. Just met him in the gate alone. "Let me down from my horse," he said, "and receive from me thy bedfellow that thou must sleep with by the lake of Ravery." "Thou hast gotten it," said Just. "The hippogriff's egg, out of Dulatarn, by thyself alone." And he took the bundle right tenderly in his 2 hands. "Aye," answered he. "'Twas where thou and I made sure of it last summer, according to the word of her little martlet that first found it for us. The tarn was frozen and 'twas tricky work diving and most villainous cold. It is small marvel thou art a lucky man in thine undertakings, O Just, when thou hast such an art to draw thy friends to second thee." "I thought thou didst not leave me," said Just. "Thought?" cried Brandoch Daha. "Didst ever dream I'd suffer thee to do thy foolishnesses alone? Nay, I'll come first to the enchanted lake with thee, and let be Carcë the meantime. Howbeit I'll do it, gainst the stream of my resolution quite." Now was but 6 days more of preparation, and on the 2nd day of April was all ready in Looking Haven for the sailing of that mighty armament, 59 ships of war and 5 ships of burthen and thrice 2,000 fighting men. Lady Mevrian sat on her milk-white mare overlooking the harbour where the ships all orderly rode at anchor, shadowy grey against the sunbright shimmer of the sea, with here and there a splash of colour, crimson or blue or grass-green, from their painted hulls or a beam of the sun glancing from their golden masts or figureheads. Gro stood at her bridle rein. The Galing road, winding down from Habershaw Tongue, ran close below them and so along the seashore to the quays at Looking Haven. Along that road the hard earth rang with the tramp of armed men and the tramp of horses. And the light west wind wafted to Gro and Mevrian on their grassy hill snatches of deep-voiced battle chants or the galloping notes of trumpet and pipe and the drum that sets men's hearts a-throb. In the van rode the Lord Zig, for trumpeters walking before him in gold and purple. His armor from chin to toe shone with silver, and jewels blazed on his gorget and baldric and the hilt of his long straight sword. He rode a black stallion savage-eyed with ears laid back and a tail that swept the earth. A great company of horse followed him, and half as many tall spearmen, in russet leather jerkins plated with brass and silver. "These," said Mevrian, "be of Kelialand and the shoresteads of Arrowfirth, and his own vassalage from Ramrick and Amadardale. That is Hesper Goldthring rideth a little behind him on his right hand. He loveth 2 things in this world, a good horse and a swift ship. He on the left, the helm of dull silver set with raven's wings, so long of the leg thou dst say if he rode a little horse he might straddle and walk it, Sturkmer of Blackwood. He is of our kin, not yet 20 years old, yet since Crothering side accounted one of our ablest." So she showed him all as they rode by, Peridor of Sewell, captain of the Mielanders, and his nephew Stipmar. Fender of Shalgrith with Emeron Galt his young brother, that was newly healed from the great wound Corineus gave him at Crothering side. These leading the shepherds and herdsmen from the great heaths north of Switchwater, who will hold by the stirrup and so with their light bucklers and little brown swords go into battle with the horsemen full gallop against the enemy. Bremery in his ram's horn helm of gold and broidered surcoat of scarlet velvet, leading the dalesmen from onward Lythe and Tiveranderdale. Trentmar of Scorodale with the northeastern levies from Byland and the Strands and Breakingdale. Asta of Rattray, lean and lithe, bony-faced, gallant-eyed, white of skin, with bright red hair and beard. Riding his lovely roan at the head of 2 companies of spearmen with huge iron-studded shields, men from about Drepaby and the southeastern dales, landed men and home men of Lord Goldry Bluszco. Then the island dwellers from the west, with old Quaz of Dalnay riding in the place of honour, noble to look on with his snowy beard and shining armour, but younger men their true leaders in war, Melchar of Struffy, great-chested, fierce-eyed. With thick brown curling hair, horsed on a plunging chestnut, his byrnie bright with gold, a rich mantle of creamy silk brocade flung about his ample shoulders, and Tharmrod on his little black mare with silver byrnie and bat's-winged helm. He that held Carnarvon in fee for Lord Brandoch Daha, keen and ready like an arrow drawn to the barbs. And after them the Westmark men, with Arnund by their captain. And after them, 400 horse, not to be surpassed for beauty or ordered array by any in that great army, and young Camera riding at their head, burly as a giant, straight as a lance, apparelled like a king, bearing on his mighty spear the pennon of the Lord of Crothering. Look well on these, said Mevrian as they passed by. Our own men of the Side and Thunderfirth and Stropperton. Thou mayst search the wide world and not find their like for speed and fire and all warlike goodliness and readiness to the word of command. Thou look'st sad, my lord. Madam, said Lord Gro, to the ear of one that useth, as I use, to consider the vanity of all high earthly pomps, the music of these powers and glories hath a deep undertone of sadness. Kings and governors that do exult in strength and beauty and lustihood and rich apparel, showing themselves for a while upon the stage of the world and open dominion of high heaven. What are they but the gilded summer fly that decayeth with the dying day? My brother and the rest must not stay for us, said the lady. They meant to go aboard as soon as the army should be come down to the harbour, for their ships be to sail out first down the firth. Is it determined indeed that thou goest with them on this journey? I had so determined, madam, answered he. She was beginning to move down towards the road and the harbour, but Gro put a hand on the rein and stopped her. Dear lady, he said, these 3 nights together I have dreamed a dream, a strange dream, and all the particulars thereof betokening heavy anxiety, increase of peril, and savage mischief, promising some terrible issue. Methinks if I go on this journey thou shalt see my face no more. O fie, my lord, cried she, reaching him her hand, give never a thought to such fond imaginings. 'Twas the moon but glancing in thine eye. Or if not, stay with us here and cheat fate. Gro kissed her hand, and kept it in his. My lady Mevrian, he said, fate will not be cheated, cog we never so wisely. I do think there be not many extant that in a noble way fear the face of death less than myself. I'll go this journey. There is but one thing should turn me back. And 'tis, said she, for he fell silent on a sudden. He paused, looking down at her gloved hand resting in his. A man becometh hoarse and dumb, said he, if a wolf hath the advantage first to eye him. Didst thou procure thee a wolf to dumb me when I would tell thee? But I did once. Enough to let thee know. O Mevrian, dost thou remember Neverdale? He looked up at her. But Mevrian sat with head erect, like her patroness divine, with sweet cool lips set firm and steady eyes fixed on the haven and the riding ships. Gently she drew her hand from Gro's, and he strove not to retain it. She eased forward the reins. Gro mounted and followed her. They rode quietly down to the road and so southward side by side to the harbour. Ere they came within earshot of the quay, Mevrian spake and said, Thou wilt not think me graceless nor forgetful, my lord. All that is mine, ask it, and I'll give it thee with both hands. But ask me not that I have not to give, or if I gave should give but false gold. For that's a thing not good for thee nor me, nor I would not do it to an enemy, far less to thee my friend. Now was the army all gotten a shipboard, and farewell said to Val and those who should abide at home with him. The ships rowed out into the firth all orderly, their silken sails unfurled, and that great armament sailed southward into the open seas under a clear sky. All the way the wind favoured them, and they made a swift passage, so that on the 30th morning from their sailing out of Looking Haven they sighted the long grey cliff line of Impland the more dim in the low-blown spray of the sea. And sailed through the straits of Melikaphkhaz in column ahead, for scarce might 2 ships pass abreast through that narrow way. Black precipices shut in the straits on either hand, and the sea-birds in their thousands whitened every little ledge of those cliffs like snow. Great flights of them rose and circled overhead as the ship sped by, and the air was full of their plaints. And right and left, as of young whales blowing, columns of white spray shot up continually from the surface of the sea. For these were the stately winged gannets fishing that sea strait. By 3s and 4s they flew, each following other in ordered line, many mast heights high. And ever and anon one checked in her flight as if a bolt had smitten her, and swooped head foremost with wings half spread, like a broad barbed dart of dazzling whiteness. Till at a few feet above the surface she clapped close her wings and cleft the water with a noise as of a great stone cast into the sea. Then in a moment up she bobbed, white and spruce with her prey in her gullet, rode the waves a minute to rest and consider, then with great sweeping wing strokes up again to resume her flight. After a mile or two the narrows opened and the cliffs grew lower, and the fleet sped past the red reefs of Uamnaz and the lofty stacks of Pashnamarthra white with seagulls onto the blue solitude of the Didornian Sea. All day they sailed southeast with a failing wind. The coastline of Melikaphkhaz fell away astern, paled in the mists of distance, and was lost to sight, until only the square cloven outline of the Pashnamarthran Islands broke the level horizon of the sea. Then these too sank out of sight, and the ships rode on southeastward in a dead calm. The sun stooped to the western waves, entering his bath of blood-red fire. He sank, and all the ways were darkened. All night they rode gently on under the strange southern stars, and the broken waters of that sea at every oarstroke were like fire burning. Then out of the sea to eastward came the day star, ushering the dawn, brighter than all night stars, tracing a little path of gold along the waters. Then dawn, filling the low eastern skies with a fleet of tiny cockleshells of bright gold fire. Then the great face of the sun ablaze. And with the going up of the sun a light wind sprang up, bellying their sails on the starboard tack, so that ere day declined the sea cliffs of Muelva hung white above the spray mist on their larboard bow. They beached the ships on a white shell strand behind a headland that sheltered it from the east and north. Here the barrier of cliffs stood back a little from the shore, giving place for a fertile dell of green pasture, and woods clustering at the foot of the cliffs, and a little spring of water in the midst. So for that night they slept on board, and next day made their camp, discharging the ships of burthen that were laden with the horses and stuff. But the Lord just was minded not to tarry an hour more in Muelva than should suffice to give all needful orders to Gaslark and Lafarise what they should do and when expect him again. And to make provision for himself and those who must fare with him beyond these shadowing cliffs into the haunted wastes of the Morna. Ere noon was all this accomplished and farewell said, and these lords, Juss, Spitfire, and Brandoch Daha, set forth along the beach southward towards a point where it seemed most hopeful to scale the cliffs. With them went the Lord Gro, both by his own wish and because he had known the Morna aforetime and these particular parts thereof. And with them went besides those two brothers-in-law, Zig and Asta, bearing the precious burden of the egg, for that honor and trust had just laid on them at their earnest seeking. So with some pains after an hour or more they won up the barrier, and halted for a minute on the cliff's edge. The skin of Gro's hands was hurt with the sharp rocks. Tenderly he drew on his lamb's-wool gloves, and shivered a little. For the breath of that desert blew snell and frore and there seemed a shadow in the air southward, for all it was bright and gentle weather below whence they were come. Yet albeit his frail body quailed, even so were his spirits within him raised with high and noble imaginings as he stood on the lip of that rocky cliff. The cloudless vault of heaven, the unnumbered laughter of the sea. That quiet cove beneath, and those ships of war and that army camping by the ships, the emptiness of the blasted wolds to southward, where every rock seemed like a dead man's skull and every rank tuft of grass hag-ridden. The bearing of those lords of Demonland who stood beside him, as if naught should be of commoner course to them pursuing their resolve than to turn their backs on living land and enter those regions of the dead. These things with a power as of a mighty music made Gro's breath catch in his throat and the tears spring in his eye. In such wise after more than 2 years did Lord just begin his second crossing of the Morna in quest of his dear brother the Lord Goldry Bluszco. 28. Zora Rach Nam Sarian. Of the Lord Just's riding of the Hippogriff to Zora Rach, and of the ills encountered by him in that accursed place, and the manner of his performing his great enterprise to deliver his brother out of bondage. Lulled with light-stirring airs too gentle soft to ruffle her glassy surface, warm incense-laden airs sweet with the perfume of immortal flowers, the charmed lake of Ravery dreamed under the moon. It was the last hour before the dawn. Enchanted boats, that seemed builded of the glowworm's light, drifted on the starry bosom of the lake. Over the sloping woods the limbs of the mountains lowered, unmeasured, vast, mysterious in the moon's glamour. In remote high spaces of night beyond glimmered the spires of Costra Pivrarca and the virgin snows of Romshire and Costra Balorn. No bird or beast moved in the stillness, only a nightingale singing to the stars from a coppice of olive trees near the Queen's pavilion on the eastern shore. And that was a note not like a bird's of Middle-earth, but a note to charm down spirits out of the air, or to which the imperishable senses of the gods when they would hold communion with holy night and make her perfect. And all her lamps and voices perfect in their eyes. The silken hangings of the pavilion door, parting as in the portal of a vision, made way for that queen, fosterling of the most high gods. She paused a step or two beyond the threshold, looking down where those lords of Demonland, Spitfire and Brandoch Daha, with Gro and Zig and Asta, wrapped in their cloaks, lay on the gowany dewy banks that sloped down to the water's edge. Asleep, she whispered. Even as he within sleepeth against the dawn. I do think it is only in a great man's breast sleep hath so gentle a bed when great events are toward. Like a lily, or like a moonbeam strayed through the leafy roof into a silent wood, she stood there, her face uplifted to the starry night where all the air was drenched with the silver radiance of the moon. And now in a soft voice she began supplication to the gods which are from everlasting, calling upon them in turn by their holy names, upon grey-eyed Pallas, and Apollo, and Artemis the fleet huntress, upon Aphrodite, and here, Queen of Heaven. And Ares, and Hermes, and the dark-tressed Earthshaker. Nor was she afraid to address her holy prayers to him who from his veiled porch beside Acheron and Lethe Lake binds to his will the devils of the undergloom. Nor to the great Father of all in whose sight time from the beginning until today is but the dipping of a wand into the boundless ocean of eternity. So prayed she to the blessed gods, most earnestly requiring them that under their countenance might be that ride, the like whereof earth had not known, the riding of the hippogriff, not rashly and by an ass as heretofore to his own destruction. But by the man of men who with clean purpose and resolution undismayed should enforce it carry him to his heart's desire. Now in the east beyond the feathery hilltops and the great snow wall of Romshire the gates were opening to the day. The sleepers wakened and stood up. There was a great noise from within the pavilion. They turned wide-eyed, and forth of the hangings of the doorway came that young thing new-hatched, pale and doubtful as the new light which trembled in the sky. Just walked beside it, his hand on the sapphire mane. High and resolute was his look, as he gave good morrow to the queen, to his brother and his friends. No word they said, only in turn gripped him by the hand. The hour was upon them. For even as day striding on the eastern snowfields stormed night out of high heaven, so and with such swift increase of splendor was might bodily and the desire of the upper air born in that wild steed. It shone as if lighted by a moving lamp from withinward, sniffed the sweet morning air and whinnied, pawing the grass of the waterside and tearing it up with its claws of gold. Just patted the creature's arching neck, looked to the bridle he had fitted to its mouth, made sure of the fastenings of his armor, and loosened in the scabbard his great sword. And now up sprang the sun. The queen said, Remember, when thou shalt see the Lord thy brother in his own shape, that is no illusion. Mistrust all else. And the almighty gods preserve and comfort thee. Therewith the hippogriff, as if maddened with the day-beams, plunged like a wild horse, spread wide its rainbow pinions, reared, and took wing. But the Lord just was sprung astride of it, and the grip of his knees on the ribs of it was like brazen clamps. The firm land seemed to rush away beneath him to the rear. The lake and the shore and islands thereof showed in a moment small and remote, and the figures of the queen and his companions like toys, then dots, then shrunken to nothingness. And the vast silence of the upper air opened and received him into utter loneliness. In that silence earth and sky swirled like the wine in a shaken goblet as the wild steed rocketed higher and higher in great spirals. A cloud billowy white shut in the sky before them. Brighter and brighter it grew in its dazzling whiteness as they sped towards it. Until they touched it and the glory was dissolved in a grey mist that grew still darker and colder as they flew till suddenly they emerged from the further side of the cloud into a radiance of blue and gold blinding in its glory. So for a while they flew with no set direction, only ever higher, till at length obedient to Just's mastery the hippogriff ceased from his sports and turned obediently westward, and so in a swift straight course, mounting ever, sped over Ravery towards the departing night. And now indeed it was as if they had verily overtaken night in her western caves. For the air waxed darker about them and always darker, until the great peaks that stood round Ravery were hidden, and all the green land of Zimiamvia, with its plains and winding waters and hills and uplands and enchanted woods, hidden and lost in an evil twilight. And the upper heaven was ateem with portents, whole armies of men skirmishing in the air, dragons, wild beasts, bloody streamers, blazing comets, fiery strakes, with other apparitions innumerable. But all silent, and all cold, so that Just's hands and feet were numbed with the cold and his mustachios stiff with hoarfrost. Before them now, invisible till now, loomed the gaunt peak of Zorarach, black, wintry, and vast, still towering above them for all they soared even higher, grand and lonely above the frozen wastes of the Saurian glaciers. Just stared at that peak till the wind of their flight blinded his eyes with tears, but it was yet too far for any glimpse of that which he hungered to behold, no brazen citadel, no coronal of flame, no watcher on the heights. Zora, like some dark queen of hell that disdains that presumptuous mortal eyes should dare to look lovely on her dread beauties, drew across her brow a veil of thundercloud. They flew on, and that steel-blue pall of thunderous vapor rolled forth till it canopied all the sky above them. Just tucked his two hands for warmth into the feathery armpits of the hippogriff's wings where the wings joined the creature's body. So bitter cold it was, his very eyeballs were frozen and fixed. But that pain was a light thing beside somewhat he now felt within him the like whereof he never before bad known, a death-like horror as of the houseless loneliness of naked space, which gripped him at the heart. They landed at last on a crag of black obsidian stone a little below the cloud that hid the highest rocks. The hippogriff, crouched on the steep slope, turned its head to look on Just. He felt the creature's body beneath him quiver. Its ears were laid back, its eye wide with terror. "Poor child," he said. "I have brought thee an ill journey, and thou but 1 hour hatched from the egg." He dismounted, and in that same instant was bereaved. For the hippogriff with a hoarse scream of terror took wing and vanished down the murk air, diving headlong away to eastward, back to the world of life and sunlight. And the Lord just stood alone in that region of fear and frost and the soul-quailing gloom, under the black summit rocks of Zorarach. Setting, as the Queen had counselled him to do, his whole heart and mind on the dread goal he intended, he turned to the icy cliff. As he climbed the cold cloud covered him, yet not so thick but he might see 10 paces distance before and about him as he went. Ill sights enow to quail a strong man's resolution, showed in his path, shapes of damned fiends and gorgons of the pit running in the way, threatening him with death and doom. But Just, gritting his teeth, climbed on and through them, they being unsubstantial. Then uprose an eldritch cry, "What man of Middle-earth is this that troubleth our quiet? Make an end. Call up the basilisks. Call up the golden basilisk, which bloweth upon and setteth on fire whatsoever he seeth. Call up the starry basilisk, and whatso he seeth it immediately shrinks up and perisheth. Call up the bloody basilisk, who if he see or touch any living thing it floweth away so that not there remaineth but the bones." That was a voice to freeze the marrow, yet he pressed on, saying in himself, "All is illusion, save that alone she told me of." And naught appeared, only the silence and the cold, and the rocks grew ever steeper and their ice glaze more dangerous, and the difficulty like the difficulty of those barriers of Mshir, up which more than 2 years ago he had followed Brandoch Daha and on which he had encountered and slain the beast Manticra. The leaden hours drifted by, and now night shut down, bitter and black and silent. Sore weariness bodily was come upon Just, and his whole soul weary withal and near to death as he entered a snow-bedded gully that cut deep into the face of the mountain, there to await the day. He durst not sleep in that freezing night. Scarcely dared he rest lest the cold should master him, but must keep for ever moving and stamping and chafing hands and feet. And yet, as the slow night crept by, death seemed a desirable thing that should end such utter weariness. Morning came with but a cold alteration of the mist from black to grey, disclosing the snowbound rocks silent, dreary, and dead. Just, in forcing his half-frozen limbs to resume the ascent, beheld a sight of woe too terrible for the eye, a young man, helmed and graved in dark iron, a blackamoor with goggle eyes and white teeth agron, who held by the neck a fair young lady kneeling on her knees and clasping his as in supplication, and he most bloodily brandishing aloft his spear of 6 foot of length as minded to reave her of her life. This lady, seeing the Lord just, cried out on him for succor very piteously, calling him by his name and saying, Lord Just of Demonland, have mercy, and in your triumph over the powers of night pause for an instant to deliver me, poor afflicted damosel, from this cruel tyrant. Can your towering spirit, which hath quarried upon kingdoms, make a stoop at him? Oh, that should approve you noble indeed, and bless you for ever. Surely the very heart of him groaned, and he clapped hand to sword wishing to right so cruel a wrong. But on the motion he bethought him of the wiles of evil that dwelt in that place, and of his brother, and with a great groan passed on. In which instant he beheld sidelong how the cruel murderer smote with his spear that delicate lady, and detrenched and cut the 2 master veins of her neck, so as she fell dying in her blood. Just mounted with a great pace to the head of the gully, and looking back beheld how blackamoor and lady both were changed to 2 coating serpents. And he laboured on, shaken at heart, yet glad to have so escaped the powers that would have limed him so. Darker grew the mist, and heavier the brooding dread which seemed elemental of the airs about that mountain. Pausing well nigh exhausted on a small stance of snow, just beheld the appearance of a man armed who rolled prostrate in the way, tearing with his nails at the hard rock and frozen snow, and the snow was all one gore of blood beneath the man. And the man besought him in a stifled voice to go no further but raise him up and bring him down the mountain. And when just, after an instant's doubt betwixt pity and his resolve, would have passed by, the man cried and said, Hold, for I am thy very brother thou seekest, albeit the king hath by his art framed me to another likeness, hoping so to delude thee. For thy love's sake be not deluded. Now the voice was like to the voice of his brother Goldry, howbeit weak. But the Lord just bethought him again of the words of Sophonisba the queen, that he should see his brother in his own shape and not else must he trust, and he thought, it is an illusion, this also. So he said, If that thou be truly my dear brother, take thy shape. But the man cried as with the voice of the Lord Goldry Bluszco, I may not, till that I be brought down from the mountain. Bring me down, or my curse be upon thee for ever. The Lord just was torn with pity and doubt and wonder, to hear that voice again of his dear brother so beseeching him. Yet he answered and said, Brother, if that it be thou indeed, then bide till I have won to this mountain top and the citadel of brass which in a dream I saw, that I may know truly thou art not there, but here. Then will I turn again and succour thee. But until I see thee in thine own shape I will mistrust all. For hither I came from the ends of the earth to deliver thee, and I will set my good on no doubtful cast, having spent so much and put so much in danger for thy dear sake. So with a heavy heart he set hand again to those black rocks, iced and slippery to the touch. Therewith up rose an eldritch cry, Rejoice, for this earthborn is mad. Rejoice, for that was not perfect friend, that relinquished his brother at his need. But just climbed on, and by looking back beheld how in that seeming man's place writhed a griefful serpent. And he was glad, so much as gladness might be in that mountain of affliction and despair. Now was his strength near gone, as day drew again toward night and he climbed the last crags under the peak of Zora. And he, who had all his days drunk deep of the fountain of the joy of life and the glory and the wonder of being, felt ever deadlier and darker in his soul that lonely horror which he first had tasted the day before at his first near sight of Zora. While he flew through the cold air portent-laden. And his whole heart grew sick because of it. And now he was come to the ring of fire that was about the summit of the mountain. He was beyond terror or the desire of life, and trod the fire as it had been his own home's threshold. The blue tongues of flame died under his foot tread, making a way before him. The brazen gates stood wide. He entered in, he passed up the brazen stair, he stood on that high roof floor which he had beheld in dreams. He looked as in a dream on him he had crossed the confines of the dead to find, Lord Goldry Bluszco keeping his lone watch on the unhallowed heights of Zora. Not otherwise was the Lord Goldry, not by an hair's breadth, than as just had aforetime seen him on that first night in Carcë Belorn, so long ago. He reclined propped on one elbow on that bench of brass, his head erect, his eyes fixed as on distant space, viewing the depths beyond the starshine, as one waiting till time should have an end. He turned not at his brother's greeting. Just went to him and stood beside him. The Lord Goldry Bluszco moved not an eyelid. Just spoke again, and touched his hand. It was stiff and like dank earth. The cold of it struck through Just's body and smote him at the heart. He said in himself, "He is dead." With that, the horror shut down upon Just's soul like madness. Fearfully he stared about him. The cloud had lifted from the mountain's peak and hung like a pall above its nakedness. Chill air that was like the breath of the whole world's grave, vast blank cloud barriers, dim far forms of snow and ice, silent, solitary, pale. Like mountains of the dead, it was as if the bottom of the world were opened and truth laid bare, the ultimate nothing. To hold off the horror from his soul, just turned in memory to the dear life of earth, those things he had most set his heart on, men and women he loved dearest in his life's days. Battles and triumphs of his opening manhood, high festivals in Galing, golden summer noons under the Westmark pines, hunting morns on the high heaths of Muelva. The day he first backed a horse, of a spring morning in a primrose glade that opened on Moonmere, when his small brown legs were scarce the length of his forearm now, and his dear father held him by the foot as he trotted, and showed him where the squirrel had her nest in the old oak tree. He bowed his head as if to avoid a blow, so plain he seemed to hear somewhat within him crying with a high voice and loud, "Thou art nothing. And all thy desires and memories and loves and dreams, nothing. The little dead earth louse were of greater avail than thou, were it not nothing as thou art nothing. For all is nothing, earth and sky and sea and they that dwell therein. Nor shall this illusion comfort thee, if it might, that when thou art abolished these things shall endure for a season, stars and months return, and men grow old and die, and new men and women live and love and die and be forgotten. For what is it to thee, that shalt be as a blown-out flame? And all things in earth and heaven, and things past and things for to come, and life and death, and the mere elements of space and time, of being and not being, all shall be nothing unto thee, because thou shalt be nothing, forever. And Lord Fusk cried aloud in his agony, "Fling me to Tartarus, deliver me to the black infernal furies, let them blind me, seethe me in the burning lake. For so should there yet be hope. But in this horror of nothing is neither hope nor life nor death nor sleep nor waking, forever. Forever." In this black mood of horror he abode for a while, until a sound of weeping and wailing made him raise his head, and he beheld a company of mourners walking one behind another about the brazen floor, all cloaked in funeral black, mourning the death of Lord Goldry Bluszco. And they rehearsed his glorious deeds and praised his beauty and prowess and goodliness and strength, soft women's voices lamenting, so that the Lord Just's soul seemed as be listened to arise again out of annihilation's waste. And his heart grew soft again, even unto tears. He felt a touch on his arm and looking up met the gaze of two eyes gentle as a dove's, suffused with tears, looking into his from under the darkness of that hood of mourning. And a woman's voice spake and said, "This is the observable day of the death of the Lord Goldry Bluszco, which hath been dead now a year. And we his fellows in bondage do bewail him, as thou mayst see, and shall so bewail him again year by year whiles we are on life. And for thee, great Lord, must we yet more sorrowfully lament, since of all thy great works done this is the empty guerdon, and this the period of thine ambition. But come, take comfort for a season, since unto all dominions fate hath set their end, and there is no king on the road of death." So the Lord Just, his heart dead within him for grief and despair, suffered her take him by the hand and conduct him down a winding stairway that led from that brazen floor to an inner chamber fragrant and delicious, lighted with dickering lamps. Surely life and its turmoil seemed faded to a distant and futile murmur, and the horror of the void seemed there but a vain imagination, under the heavy sweetness of that chamber. His senses swooned, he turned towards his veiled conductress. She with a sudden motion cast off her mourning cloak, and stood there, her whole fair body bared to his gaze, open-armed, a sight to ravish the soul with love and all delight. Well nigh had he clasped to his bosom that vision of dazzling loveliness. But fortune, or the high gods, or his own soul's might, woke yet again in his drugged brain remembrance of his purpose, so that he turned violently from that bait prepared for his destruction, and strode from the chamber up to that roof where his dear brother sat as in death. Just caught him by the hand. Speak to me, kinsman. It is I, Just. It is Just, thy brother. But Goldry moved not, neither answered any word. Just looked at the hand resting in his, so like his own to the very shape of the finger-nails and the growth of the hairs on the back of the hand and fingers. He let it go, and the arm dropped lifeless. It is very certain, said he, thou art in a manner frozen, and thy spirits and understanding frozen and congealed within thee. So saying, he bent to gaze close in Goldry's eyes, touching his arm and shoulder. Not a limb stirred, not an eyelid flickered. He caught him by the hand and sleeve as if to force him up from the bench, calling him loudly by his name, shaking him roughly, crying, Speak to me, thy brother, that crossed the world to find thee. But he abode a dead weight in Just's grasp. If thou be dead, said Just, then am I dead with thee. But till then I'll ne'er think thee dead. And he sat down on the bench beside his brother, taking his hand in his, and looked about him. Naught but utter silence. Night had fallen, and the moon's calm radiance and the twinkling stars mingled with the pale fires that hedged that mountain top in an uncertain light. Hell loosed no more her denizens in the air, and since the moment when Just had in that inner chamber shaken himself free of that last illusion, no presence had he seen nor simulacrum of man or devil save only Goldry his brother. Nor might that horror any more master his high heart, but the memory of it was but as the bitter chill of a winter sea that takes the swimmer's breath for an instant as he plunges first into the icy waters. So with a calm and a steadfast mind the Lord just abode there, his second night without sleep, for sleep he dared not in that accursed place. But for joy of his found brother, albeit it seemed there was in him neither speech nor sight nor hearing, Just scarce wist of his great weariness. And he nourished himself with that ambrosia given him by the queen, for well he thought the uttermost strength of his body should now be tried in the task he now decreed him. When it was day, he arose and taking his brother Goldry bodily on his back set forth. Past the gates of brass Just bore him, and past the barriers of flame, and painfully and by slow degrees down the long northern ridge which overhangs the Saurian glaciers. All that day, and the night following, and all the next day after were they on the mountain, and well nigh dead was Just for weariness when on the second day an hour or two before sundown they reached the moraine. Yet was triumph in his heart, and gladness of a great deed done. They lay that night in a grove of strawberry trees under the steep foot Da mountain some 10 miles beyond the western shore of Ravari, and met Spitfire and Brandoch Daha who had waited with their boat 2 nights at the appointed spot. About eventide of the following day. Now as soon as Just had brought him off the mountain, this frozen condition of the Lord Goldry was so far thawed that he was able to stand upon his feet and walk. But never a word might he speak, and never a look they gat from him, but still his gaze was set and unchanging, seeming when it rested on his companions to look through and beyond them as at some far thing seen in a mist. So that each was secretly troubled, fearing lest this condition of the Lord Goldry Bluszco should prove remediless, and this that they now received back from prison but the poor remain of him they had so much desired. They came Aland and brought him to Sophonisba the queen where she made haste to meet them on the fair lawn before her pavilion. The queen, as if knowing beforehand both their case and the remedy thereof, took by the hand the Lord Just and said, O my lord, there yet remaineth a thing for thee to do to free him throughly. That hast outfaced terrors beyond the use of man to bring him back, a little stone indeed to crown this building of thine, and yet without it all were in vain, as itself were vain without the rest that was all thine, and mine is this last. And with a pure heart I give it thee. So saving she made the Lord just bow down till she might kiss his mouth, sweetly and soberly one light kiss. And she said, This give unto the Lord thy brother. And just did so, kissing his dear brother in like manner on the mouth. And she said, Take him, dear my lords. And I have utterly put out the remembrance of these things from his heart. Take him, and give thanks unto the high gods because of him. Therewith the Lord Goldry Bluszco looked upon them and upon that fair queen and the mountains and the woods and the cool lake's loveliness, as a man awakened out of a deep slumber. Surely there was joy in all their hearts that day. 29. The Fleet at Muelva. How the Lords of Demonland came again to their ships at Muelva. And the tidings they learned there. For 9 days' space the Lords of Demonland abode with Queen Sophonisba in Carcë and beside the lake of Ravery, tasting such high and pure delights as belike none else hath tasted. If it were not the spirits of the blessed in Elysium, when they bade her farewell, the Queen said, My little martlets shall bring me tidings of you. And when you shall have brought to mere perdition the wicked regiment of Witchland and returned again to your dear native land, then is my time for that, my Lord Just. Whereof I have often talked to thee and often glad my dreams with the thought thereof, to visit earth again and the habitations of men, and be your guest in many mountain Demonland. Just kissed her hand and said, Fail not in this, dear Queen, whatsoe'er betide. So the Queen let bring them by a secret way out upon the high snowfields that are betwixt Carcë and Romshire, whence they came down into the glen of the dark water that descends from the glacier of Temarn. And so through many perilous scapes after many days back by way of the Morna to Muelva and the ships. Their Gaslark and Lafarise, when their greetings were done and their rejoicings, said to the Lord Just, We abide too long time here. We have entered the barrel and the bunghole is stopped. Therewithal they brought him Hesper Golfring, who 3 days ago sailing to the straits for forage came back again but yesterday with a hot alarm that he met certain ships of Witchland, and brought them to battle, and gat one sunken ere they brake off the fight, and took up certain prisoners. By whose examination, saith be, as well as from mine own perceiving and knowing, it appeareth Laxus holdeth the straits with 80 ships of war, the greatest ships that ever the sea bare until this day. Come hither of purpose to destroy us. 80 ships, said Lord Brandoch Daha. Witchland commandeth not the half, nor the third part, of such a strength since we did them down last harvest-tide in Orwath haven. It is not leavable, Hesper. Hesper answered him, Your Highness shall find it truth, and more the sorrow on't and the wonder. 'Tis the scourings of his subject allies, said Spitfire. We shall find them no such hard matter to dispatch after the others. Just said to the Lord Gro, What makest thou of these news, my lord? I think no wonder in it, answered B. Witchland is of good memory and mindeth him of your seamanship off Carcë. He useth not to idle, nor to set all on one hazard. Nor comfort not thyself, my Lord Spitfire, that these be pleasure galleys borrowed from the soft Bestrians or the simple Foliots. They be new ships builded for us, my lords, and our undoing. It is by no conjecture I say it unto you, but of mine own knowledge, albeit the number appeareth far greater than e'er I dreamed of. But or ever I sailed with Corineus to Demonland, great buildings of an army naval was begun at Tenemos. I do very well believe, said King Gaslark, that none knoweth all this better than thou, because thyself didst counsel it. O Gaslark, said Lord Brandoch Daha, must thou still itch to play at chop cherry when cherry time is past? Let him alone. He is our friend now. 80 ships the straits, said Just. And ours 100. 'Tis well seen what great difference and odds there is betwixt us. Which we must needs encounter, or else ne'er sail home again, let alone to Carcë. For out of this sea is no seaway for ships, but only by these straits of Melikaphkhaz. We shall do of Laxus, said Lord Brandoch Daha, that he troweth to do of us. But Just was fallen silent, his chin in his hand. Goldry Bluszco said, I would allow him odds and beat him. It is a great shame in thee, O Just, said Brandoch Daha, if thou wilt be abashed at this. If that they be in number more than we, what then? They are in hope, quarrel, and strength far inferior. But Just, still in a study, reached out and caught him by the sleeve, holding him so a moment or two, and then looked up at him and said, Thou art the greatest quarreller, of a friend, that ever I knew. And if I were an angry man I could not abere thee. May I not 3 minutes study the means, but thou shalt cry out upon me for a milksop. They laughed, and the Lord Just rose up and said, Call we a council of war, and let Hesper Golthring be at it, and his skippers that were with him that voyage. And pack up the stuff, for we will away the morn. If we like not these lettuce, we may pull back our lips. But no choice remaineth. If Laxus will deny us searoom through Melikaphkhaz straits, I trow there shall go up thence a crash which when the king heareth it he shall know it for our first banging on the gates of Carcë. 30. Tidings of Melikaphkhaz. Of news brought unto Gorice the king in Carcë out of the south, where the Lord Laxus lying in the straits with his armada held the fleet of Demonland prisoned in the midland sea. On a night of late summer leaning towards autumn, 8 weeks after the sailing of the demons out of Muelva as is aforet. The Lady Presmera sate before her mirror in Corin's lofty bedchamber in Carcë. The night without was mild and full of stars. Within, yellow flames of candles burning steadily on either side of the mirror rayed forth tresses of tinselling brightness in twin glories or luminous spheres of warmth. In that soft radiance grains as of golden fire swam and circled, losing themselves on the confines of the gloom where the massy furniture and the arras and the figured hangings of the bed were but cloudier divisions and congestions of the general dark. Presmera's hair caught the beams and imprisoned them in a tawny tangle of splendor that swept about her head and shoulders down to the emerald clasps of her girdle. Her eyes resting idly on her own fair image in the shining mirror, she talked light nothings with her woman of the bedchamber who, plying the comb, stood behind her chair of gold and tortoise shell. Reach me yonder book, nurse, that I may read again the words of that serenade the Lord Gro made for me, the night when first we had tidings from my lord out of Impland of his conquest of that land, and the king did make him king thereof. The old woman gave her the book, that was bound in goatskin chiselled and ornamented by the gilder's art, fitted with clasps of gold, and enriched with little gems, smaragds and margery pearls, inlaid in the panels of its covers. Presmera turned the page and read. You meaner beauties of the night, that poorly satisfy our eyes, more by your number than your light. You common people of the skies, what are you when the moon shall rise? You curious chanters of the wood, that warble forth Dame Nature's lays, thinking your passions understood. By your weak accents, what's your praise? When Philomel her voice shall raise. You violets that first ape are, by your pure purple mantles known, like the proud virgins of the year, as if the spring were all your own. What are you when the rose is blown? So, when my princess shall be seen, in form and beauty of her mind, by virtue first, then choice a queen. Tell me, if she were not designed, eclipse and glory of her kind. She abode silent awhile. Then, in a low sweet voice where all the chords of music seemed to slumber, 3 years will be gone next Yuletide, she said, since first I heard that song. And not yet am I grown accustomed to the style of queen. 'Tis pity of my Lord Gro, said the nurse. Thou thinkest. Mirth sat oftener on your face, O queen, when he was here, and you were used to charm his melancholy and make a pish of his fantastical humorous forebodings. Oft doubting not his forejudgment, said Presmera, even the while I thripped my fingers at it. But never saw I yet that the lowering thunder hath that partiality of a tyrant, to blast him that faced it and pass by him that quailed before it. He was most deeply bound servant to your beauty, said the old woman. And yet, she said, viewing her mistress sidelong to see how she would receive it, that were a miss easily made good. She busied herself with the comb a while in silence. After a time she said, O queen, mistress of the hearts of men, there is not a lord in Witchland, nor in earth beside, you might not bind your servant with one thread of this hair of yours. The likeliest and the goodliest were yours at an eye glance. The Lady Presmera looked dreamily into her own sea-green eyes imaged in the glass. Then she smiled mockingly and said, "Whom then accountest thou the likeliest and the goodliest man in all the stablished earth?" The old woman smiled. "O Queen," answered she, "this was the very matter in dispute amongst us at supper only this evening." "A pretty disputation," said Presmera. "Let me be merry. Who was adjudged the fairest and gallantiest by your high court of censure?" "It was not generally determined of, O Queen. Sonic would have my Lord Gro." "Alack, he is too feminine," said Presmera. "Others are Lord the King." "There is none greater," said Presmera, "nor more worshipful. But for an husband, thou shouldst as well wed with a thunderstorm or the hungry sea. Give me some more." Some chose the Lord Admiral. "That," said Presmera, "was a nearer stroke. No skipjack nor soft marmalady courtier, but a brave, tall, gallant gentleman. Aye, but too watery a planet burned at his nativity. He is too like a statue of a man. No, nurse, thou must bring me better than be." The nurse said, "True it is, O Queen, that most were of my thinking when I gave my choice, the King of Demonland." "Fie on thee," cried Presmera. "Name him not so that was too unmighty to hold that land against our enemies. Folk say it was by foxish arts and practices magical was spilt on Crothering's side. Folk say 'twas divils and not horses carried the demons down the mountain at us." "They say," cried Presmera. "I say to thee, he hath found it apter to his bent to flaunt his crown in Witchland than make give him the knee in Galing. For a true king both knee and heart do truly bow before him. But this one, if he had their knee, 'twas in the back side of him he had it, to kick him home again." "Fie, madam," said the nurse. "Hold thy tongue, nurse," said Presmera. "It were good ye were all well whipped for a bunch of silly mares that know not a horse from an ass." The old woman watching her in the glass counted it best keep silence. Presmera said under her breath as if talking to herself, "I know a man, should not have miscarried it thus." The old nurse that loved not Lord Corrand and his haughty fashions and rough speech and wine-bibbing, and was besides jealous that so rude a stock should wear so rich a jewel as was her mistress, followed not her meaning. After some time, the old woman spake softly and said, "You are full of thoughts tonight, madam." Presmera's eyes met hers in the mirror. "Why may I not be so and it likes me?" said she. That stony look of the eyes struck like a gong some 20-year-old memory in the nurse's heart, the little wilful maiden, ill to goad but good to guide, looking out from that queen's face across the years. She knelt down suddenly and caught her arms about her mistress's waist. "Why must you wed then, dear heart," said she, "if you were minded to do what likes you? Men love not sad looks in their wives. You may ride a lover on the curb, madam, but once you wed him 'tis all t'other way, all his way, madam, and beware of, had I wist." Her mistress looked down at her mockingly. "I have been wed 7 years tonight. I should know these things." "And this night," said the nurse. "And but an hour till midnight, and yet he sitteth at board." The Lady Presmera leaned back to look again on her own mirrored loveliness. Her proud mouth sweetened to a smile. "Wilt thou learn me common women's wisdom?" said she, and there was yet more voluptuous sweetness trembling in her voice. "I will tell thee a story, as thou hast told them me in the old days in Norvasp to while me to bed. Hast thou not heard tell how old Duke Hilmans of Maltrany, among some other fantasies such as appear by night unto many in divers places, had one in likeness of a woman with old face of low and little stature or body, which did scour his pots and pans and did such things as a maid servant ought to do, liberally and without doing of any harm. And by his art he knew this thing should be his servant still, and bring unto him whatsoever he would, so long time as he should be glad of the things it brought him. But this duke, being a foolish man and a greedy, made his familiar bring him at once all the year's seasons and their several goods and pleasures, and all good things of earth at one time. So as in 6 months' space, he being sated with these and all good things, and having no good thing remaining unto him to expect or to desire, for very weariness did hang himself. I would never have ta'en me an husband, nurse, and I had not known that I was able to give him every time I would a new heaven and a new earth, and never the same thing twice. She took the old woman's hands in hers and gathered them to her breast, as if to let them learn, rocked for a minute in the bountiful infinite sweetness of that place. What foolish fears were these? Suddenly Presmera clasped the hands tighter in her own, and shuddered a little. She bent down to whisper in the nurse's ear, I would not wish to die. The world without me should be summer without roses. Carcë without me should be a night without the starshine. Her voice died away like the night breeze in a summer garden. In the silence they heard the dip and wash of oar blades from the river without. The sentinel's challenge, the answer from the ship. Presmera stood up quickly and went to the window. She could see the ship's dark bulk by the water gate, and comings and goings, but not clearly. Tidings from the fleet, she said. Put up my hair. And ere that was done, came a little page running to her chamber door, and when it was opened to him, stood panting from his running and said, The king your husband bade me tell you, madam, and pray you go down to him the great hall. It may be ill news, I fear. Thou fearest, pap face, said the queen. I'll have thee whipped if thou bringest thy fears to me. Dost know aught? What's the matter? The ship's much battered, O queen. He is closeted with our lord the king, the skipper. None dare speak else. 'Tis feared the high admiral. Feared! Cried she, swinging round for the nurse to put about her white shoulders her mantle of sendaline and cloth of silver, that shimmered at the collar with purple amethysts and was scented with cedar and galbanum and myrrh. She was forth in the dark corridor, down by the winding marble stair, through the mid-court, hasting to the banquet hall. The court was full of folk talking, but not certain, not save suspense and wonder. Rumor of a great sea fight in the south, a mighty victory won by Laxus upon the demons, just and those lords of Demonland dead and gone, the captives following with the morning's tide. And here and there like an undertone to these triumphant tidings, contrary rumors, whispered low, like the hissing of an adder from her shadowy lair, all not well, the Lord Admiral wounded, half his ships lost, the battle doubtful. The demons escaped. So came that lady into the great hall, and there were the lords and captains of the witches all in a restless quiet of expectation. Duke Corsus lolled forward in his seat down by the cross bench, his breath stertorous, his small eyes fixed in a drunken stare. On the other side Corinth sate huge and motionless, his elbow propped on the table, his chin in his hand, somber and silent, staring at the wall. Others gathered in knots, talking in low tones. The Lord Corineus walked up and down behind the cross bench, his hands clasped behind him, his fingers snapping impatiently at whiles, his heavy jaw held high, his glance high and defiant. Presmera came to Hemming where he stood among 3 or 4 and touched him on the arm. We know nothing, madam, he said. He is with the king. She came to her lord. Thou didst send for me. Corin looked up at her. Why, so I did, madam. Tidings from the fleet. Maybe somewhat, maybe not. But thou dst best be here for't. Good tidings or ill, that shaketh not Carcë walls, said she. Suddenly the low buzz of talk was hushed. The king stood in the curtained doorway. They rose up all to meet him, all save Corsus that sat drunk in his chair. The crown of Witchland shed baleful sparkles above the darkness of the dark fortress face of Gorice the king, the glitter of his dread eyeballs, the deadly line of his mouth, the square black beard jutting beneath. Like a tower he stood, and behind him in the shadow was the messenger from the fleet with countenance the colour of wet mortar. The king spake and said, My lords, here's tidings touching the truth whereof I have well satisfied myself. And it importeth the mere perdition of my fleet. There hath been battle off Melikaphkhaz in the Impland seas. Just hath sunken our ships, every ship save that which brought the tidings, sunk, with Laxus and all his men that were with him. He paused, then, These be heavy news, he said, and I'll have you bear 'em in the old Witchland fashion, the heavier hit the heavier strike again. In the strange deformed silence came a little gasping cry, and the Lady Shriva fell a swooning. The king said, "Let the kings of Impland and of Demonland attend me. The rest, it is commanded that all do get them to bed the instant." The Lord Corrand said in his lady's ear as he went by, taking her with his hand about the shoulder. "What, lass? If the broth split, the meat remaineth. To bed with thee, and never doubt we'll pay them yet." And he with Corineus followed the king. It was past middle night when the council brake up, and Corrand sought his chamber in the eastern gallery above the inner court. He found his lady sitting yet at the window, watching the false dawn over Pixieland. Dismissing his lamp-bearers that lighted him to bed, he bolted and barred the great iron-studded door. The breadth of his shoulders when he turned filled the shadowy doorway, his head well nigh touched the lintel. It was hard to read his countenance in the uncertain gloom where he stood beyond the bright region made by the candlelight, but Presmera's eyes could mark how care sat on his brow. And there was in the carriage of his ponderous frame kingliness and the strength of some strong determination. She stood up, looking up at him as on a mate to whom she could be true and be true to her own self. "Well," she said. "The tables are set," said he, without moving. "The king hath named me his captain general in Carcë." "Is it come to that?" said Presmera. "They have hewn a limb from us," answered he. "They have wit to know the next stroke should be at the heart." "Is it truly so?" said she. 8,000 men. Twice thine army's strength that won Impland for us. All drowned. "'Twas the devilish seamanship of these accursed demons," said Corrand. "It appeareth Laxus held the straits where they must go if ever they should win home again, meaning to fight in the Narrows and so crush with the weight of ships as easy as kill flies. Having by a great odds the bigger strength both in ships and men. They their part kept the sea without, trying their best to tice him forth so they might do their sailor tricks the open. A week or more he withstood it, till the 9th day, the devil curse him for a fool, wherefore could not have had patience. The 9th morning, weary of inaction and having wind and tide something in his favor. The Lord Corrand groaned and snapped his fingers contemptuously. "I'll tell thee the tale tomorrow, madam. I'm surfeited with it tonight. The sum is, Laxus drowned dead and all that were with him, and just with his whole great armament northward bound for Witchland. And the wide seas his. And we expect him, any day. The wind hangeth easterly." "Any day," said Corrand. Presmera said, "That was well done to rest the command in thee. But what of our qualified young gentleman who had that office aforetime? Will he play these terms?" Corrand answered, "Hungry dogs will eat dirty puddings. I think he'll play, albeit he showed his teeth the first while." "Let him keep his teeth for the demons," said she. "This very ship was ta'en," said Corrand, "and sent home by them in a bravado to tell us what betid, a stupid insolent part, shall cost dear, for it hath forewarned us. The skipper had this letter for thee, gave it me monstrous secretly." Presmera took away the wax and opened the letter, and knew the writer of it. She held it out to Corrand. "Read it to me, my lord. I am tired with watching, I read ill by this flickering candlelight." But he said, "I am too poor a scholar, madam. I prithee read it." And in the light of the guttering candles, vexed with an east wind that blew before the dawn, she read this letter, that was conceived in manner following. "Unto the right high mighty and doubted Princess the Quen of Impland. One that was your servant but now being both a traitor and a manifold parjure traitor, which heaven above doth abhor, the earth below detest, the sun moon and stars be ashamed of. And all creatures do curse and adjudge unworthy of breath and life, do wish one lie to die your penitent. In heavy sorrow do send you these advisos which I require your majesty in humblest manner to ponder seeing that else your manifest overthrow and rwinatt hand. And albeit in Carcë you rest in security, it is certain you are there as safe as he that hingeth by the leaves of a tree in the end of autumn when as the leaves begin to fall. For in this late battle in Melikaphkhaz sea hath the whole power of Witchland on the sea been beat down and ruined. And the high admiral of our whole navy lost and dead, and the names of the great men of a county that were slain at the battle I may not number, nor the common sort, much less by reasound that the more part were drowned in the sea, which came not to Syght. But of Damonland not ij ships companies were low sit, but with great puissance they do busky them for Carcë. Having go with them this Goldry Bluszco, strangely rescued from his pre-sound house beyond the Tum, and a great army of the most strang and fell folky that ever I saw or heard speak of. Such is the die of war. Most noble princess, I will speak unto you not by a riddle or dark figure, but plainly, that you let not slip this occasion. For I have dreamt an evil dream, and one portending ruin unto Witchland, being in my sleep on the very eve of this same battle, terrified and smitten with an appearing shape of Laxus armed a cryinga in an high voice and loud. An endy of all. Therefore most earnestly I do beseech your majesty and your noble lord that was my friend before, that by my venomous tray son I lost both you and him, and Allah, take order for your proper safety, and the thing requires haste of your majestis. And this must you do, to fare straightway into your own country of Pixeland and there raise force. Be you before these rebalds and obstinates of Demonland in their proud attempts to strike at Witchland, and so purchase their friendship, who it is very certain will in power invincible stand before Carcë, or ever Witchland shall have time to put you down. This counsel I give you, knowing full well that the power and dominion of the Demon standeth now preeminent and not to be withstowed. So tarry not by a sinking ship, but do as I say, lest all be lost. One thing more I tell you, that shall haply enforce my counsel unto you, the heaviest news of Allah. 'Tis heavy news that such a false troker as he is should yet supervive so many honest men, said Coran. The Lady Presmera held out the letter to her lord. Mine eyes dazzle, she said. Read thou the rest. Coran put his great arm about her as he sat down to the table before the mirror and pored over the writing, spelling it out with one finger. He had little book learning, and it was some time ere he had the meaning clear. He did not read it out. His lady's face told him she had read all ere he began. This was the last news Gro's letter told her, the prince her brother dead in the sea fight, fighting for Demonland, dead and drowned in the sea off Melikaphkhaz. Presmera went to the window. Dawn was beginning, bleak and grey. After a minute she turned her head. Like a she-lion she looked, proud and dangerous-eyed. She was very pale. Her accents, level and quiet, called to the blood like the roll of a distant drum, as she said, "Succors of Demonland, late or never." Coran beheld her uneasily. "Their oaths to me and to him," said she, "sworn to us that night in Carcë. False friends. Oh, I could eat their hearts with garlic." He put his great hands on her two shoulders. She threw them off. "In one thing," she cried, "Gro counselleth us well, to tarry no more on this sinking ship. We must raise forces. But not as he would have it, to uphold these demons, these oath-breakers. We must away this night." Her lord had cast aside his great wolfskin mantle. "Come, madam," said he, "to bed's our nearest journey." Presmera answered, "I'll not to bed. It shall be seen now, O Coran, if that thou be a king indeed." He sat down on the bed's edge and fell to doing off his boots. "Well," he said, "every one as he likes, as the goodman said when he kissed his cow. Day's near dawning, I must be up betimes, and a sleepless night's a poor breeder of invention." But she stood over him, saying, "It shall be seen if thou be a true king. And be not deceived, if thou fail me here I'll have no more of thee. This night we must away. Thou shalt raise Pixeland, which is now mine by right, raise power in thine own vast kingdom of Impland. Fling Witchland to the winds. What care I if she sink or swim? This only is the matter, to punish these vile perjured demons, enemies of ours and enemies of all the world. We need ride no journey for that," said Coran, still putting off his boots. "Thou shalt shortly see Juss and his brethren before Carcë with 300 fighting men at's back. Then cometh the metal to the anvil. Come, come, thou must not weep. I do not weep, said she. Nor I shall not weep. But I'll not be ta'en in Carcë like a mouse in a trap. I'm glad thou wilt not weep, madam. It is as great pity to see a woman weep as a goose to go barefoot. Come, be not foolish. We must not part forces now. We must bide this storm in Carcë. But she cried, there is a curse on Carcë. Gro is lost to us and his good counsel. Dear my lord, I see something wicked that like a thick dark shadow shadoweth all the sky above us. What place is there not subject to the power and regiment of Gorice the king? But he is too proud, we be all too insolent overweeners of our own works. Carcë hath grown too great, and the gods be offended at us. The insolent vileness of Corineus, the old dotard Corsus that must still be at his boozing can, these and our own private quarrels in Carcë must be our bane. Repugn not therefore against the will of the gods, but take the helm in thine own hand ere it be too late. Tush, madam, said he, these be but fray bugs. Daylight shall make thee laugh at them. But Presmera, queening it no longer, caught her arms about his neck. The odd man to perform all perfectly is thou. Wilt thou see us rushing on this whirlpool and not swim for it ere it be too late? And she said in a choked voice, my heart is near broke already. Do not break it utterly. Only thou art left now. The chill dawn, the silent room, the guttering candles, and that high-hearted lady of his, daunted for an instant from her noble and equal courage. Cowering like a bird in his embrace, these things were like an icy breath that passed by and quailed him for a moment. He took her by her two hands and held her off from him. She held her head high again, albeit her cheek was blanched, he felt the brave comrade grip of her hands in his. Dear lass, he said, I cast me not to be awed with none of these spawn of Demonland. Here is my hand, and the hand of my sons, heavy while breath remaineth us against Demonland for thee and for the king. But sith our lord the king hath made me a king, come wind, come wheat, we must weather it in Carcë. True is that saw, for fame one mocketh a king, not for long living. Presmera thought in her heart that these were fey words. But having now put behind her hope and fear, she was resolved to kick against the wind no more, but stand firm and see what destiny would do. 31. The demons before Carcë. How Gorice the king, albeit so strong a sorcerer, elected that by the sword, and chiefly by the Lord Corrent his captain general, should be determined as for this time the event of these high matters. And how those twain, the king and the Lord just, spake face to face at last, and of the bloody battle before Carcë, and what fruit was garnered there and what made ripe against harvest. Gorice the king sate in his chamber the 13th morning after these tidings brought to Carcë. On the table under his hand were papers of account and schedules of his armies and their equipment. Corrent sate at the king's right hand, and over against him Corineus. Corrent's great hairy hands were clasped before him on the table. He spoke without book, resting his gaze on the steady clouds that sailed across the square of sky seen through the high window that faced him. Of Witchland and the home provinces, O king, naught but good. All the companies of soldiers which were appointed to repair to this part by the 10th of the month are now come hither, save some bands of spearmen from the south, and some from Estragansia. These last I expect today. Viglus writeth they come with him with the heavy troops from Baltari I sent him to assemble. So is the muster full as for these parts, Thramn, Zorn, Permio, the land of Ar, Trace, Butini, and Estramarine. Of the subject allies, there's less good there. The kings of Minia and Gilta, Olus of Tecapan, County Escabrine of Tsusha, the king of Elian, all be here with their contingents. But there's mightier names we miss. Duke Maxlin of Azumel hath flung off's allegiance and cut off your envoy's ears, O king, 'tis thought for some supposed light part of the sons of Corsus done to his sister. That docketh us 30 score stout fighters. The Lord of Witchland sendeth no answer, and now are we advertised by Minia and Gilta of his open malice and treason, who did stubbornly let them the way hither through his country while they hastened to do your majesty's commands. Then there's the Ogedian levies, should be nigh 1,000 spears, 10 days overdue. Hemming, that riseth Pixiland in Presmera's name, will bring them in if he may. Who also hath order, being on his way, to rouse Maltrani to action, from whom no word as yet, and I do fear treachery in Maltrani and Ogedia both, they have been so long of coming. King Barsht of Teribia sendeth flat refusal. It is known to you besides, O king, said Corineus, that the king of Nevria came in last night, many days past the day appointed, and but half his just compliment. The king drew back his lips. I will not dash his spirits by blaming him at this present. Later, I'll have that king's head for this. This is the sum, said Corand. Nay, then, I had forgot the red foliot with spoke, 300 perchance, came in this morning. Corineus thrust out his tongue and laughed, one hen lobster such as he shall scarce afford a course for this banquet. He keepeth faith, said Corand, where bigger men turn dastards. 'Tis seen now that these forced leagues be as sure as they were sealed with butter. Your majesty will doubtless give him audience. The king was silent a while, studying his papers. What strength today in Carcë, he asked. Corand answered him, as near as may be 200 foot and 50 horse, 5,000 in all. And, that I weigh most, O king, big broad strong set lads of Witchland nigh every jack of M. The king said, 'Twas not well done, O Corand, to bid thy son delay for Ogedia and Maltrani. He might else have been in Carcë now with 1,000 Pixilanders to swell our strength. I did that I did, answered Corand, seeking only your good, O king. A few days' delay might buy us 1,000 spears. Delay, said the king, hath favoured mine enemy. This we should have done, at his first landing give him no time but wink, set on him with all our forces, and throw him into the sea. If luck go with us that may yet be, said Corand. The king's nostrils widened. He crouched forward, glaring at Corand and Corineus, his jaw thrust out so that the stiff black beard on it brushed the papers on the table before him. The demons, said B, landed the night at Ralpa. They come on with great journeys northward. Will be here ere 3 days be spent. Both they grew red as blood. Corand spake, who told you these tidings, O king? Care not thou for that, said the king. Enough for thee, I know it. Hath it ta'en you napping? No, answered he. These 10 days past we have been ready, with what strength we might make, to receive come they from what quarter they will. So it is, though, that while we lack the Pixiland succours just hath by some odds the advantage over us, if, as our intelligence saith, 6,000 fighting men do follow him, and these forced besides with some that should be ours. Thou wouldst, said the king, await these out of Pixiland, with that else Hemming may gather, afore we offer them battle. Said Corand, that would I. We must look beyond the next turn of the road, O my lord the king. That would not I, said Corineus. That is stoutly said, Corineus, said the king. Yet remember, thou hadst the greater force on Crothering's side, yet wast overborne. 'Tis that standeth in my mind, lord, said Corand. For well I know, had I been there I'd have fared no better. The lord Corineus, whose brow had darkened with the naming of his defeat, looked cheerfully now and said, I pray you but consider, O my lord the king. That here at home is no room for such a slight or gin as that whereby in their own country they took me. When Juss and Brandoch Daha and their stinking gaberlunzies do cry huff at us on Witchland soil, 'tis time to give a choke pear. Which with your leave, lord, I will promise now to do, other else to lose my life. Give me thy hand, said Corand. Of all men else would I chosen thee for such a day as this, and, wert today to meet the whole power of Demonland in arms, to stand perdue with thee for this bloody service. But let us hear the king's commands, which way soe'er he choose, we shall do it right gladly. Gorice the king sat silent. One lean hand rested on the iron serpent head of his chair's arm, the other, with finger outstretched against the jutting cheekbone, supported his chin. Only in the deep shadow of his eye sockets a lambent light moved. At length he started, as if the spirit, flown to some unsound gulfs of time or space, had in that instant returned to its mortal dwelling. He gathered the papers in a heap and tossed them to Corand. "Too much leaf on it," said he. "He that hath many peas may put more in the pot. But now the day approacheth when I and Just must cast up our account together, and one or all shall be brought to death and bane." He stood up from his chair and looked down on those two, his chosen captains, great men of war raised up by him to be kings over 2/4 of the world. They watched him like little birds under the eye of a snake. "The country hereabout," said the king, "is not good for horsemanship, and the demons be great horsemen. Carcë is strong, and never can it be forced by assault. Also under mine eye should my men of Witchland acquit themselves to do the greatest deeds. Therefore will we abide them here in Carcë, until young Hemming come and his levies out of Pixieland. Then shall ye fall upon them and never make an end till the land be utterly purged of them, and all the lords of Demonland be slain." Corineia said, "To hear is to obey, O king. Howsoever, not to dissemble with you, I'd leave her at once, stead of let them sit a while and refresh their army. Occasion is a wanton wench, O king, that is quick to beckon another man if one look coldly on her. Moreover, lord, could you not by your art, in small time, with certain compositions?" But the king brake in upon him saying, "Thou knowest not what thou speakest. There is thy sword, there thy men, these my commands. See thou perform them punctually when time shall come." "Lord," said Corineia, "ye shall not find me wanting." Therewith he did obeisance and went forth from before the king. The king said unto Corand, "Thou hast manned him well, this tassel gentle. There was some danger he should so mislike subjection unto thee in these acts martial as it should breed some quarrel should little speed our enterprise." "Think not you that, O king," answered Corand. "'Tis grown like an almanac for the past year, past date. A will feed out of my hand now." "Because thou hast carried it with him," said the king, in so honorable and open plainness. "Hold on the road thou hast begun, and be mindful still that into thine hand is given the sword of Witchland, and therein have I put my trust for this great hour." Corand looked upon the king with grey and quick eyes shining like unto the eagle's. He slapped his heavy sword with the flat of his hand. "'Tis a tough fox, O my lord the king, will not fail his master." Therewith, glad at the king's gracious words, he did obeisance unto the king and went forth from the chamber. The same night there appeared in the sky impending over Carcë a blazing star with 2 bushes. Corand beheld it in an open space betwixt the clouds as he went to his chamber. He said not of it to his lady wife, lest it should trouble her. But she too had from her window seen that star, yet spake not of it to her lord for a like reason. And King Gorice, sitting in his chamber with his baleful books, beheld that star and its fiery streamers, which the king rather noted than liked. For albeit he might not know of a certain what way that sign intended, yet was it apparent to one so deeply learned in nigromancy and secrets astronomical that this thing was fatal. Being of those prodigies and ominous prognostics which forerun the tragical ends of noble persons and the ruins of states. The 3rd day following, watchmen beheld from Carcë walls in the pale morning the armies of the demons that filled the whole plain to southward. But of the succours cut of Pixieland was as yet no sign at all. Gorice the king, according as he had determined, held all his power quiet within the fortress. But for passing of the time, and because it pleased his mind to speak yet face to face with the Lord just before this last mortal trial in arms should be begun betwixt them, the king sent Cadorus as his herald with flags of truce and olive branches into the demons' lines. By which mission it was concluded that the demons should withdraw their armies 3 bowshots from the walls, and they of Witchland should abide all within the hold. Only the king with 14 of his folk unarmed and just with a like number unarmed should come forth into the midst of the bateable ground and there speak together. And this meeting must be at the 3rd hour after noon. So either party came to this parley at the hour appointed. Just went bareheaded but, save for that, all armed in his shining byrnie with gorget and shoulder plates damasked and embossed with wires of gold, and golden leg harness, and rings of red gold upon his wrists. His kirtle was of wine-dark silken tissue, and he wore that dusky cloak the sylphs had made for him, the collar whereof was stiff with broidery and strange beasts worked thereon in silver thread. According to the compact he bare no weapon. Only in his hand a short ivory staff inlaid with precious stones, and the head of it a ball of that stone which men call Belus eye, that is white and hath within it a black apple, the midst whereof a man shall see to glitter like gold. Very masterful and proud he stood before the king, carrying his head like a stag that sniffs the morning. His brethren and Brandoch Daha remained a pace or two behind him, with King Gaslark and the Lords Zig and Gro, and Melchar and Tharmrod and Sturkner, Quaz with his 2 sons, and Asta, and Bremery of Shaws, goodly men and lordly to look on. Unweaponed all. And wondrous was the sparkle of their jewels that were on them. Over against them, attending on the king, were these, Corin king of Impland, and Corinius called king of Demonland, Hackman and Viglas Corin's sons, Duke Corsus and his sons Decalogus and Gorius, Iulian king of Minia, Olus lord of Tecapan. Duke Avel of Estraganzia, the Red Foliot, Erp the king of Elian, and the counts of Thram and Susha. Unweaponed, but armored to the throat, big men and strong the most of them and of lordly bearing, yet none to match with Corinius and Corin. The king, in his mantle of cobra skins, his staff royal in his hand, topped by half a head all those tall men about him, friend and foe alike. Lean and black he towered amongst them, like a thunder-blasted pine tree seen against the sunset. So, in the golden autumn afternoon, in the midst of that sad main of sedgelands where between slimy banks the weed-choked Druma deviously winds toward the sea, were those 2 men met together for whose ambition and their pride the world was too little a place to contain them both and peace lying between them. And like some drowsy dragon of the elder slime, squat, sinister, and monstrous, the citadel of Carcë slept over all. By and by the king spake and said, I sent for thee because I think it good I and thou should talk together while yet is time for talking. Just answered, I quarrel not with that, O king. Thou, said the king, bending his brow upon him, art a man wise and fearless. I counsel thee, and all these that be with thee, turn back from Carcë. Well I see the blood thou didst drink in Melikaphkhaz will not allay thy thirst, and war is to thee thy pearl and thy paramour. Yet, if it be, turn back from Carcë. Thou standest now on the pinnacle of thine ambition. Wilt leap higher, thou fall'st in the abyss. Let the 4 corners of the earth be shaken with our wars, but not this centre. For here shall no man gather fruit, but and if it be death he gather. Or if, then this fruit only, that zoachum, that fruit of bitterness, which when he shall have tasted of, all the bright lights of heaven shall become as darkness and all earth's goodness as ashes in his mouth all his life's days until he die. He paused. The Lord just stood still, quailing not at all beneath that dreadful gaze. His company behind him stirred and whispered. Lord Brandoch Daha, with mockery in his eye, said somewhat to Goldry Bluszco under his breath. But the king spake again to the Lord just, Be not deceived. These things I say unto thee not as labouring to scare you from your set purpose with frights and fairy babes, I know your quality too well. But I have read signs in heaven, not clear, but threatful unto both you and me. For thy good I say it, O just, and again, for that our last speech leaveth the firmest print, be advised, turn back from Carcë or it be too late. Lord just hearkened attentively to the words of Gorice the king, and when he had ended, answered and said, O king, thou hast given us terrible good counsel. But it was riddlewise. And hearing thee, mine eye was still on the crown thou wearest, made in the figure of a crab-fish, which, because it looks one way and goes another, methought did fitly pattern out thy looking to our perils but seeking the while thine own advantage. The king gave him an ill look, saying, I am thy lord paramount. With subjects it sits not to use this familiar style unto their king. Just answered, Thou dost thee and thou me. And indeed it were folly in either of us twain to bend knee to t'other, when the lordship of all the earth waiteth on the victor in our great contention. Thou hast been open with me, Witchland, to let me know thou art uneager to strike a field with us. I will be open too, and I will make an offer unto thee, and this it is, that we will depart out of thy country and do no more unpeaceful deeds against thee, till thou provoke us again. And thou, of thy part, of all the land of Demonland shalt give up thy quarrel, and of Pixieland and Impland beside. And shalt yield me up Carcë and Corineus thy servants that I may punish them for the beastly deeds they did in our land when as we were not there to guard it. He ceased, and for a minute they beheld each other in silence. Then the king lifted up his chin and smiled a dreadful smile. Corineus whispered mockingly in his ear, Lord, you may lightly give him Carcë. That were easy composition, and false coin too methinks. Stand back thy place, said the king, and hold thy peace. And unto Lord Just he said, of all ensuing harm the cause is in thee. For I am now resolved never to put up my sword until of thy bleeding head I may make a football. And now, let the earth be afraid, and Cynthia obscure her shine, no more words but mum. Thunder and blood and night must usurp our parts, to complete and make up the catastrophe of this great peace. That night the king walked late in his chamber in the iron tower alone. These 3 years past he had seldom resorted thither, and then commonly but to bear away some or other of his books to study in his own lodging. His jars and flasks and bottles of blue and green and purple glass wherein he kept his cursed drugs and electuaries of secret composition, his athels and athanors, his crucibles, his horse-bellied retorts and alembics and bainsmarys, stood a row on shelves coated with dust and hung about with the dull spider's weavings. The furnace was cold, the glass of the windows was clouded with dirt, the walls were mildewed, the air of the chamber fusty and stagnant. The king was deep in his contemplation, with a big black book open before him on the six-sided reading stand, the damnablest of all his books. The same which had taught him aforetime what he must do when by the wicked power of enchantment he had wanted but a little to have confounded Demonland and all the lords thereof in death and ruin. The open page under his hand was of parchment discolored with age, and the writing on the page was in characters of ancient out-of-fashion crabbedness, heavy and black. And the great initial letters and the illuminated borders were painted and gilded in dark and fiery hues with representations of dreadful faces and forms of serpents and toad-faced men and apes and manticores and succubi and incubi and obscene representations and figures of unlawful meaning. These were the words of the writing on the page which the king conned over and over, falling again into a deep study between whiles. And then conning these words again of an age-old prophetic writing touching the preordinate destinies of the royal house of Gorice in Carcë. So shall your house stand and be unto eternity. Yet walk warily, witting full certainly, that if impiously, the second time in the body, practising grammary, one of ye catched shall be, by the faintest subtlety. And heis live lo sit be. Broke ys then this siri. Dampned are you then eternal lie. Yerth shuldasto then never more see. Scarsely the gods mought rescue ye. Out of the helle where you all lie. Unto eternity. The stairs Tilda hit me. Gorice the king stood up and went to the south window. The casement bolts were rusted. He forced them and they flew back with a shriek and a clatter and a thin shower of dust and grit. He opened the window and looked out. The heavy night grew to her depth of quiet. There were lights far out in the marshes, the lights of Lord Just's campfires of his armies gathered against Carcë. Scarcely without a chill might a man have looked upon that king standing by the window. For there was in the tall lean frame of him an iron aspect as of no natural flesh and blood but some harder colder element. And his countenance, like the picture of some dark divinity graven ages ago by men long dead, bore the imprint of those old qualities of unrelenting power, scorn, violence, and oppression, ancient as night herself yet untouched by age. Young as each night and it shuts down and old and elemental as the primeval dark. A long while he stood there, then came again to his book. Gorice XII, he said in himself. That was once in the body. And I have done better than that, but not yet well enough. 'Tis too hazardous, the second time, alone. Corand is a man undaunted in war, but the man is too superstitious and quaketh at that which hath not flesh and blood. Apparitions and urchin shows can quite unman him. There's Corineus, careth not for God or man a point. But he is too rash and unadvised, I were mad to trust him in it. Were the goblin here, it might be carried. Damnable both sides villain, he's cast off from me. He scanned the page as if his piercing eyes would thrust beyond the barriers of time and death and discover some new meaning in the words which should agree better with the thing his mind desired while his judgment forbade it. He says, damned eternally, he says that breaketh the series, and earth shouldst thou then never more see. Put him by. And the king slowly shut up his book, and locked it with 3 padlocks, and put back the key in his bosom. The need is not yet, he said. The sword shall have his day, and Corand. But if that fail me, then even this shall not turn me back, but I will do that I will do. In the same hour when the king was but now entered again into his own lodgings, came through a runner of Hemmings to let them know that 1,500 strong, marched down the way of kings from Pixieland. Moreover they were advertised that the demon fleet lay in the river that night, and it was not unlike the attack should be in the morning by land and water. All night the king sate in his chamber holding counsel with his generals and ordering all things for the morrow. All night long he closed not his eyes an instant, but the others he made sleep by turns because they should be brisk and ready for the battle. For this was their counsel, to draw out their whole army on the left bank before the bridge gate and there offer battle to the demons at point of day. For if they should abide within doors and suffer the demons to cut young Hemming off from the bridge gate, then were he lost, and if the bridge house should fall and the bridge, then might the demons lightly ship what force they pleased to the right bank and so closely invest them in Carcë. Of an attack on the right bank to sit they had no fear, well knowing themselves able I within doors and laugh at them, since the walls were there inexpugnable. But if a battle were now brought about before the bridge gate as they were minded, and Hemming should join in the fight from the eastward, there was good hope that they should be able to crumple up the battle of the demons, driving them in upon their centre from the west whilst Hemming smote them on the other part. Whereby these should be cast into a great rout and confusion and not be able to escape away to their ships, but there in the fenlands before Carcë should be made a prey unto the witches. When it was the cold last hour before the dawn the generals took from the king their latest commands ere they drew forth their armies. Corineus came forth first from the king's chamber a little while before the rest. In the draughty corridor the lamps swung and smoked, making an uncertain windy light. Corineus espied by the stair-head the lady Shriva standing, whether watching to bid her father adieu or but following idle curiosity. Whichever it were, not a fico gave he for that, but coming swiftly upon her whisked her aside into an alcove where the light was barely enough to let him see the pale shimmer of her silken gown, dark hair pinned loosely up in deep snaky coils, and dark eyes shining. My witty false one, have I caught thee? Nay, fight not. Thy breath smells like cinnamon. Kiss me, Shriva. I'll not, said she, striving to escape. Naughty man, am I used thus? But finding she got not by struggling, she said in a low voice, well, if thou bring back Demonland tonight, then, let's hold more chat. Hearken to the naughty traitress, said he, that but last night didst do me some uncivil discourtesies, and now speaketh me fair, and what a devil for? If not, cause Hersmeth I'll likely not come back after this day's fight. But I'll come back, Mistress Kiss and begone, by the gods, and I'll have my payment too. His lips fed deep on her lips, his strong and greedy hands softly mastered her against her will, till with a little smothered cry she embraced him, bruising her tender body against the armor he was girt withal. Between the kisses she whispered, yes, yes, tonight. Surely he damned spiteful fortune, that sent him not this encounter by an half-hour sooner. When he was departed, Shriva remained in the shadow of the alcove to set in order her hair and apparel, not a little disarrayed in that hot wooing. Out of which darkness she had convenience to observe the leave-taking of Presmera and her lord as they came down that windy corridor and paused at the head of the stairs. Presmera had her arm in his. "I know where the devil keepeth his tail, madam," said Corin. "And I know a very traitor when I see him. When didst thou ever yet fare ill by following of my counsel, my lord?" said Presmera. "Or did I refuse thee ever anything thou didst require me of? These 7 years since I put off my maiden zone for thee. And 20 kings sought me in sweet marriage, but thee I preferred before them all, seeing the falcon shall not mate with popinjays nor the she-eagle with swans and bustards. And will you say nay to me in this?" She stood round to face him. The pupils of her great eyes were large in the doubtful lamplight, swallowing their green fires in deep pools of mystery and darkness. The rich and gorgeous ornaments of her crown and girdle seemed but a poor casket for that matchless beauty which was hers, her face. Where every noble and sweet quality in everything desirable of earth or heaven had framed each feature to itself, the glory of her hair, like the red sun's glory, her whole body's poise and posture, like a stately bird's new lighted after flight. "Though it be very rhubarb to me," said Corin, "shall I say nay to thee this tide?" "Not this tide, my queen." "Thanks, dear my lord. Disarm him and bring him in if you may. The king shall not refuse us this to pardon his folly, when thou shalt have obtained this victory for him upon our enemies." The Lady Shriva might hear no more, hearkened she never so curiously. But when they were now come to the stair foot, Corin paused a minute to try the buckles of his harness. His brow was clouded. At length he spake. "This shall be a battle mortal fierce and doubtous for both parties. 'Gainst such mighty opposites as here we have, 'tis possible, no more, but kiss me, dear lass. And if, tush, tea will not be, and yet, I'd not leave it unsaid, if ill-tide ill, I'd not have thee waste all thy days grieving. Thou knowest I am not one of your sour envious jacks, bears so poor a conceit. Oh, themselves they begrudge their wives should wed again lest the next husband should prove the better man." But Presmera came near to him with good and merry countenance. "Let me stop thy mouth, my lord. These be foolish thoughts for a great king going into battle. Come back in triumph, and I, the mean season think on me that wait for thee, as a star waits, dear my lord. And never doubt the issue." "The issue," answered he, "I'll tell thee when 'tis done. I'm no astronomer. I'll hew with my sword, love. Spoil some of their guesses if I may. Good fortune and my love go with thee," she said. Shriva coming forth from her hiding hastened to her mother's lodging, and there found her that had just bid adieu to her 2 sons, her face all blubbered with tears. In the same instant came the duke her husband to change his sword, and the Lady Zenambria caught him about the neck and would have kissed him. But he shook her off, crying out that he was weary of her and her slobbering mouth. Menacing her besides with filthy imprecations, that he would drag her with him and cast her to the demons, who, since they had a strong loathing for such ugly tits and stale old trots, would no doubt hang her up or disembowel her and so rid him of his lasting consumption. Therewith he went forth hastily. But his wife and daughter, either weeping upon other, came down into the court, meaning to go up to the tower above the water gate to see the army marshalled beyond the river. And on the way Shriva related all she had heard said betwixt Corin and Presmera. In the court they met with Presmera's self, and she going with blithe countenance and light tread and humming a merry tune bade them good morrow. "You can bear these things more bravelier than we, madam," said Zenambria. "We be too gentle-hearted methinks and pitiful." Presmera replied upon her, "'Tis true, madam, I have not the weak sense of some of you soft-eyed whimpering ladies. And by your leave I'll keep my tears, which be great spoilers of the cheeks beside, until I need em." When they were passed by, "Is it not a stony-livered and a shameless hussy, O my mother?" said Shriva. "And is it not scandalous her laughing and jesting, as I have told it thee, when she did bid him adieu, devising only how best she might coax him to save the life of yonder chambering traitorous hound? With whom," said Zenambria, "she want to do the thing I'd think shame to speak on. Truly this foreign madam with her loose and wanton ways doth scandal the whole land for us. But Presmera went her way, glad that she had not by an eyelid's flicker let her lord guess what a dread possessed her mind, who had in all the bitter night seen strange and cruel visions portending loss and ruin of all she held dear. Now, when dawn appeared, was the king's whole army drawn out in battle array before the bridge house. Corineus held command on the left. There followed him 1,500 chosen troops of Witchland, with the dukes of Trace and Estraganzia, besides these kings and princes with their outlandish levies, the king of Minia, Count Escobrine of Tsusha, and the Red Foliot. Corsus led the center, and with him went King Erp of Elion and his green-coated sling-casters, the king of Nevria, Axticus lord of Permio, the king of Gilta, Olus of Tecapan, and other captains, 1,700 men in all. The right the Lord Corrand had chosen for himself. 2,000 Witchland troops, the likeliest and best, hardened to war in Impland and Demonland and the southeastern borders, followed his standard, beside the heavy spearmen of Baltari and swordsmen of Butini and Ar. Viglas his son was there, and the Count of Thram, Cadaris, Didaris of Largos, and the Lord of Estramarine. But when the demons were ware of that great army standing before the bridge gate, they put themselves in array for battle. And their ships made ready to move up the river under Carcë, if by any means they might attack the bridge by water and so cut off for the witches their way of retreat. It was bright low sunshine, and the splendor of the jeweled armor of the demons and their many-colored kirtles and the plumes that were in their helms was a wonder to behold. This was the order of their battle. On their left nearest the river was a great company of horse, and the Lord Brandoch Daha to lead them on a great golden dun with fiery eyes. His island men, Melchar and Tharmrod, with Camera of Stropperton and Sturkmer and Stipmar, were the chief captains that rode with him to that battle. Next to these came the heavy troops from the east, and the Lord just himself their leader on a tall fierce big-boned chestnut. About him was his picked bodyguard of horse, with Bremery of Shaws their captain. And in his battle were these chiefs besides, Asta of Retre and Gismore Gleam of Justdale and Peridor of Sewell. Lord Spitfire led the centre, and with him Fender of Shalgrith, and Emeron, and the men of Dalnay, great spearmen. Also the Duke of Azumel, sometime allied with Witchland. There went also with him the Lord Gro, that scanned still those ancient walls with a heavy heart, thinking on the great king within, and with what mastery of intellect and will he ruled those dark turbulent and bloody men who bear sway under him. Thinking on Queen Presmera. To his sick imagining, the blackness of Carcë which no bright morning light might lighten seemed not as of old the image and emblem of the royal house of Witchland and their high magnificency and power on earth. But rather the shadow thrown before of destiny and death ready to put down that power for ever. Which whether it should so befall or no he did not greatly care, being aweary of life and life's fevers, wild longings, and exorbitant affects, whereof he thought he had now learned much, that to him, who as it seemed must still adhere to his own foes abandoning the other's service, fortune through whatever chop could bring no peace at last. On the demon right the Lord Goldry Bluszco streamed his standard, leading to battle the South Firthers and the heavy spearmen of Martyrdale and Throwater. With him was King Gaslark and his army of Goblinland, and levies from Ogydia and Uchtland, lately revolted from their allegiance to King Gorice. The Lord Zig, with his light horse of Ramrick and Kelialand and the northern dales, covered their flank to the eastward. Gorice the king beheld these dispositions from his tower above the water gate. He beheld, besides, a thing the demons might not see from below. For a little swelling of the ground that cut off their view, the marching of men far away along the way of kings from the eastward, young Hemming with the vassalry of Pixieland and Maltrani. He sent a trusty man to apprise Corrand of it. Now Lord just let blow up the battle call, and with the loud braying of the trumpets the hosts of the demons swung forth to battle. And the clash of those armies when they met before Carcë was like the bursting of a thundercloud. But like a great sea-cliff patient for ages under the storm wind's furies, that not one night's loud wind and charging breakers can wear away, nor yet 1,000 nights, the embattled strength of Witchland met their onset, mixed with them, flung them back, and stood unremoved. Corin's iron battalions bear in this first brunt the heaviest load, and bear it through. For the ships, with young Hesper Goldring in command most fiercely urging them, ran up the river to force the bridge, and Corin whiles he met on his front the onset of the flower of Demonland must still be shot at by these behind. Hackman and Viglas, those young princes his sons, were charged with the warding of the bridge and walls to burn and break up their ships. And they of all hands bestirring them twice and thrice threw back the demons when they had gotten a footing on the bridge. Until in fine, both sides for a long space fighting very cruelly, it fell out very fatally against Hesper and his power, his ships all lighted in a low and the more part of his folk burned or drowned or slain with the sword. And himself after many and grievous wounds in his last attempt left alone on the bridge, and crawling to have got away was stabbed in with a dagger and died. After this the ships fell back down the river, so many as might avail thereto, and those sons of Corin, their task manfully fulfilled, came forth with their folk to join in the main battle. And the smoke of the burning ships was like incense in the nostrils of the king watching these things from his tower above the water-gate. Little pause was there betwixt this first brunt and the next, for Hemming now bare down from the east, drave in Zig's horsemen that were hampered in the heavy ground, and pressed his onset home on the demon right. Along the whole line from Corin's post beside the river to the eastern flank where Hemming joined Corineus the witches now set on most fiercely. And now were the odds of numbers, which were at first against them, swung mightily in their favour. And under this great side blow on his flank not all the Lord Goldry Bluszco's soldiership nor all the terror of his might in arms could uphold the demons' battle line. Yard by yard they fell back before the witches, most gloriously maintaining their array unbroken, though the outland allies broke and fled. Meantime on the demon left Juss and Brandoch Daha most stubbornly withstood that onslaught, albeit they had to do with the first and chosen troops of Witchland. In which struggle befell the most bloody fighting that was yet seen that day, and the stir of battle so asper and so mortal that it was hard to see how any man should come out from it with life. Since not a man of either side would budge an inch but die there in his steps if he might not rather slay the foe before him. So the armies swayed for an hour like wrestlers locked, but in the end the Lord Corin had his way and held his ground before the bridge gate. Romanard of Dalnay, galloping to Lord just where he paused a while panting from violence of the battle brought him by Spitfire's command tidings from the right, telling him Goldry's self could hold no longer against such odds, that the centre yet held. But at the next onset was like to break, or the right wing else be driven in upon their rear and all overwhelmed. If your highness cannot throw back Corin, all is lost. In these short minutes lull, if lull it were when all the time the battle like a sounding sea rolled on with a ceaseless noise of riding and slaying and the clang of arms, just chose. Demonland and the whole world's destinies hung on his choice. He had no counsellor. He had no time for slow deliberation. In such a moment imagination, resolution, swift decision, all high gifts of nature, are not, swift horses gulfed and lost in the pit which fate the enemy digged in the way before them. Except painful knowledge, stored up patiently through years of practice, shall have prepared a road sure and clean for their flying hooves to bear them in the great hour of destiny. So it was from the beginning with all great captains, so with the Lord just in that hour when ruin swooped upon his armies. For 2 minutes' space he stood silent. Then sent Bremery of Shaw's galloping westward like one minded to break his neck with his orders to Lord Brandoch Daha, and Romanard eastward again to Spitfire. And just himself riding forward among his soldiers shouted among them in a voice that was like a trumpet thundering, that they should now make ready for the fiercest trial of all. "Is my cousin mad?" said Lord Brandoch Daha, when he saw and understood the whole substance and matter of it. "Or hath he found Corin so tame to deal with he can make shift without me and well nigh half his strength, and yet withstand him?" "He looseth this hold," answered Bremery, "to snatch at safety. 'Tis desperate, but all other ways we but wait on destruction. Our right is clean driven in, the left holdeth but hardly. He chargeth your highness break their centre if you may. They have somewhat dangerously advanced their left, and therein is their momentary peril if we be swift enough." But remember that here, this side is their greatest power before us, and if we be whelmed ere you can compass it. No more but yes, said Lord Brandoch Daha. Time gallopeth, so must we. Even so in that hour when Goldry and Zig, giving way step by step before superior odds, were bent back well nigh with their backs to the river. And Corand on the demons left had after a bitter battle checked and held them and threatened now to complete in one more great blow the ruin of them all, just choosing a desperate expedient to meet a danger that else must destroy him. Weakened his hard-pressed left to throw Brandoch Daha and well nigh 800 horse into Spitfire's battle to drive a wedge betwixt Carcë and Corineus. It was now long past noon. The tempest of battle that had quietened a while for utter weariness roared forth anew from wing to wing as Brandoch Daha hurled his horsemen upon Carcë and the subject allies. While all along the battle line the demons rallied to fling back the enemy. For a breathless while, the issue hung in suspense, then the men of Gilta and Nevria broke and fled, Brandoch Daha and his cavalry swept through the gap, wheeled right and left and took Carcë and Corineus in rank and rear. There fell in this onset Axticus Lord of Permio, the kings of Elion and Gilta, Gorice the son of Carcë, the count of Tsusha, and many other noblemen and men of mark. Of the demons many were hurt and many slain, but none of great note save Camera of Stroperdon, whose head Corineus swapped off clean with a blow of his battle-axe. And Trentmar whom Carcë smote full in the stomach with a javelin so that he fell down from his horse and was dead at once. Now was all the left and center of the witches' battle thrown into great confusion, and the allies most of all fallen into disorder and fain to yield themselves and pray for mercy. The king, seeing the extent of this disaster, sent a galloper to Corand, who straightway sent to Carcë and Corineus commanding them get them at their speediest with all their folk back into Carcë while time yet served. Himself in the meantime, showing now, like the sun, his greatest countenance in his lowest estate, set on with his weary army to stem the advance of Just, who now momently gathered fresh force against him. And to keep open for the rest of the king's forces their way by the bridge gate into Carcë. Corineus, when he understood it, galloped thither with a band of men to aid Corand, and this did likewise Hemming and Decalogus and other captains of the witches. But Carcë himself, counting the day lost and considering that he was an old man and had fought now long enough, gat him privily back into Carcë as quickly as he was able. And truly he was bleeding from many wounds. By this great stand of Corand and his men was time won for a great part of the residue of the army to escape into Carcë. And ever the witches were put aback and lost much ground, yet ever the Lord Corand by his great valiance and noble heart recomforted his folk, so that they gave back very slowly, most bloodily disputing the ground foot by foot to the bridge gate. That they also might win in again, so many as might. Just said, this is the greatest deed of arms that ever I in the days of my life did see, and I have so great an admiration and wonder in my heart for Corand that almost I would give him peace. But I have sworn now to have no peace with Witchland. Lord Gro was in that battle with the demons. He ran Didaris through the neck with his sword, so that he fell down and was dead. Corand, when he saw it, heaved up his axe, but changed his intention in the manage, saying, O landskip of iniquity, shalt thou kill beside me the men of mine household? But my friendship sitteth not on a weather vane. Live, and be a traitor. But Gro, being mightily moved with these words, and staring at great Corand wide-eyed like a man roused from a dream, answered, Have I done amiss? 'Tis easy remedied. Therewith he turned about and slew a man of Demonland. Which Spitfire seeing, he cried out upon Gro in a great rage for a most filthy traitor, and bloodily rushing in thrust him through the buckler into the brain. In such wise and by such a sudden vengeance did the Lord Gro most miserably end his life days. Who, being a philosopher and a man of peace, careless of particular things of earth, had followed and observed all his days steadfastly one heavenly star. Yet now in the bloody battle before Carcë died in the common opinion of men a manifold perjure traitor, that had at length gotten the guerdon of his guile. Now came the Lord just with a great rout of men armed on his great horse with his sword dripping with blood, and the battle sprang up into yet more noise and fury, and great manslaying befell. And many able men of Witchland fell in that stour, and the demons had almost put them from the bridge gate. But the Lord Corrand, rallying his folk, swung back yet again the battle tide, albeit he was by a great odds outnumbered. And he sought none but just himself in that deadly melee. Who when he saw him coming he refused him not but made against him most fiercely, and with great clanging blows they swapped together a while, until Corrand hewed Just's shield asunder and struck him from his horse. Just, leaping up again, thrust up at Corrand with his sword, and with the violence of the blow brake through the rings of his byrnie about his middle and drave the sword into his breast. And Corrand felled him to earth with a great downstroke on the helm, so that he lay senseless. Still the battle raged before the bridge gate, and great wounds were given and taken of either side. But now the sons of Corrand saw that their father had lost much of his blood and waxed feeble, and the residue of his folk seeing it too, and seeing themselves so few against so many, began to be abashed. So those sons of Corrand, riding up to him on either side with a band of men, made him turn back with them and go with them in by the gate to Carcë, the which he did like a man amazed and knowing not what he doeth. And indeed it was a great marvel how so great a lord, wounded to the death, might sit on horseback. In the great court he was gotten down from his horse. The Lady Presmera, when she perceived that his harness was all red with blood, and saw his wound, fell not down in a swoon as another might, but took his arm about her shoulder and so supported, with her stepsons to help her. That great frame which could no more support itself yet had till that hour borne up against the whole world's strength in arms. Leeches came that she had called for, and a litter, and they brought him to the banquet hall. But after no long while those learned men confessed his hurt was deadly, and all their cunning not. Whereupon, much disdaining to die in bed, not in the field fighting with his enemies, the Lord Corrand caused himself, completely armed and weaponed, with the stains and dust of the battle yet upon him, to be set in his chair, there to await death. Hemming, when this was done, came to tell it to the king, where from the tower above the water gate he beheld the end of this battle. The demons held the bridge house. The fight was done. The king sat in his chair looking down to the battlefield. His dark mantle was about his shoulders. He leaned forward resting his chin in his hand. They of his bodyguard, 9 or 10, stood huddled together some yards away as if afraid to approach him. As Hemming came near, the king turned his head slowly to look at him. The low sun, swinging blood-red over Tenemos, shone full on the king's face. And as Hemming looked in the face of the king fear gat hold upon him, so that he durst not speak a word to the king, but made obeisance and departed again, trembling like one who has seen a sight beyond the veil. 32. The latter end of all the lords of Witchland. Of the council of war, and how the Lord Corcës, being rejected of the king, turned his thoughts to other things, and of the last conjuring that was in Carcë and the last wine-bibbing. And how yet once again the Lady Presmera spake with the Lords of Demonland in Carcë. Gorice the king held in his private chamber a council of war on the morrow of the battle before Carcë. The morning was overcast with sullen cloud, and though all the windows were thrown wide the sluggish air hung heavy in the room. As if it too were pervaded by the cold dark humour that clogged the vitals of those lords of Witchland like a drowsy drug, or as if the stars would breathe themselves for a greater mischief. Pale and drawn were those lords' faces, and, for all they strove to put on a brave countenance before the king, clean gone was the vigour and warlike mien that clothed them but yesterday. Only Corineus kept some spring of his old valiancy in portly bearing, seated with arms akimbo over against the king, his heavy underjaw set forward and his nostrils wide. He had slept ill or watched late, for his eyes were blood-shotten, and the breath of his nostrils was heavy with wine. "We tarry for Corcës," said the king. "Had he not word of my bidding?" Decalogus said, "Lord, I will summon him again. These misfortunes I fear me hang heavy on his mind, and, by your majesty's leave, he is scarce his own man since yesterday." "Do it straight," said the king. "Give me thy papers, Corineus. Thou art my general since Corrand gat his death. I will see what yesterday hath cost us and what power yet remaineth to crush me these snakes by force of arms." "These be the numbers, O king," said Corineus. But 3,500 fighting men, and well nigh half of these overmuch crippled with wounds to do aught save behind closed walls. It were but to give the demons easy victory to adventure against them, that stand before Carcë 4,000 sound men in arms. The king blew scornfully through his nostrils. Who told thee their strength? Said he. It were dangerous to write them down a man fewer, answered Corineus. And Hackman said, My lord the king, I would adventure my head they have more. And your majesty will not forget they be all flown with eagerness and pride after yesterday's field, whereas our men. Were ye sons of Corand, said the king, breaking in quietly on his speech and looking dangerously upon him. But twigs of your father's tree, that he being cut down ye have no manhood left nor vital sap, but straight wither in idiotish dotage? I will not have these womanish counsels spoke in Carcë, no, nor thought in Carcë. Corineus said, We had sure intelligence, O king, when as they landed that their main army was 6,000 fighting men. And last night myself spake with full a score of our officers, and had a true tale of some few of the demons captured by us before they were slain with the sword. When I say to you just standeth before Carcë 4,000 strong, I swell not the truth. His losses yesterday were but a flea-biting gainst ours. The king nodded a curt assent. Corineus proceeded, If we might contrive indeed to raise help from without Carcë, were it but 500 spears to distract his mind some part from usward, not but your majesty's strict command should stay me but I should assault him. It were perilous even so, but never have you known me leave a fruit unplucked at for fear of thorns. But until that time, not but your straight command might win me to essay a sally. Since well I wot it were my death, and the ruin of you, O king, and of all Witchland. The king listened with unmoved countenance, his shaven lip set somewhat in a sneer, his eyes half closed like the eyes of a cat couched sphinx-like in the sun. But no sun shone in that council chamber. The leaden pall hung darker without, even as morning grew toward noon. My lord the king, said Hemming, send me to overslip their guards the night, 'tis not a thing beyond invention. That done, I'd gather you some small head of men, enough to serve this turn, if I must rake the 7 kingdoms to find M. While Hemming spoke, the door opened and the Duke Corcës entered the chamber. An ill sight was he, flabbier of cheek and duller of eye than was his wont. His face was bloodless, his great paunch seemed shrunken, and his shoulders yet more hunched since yesterday. His gait was uncertain, and his hand shook as he moved the chair from the board and took his seat before the king. The king looked on him a while in silence, and under that gaze beads of sweat stood on Corcys's brow and his underlip twitched. We need thy counsel, O Corcys, said the king. Thus it is, since our ill-faced stars gave victory to the demon rebels in yesterday's battle, Just and his brethren front us with 4,000 men, whiles I have not 2,000 soldiers unhurt in Carcë. Corineus accounteth us too weak to risk a sally but and if we might contrive some diversion from without. And that, after yesterday, is not to be thought on. Hither and to Melikaphkhaz. Did we draw all our powers, and the subject allies not for our love but for fear's sake and for lust of gain flock to our standard. These caterpillars drop off now. Yet if we fight not, then is our strength in arms clean spent, and our enemies need but to sit before Carcë till we be starved. 'Tis a point of great difficulty and knotty to solve. Difficult indeed, O my lord the king, said Corcys. His glance shifted round the board, avoiding the steady gaze bent on him from beneath the eaves of King Gorice's brow, and resting at last on the jewelled splendor of the crown of Witchland on the king's head. O king, he said, you demand my rede, and I shall not say nor counsel you nothing but that good and well shall come thereof, as much as yet may be in this pass we stand in. For now is our greatness turned in woe, dolour, and heaviness. And easy it is to be after-witted. He paused, and his underjaw wobbled and twitched. Speak on, said the king. Thou stutterest forth nothings by fits and girds, as an ague taketh a goose. Let me know thy rede. Corcys said, You will not take it, I know, O king. For we of Witchland have ever been ruled by the rock rather than by the rudder. I had liever be silent. Silence was never written down. Thou wouldst, and thou wouldst not, said the king. Whence gottest thou this look of a dish of whey with blood spit in it? Speak, or thou wilt anger me. Then blame me not, O king, said Carcë. Thus it seemeth to me, that the hour hath struck when as we of Witchland must needs look calamity in the eye and acknowledge we have thrown our last, and lost all. The demons, as we have seen to our undoing, be unconquerable in war. Yet are their minds pranked with many silly fantasies of honor and courtesy which may preserve us the poor dregs yet unspilt from the cup of our fortune, if we but leave unseasonable pride and see where our advantage lieth. Chat, 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 said the king. Perdition catch me if I can find a meaning in it. What dost thou bid me do? Carcë met the king's eye at last. He braced himself as if to meet a blow. Throw not your cloak in the fire because your house is burning, O king. Surrender all to Juss at his discretion. And trust me, the foolish softness of these demons will leave us freedom and the wherewithal to live at ease. The king was leaned a little forward as Carcë, somewhat dry-throated but gathering heart as he spake, blurted forth his counsel of defeat. No man among them looked on Carcë, but all on the king, and for a minute's space was no sound save the sound of breathing in that chamber. Then a puff of hot air blew a window to with a thud, and the king without moving his head rolled his awful glance forth and back over his counsel slowly, fixing each in his turn. And the king said, Unto which of you is this counsel acceptable? Let him speak and instruct us. All did sit mum like beasts. The king spake again, saying, It is well. Were there of my counsel such another vermin, so sottish, so louse-hearted, as this one hath proclaimed himself, I had been persuaded Witchland was a sleepy pair, corrupted in her inward parts. And that were so, I bade give an order straightway for the sally, and, for his chastening in your dishonour, this Carcë should have led you. And so an end, ere the impostum of our shame break forth too foul before earth and heaven. I admire not, Lord, that you do strike at me, said Carcë. Yet I pray you think how many kings in Carcë have heaped with injurious indignities them that were so hardy as give them wholesome counsel afore their fall. Though your majesty were a half-god or a fury out of the pit, you could not by further resisting deliver us out of this net wherein the demons have gotten us caught and tied. You can keep geese no longer, O king. Will you rend me because I bid you be content to keep goslings? Corineus smote the table with his fist. O monstrous vermin, he cried, because thou wast scalded, must all we be afeard of cold water? But the king stood up in his majesty, and Carcë shrank beneath the flame of his royal anger. And the king spake and said, The council is up, my lords. For thee, Carcë, I dismiss thee from my council. Thou art to thank my clemency that I take not thy head for this. It were for thy better safety, which well I know thou prizest dearer than mine honour, that thou show not in my path till these perilous days be overpast. And unto Corineus he said, On thy head it lieth that the demons storm not the hold, as haply their hot pride may incense them to attempt. Expect me not at supper. I lie in the iron tower tonight, and let none disturb me there at peril of his head. You of my council must attend me here 4 hours ere tomorrow's noon. Look to it well, Corineus, that not shalt thou do nor in any wise adventure our forces against the demons till thou receive my further bidding, save only to hold Carcë against any assault if need be. For this thy life shall answer. For the demons, they were wisest praise a fair day at night. If mine enemy uproot a boulder above my dwelling, so I be mighty enow of mine hands I may, even in the nick of time that it tottereth to leap and crush mine house, or sit it on him and pash him to a mummy. So speaking, the king moved resolute with a great strong step toward the door. There paused he, his hand upon the silver latch, and looking tigerishly on Carcë, Be advised, he said, Thou cross not my path again. Nor, while I think on't, send me not thy daughter again, as last year thou didst. Apt to the sport she is, and well enow she served my turn aforetime. But the king of Witchland suppeth not twice of the same dish, nor lacketh he fresh wenches if he need them. Whereat all they laughed. But Corcys's face grew red as blood. On such wise brake up the council. Corineus with the sons of Corund and of Corcys went upon the walls ordering all in obedience to the word of Gorice the king. But that old Duke Corcys betook him to his chamber in the north gallery. Nor might he abide even a small while at ease, but sate now in his carven chair, now on the windowsill, now on his broad canopied bed, and now walked the chamber floor twisting his hands and gnawing his lip. And if he were distraught in mind, small wonder it were, set as he was betwixt hawk and buzzard, the king's wrath menacing him in Carcë and the hosts of Demonland without. So wore the day till supper time. And at supper was Corcys, to their much amaze, sitting in his place, and the ladies Zenambria and Shriva with him. He drank deep, and when supper was done he filled a goblet saying, My lord the king of Demonland and ye other witches, good it is that we, who stand as now we stand with one foot in the jaws of destruction, should bear with one another. Neither should any hide his thought from other, but say openly, even as I this morning before the face of our lord the king, his thought and counsel. Wherefore without shame do I confess me ill-advised today, when I urged the king to make peace with Demonland. I wax old, and old men will oft embrace timorous counsels which, if there be wisdom and valiancy left in them, they soon renounce when the stress is overpast and they have leisure to after-think them with a sad mind. And clear as day it is that the king was right, both in his chastening of my faint courage and in his bidding thee, O King Corineus, stand to thy watch and do not till this night be worn. For went he not to the Iron Tower? And to what end else spendeth he the night in yonder chamber of dread than to do sorcery or his magic art, as aforetime he did, and in such wise blast these demons to perdition even in the springtide of their fortunes? At no point of time hath Witchland greater need of our wishes than at this coming midnight, and I pray you, my lords, let us meet a little before in this hall that we with one heart and mind may drink fair fortune to the king's enchantry. With such pleasant words and sympathetical insinuations, working at a season when the wine-cup had caused unfold some gayness in their hearts that were fordone with the hard scapes and chances of disastrous war. Was Corcys grown to friendship again with the lords of Witchland? So, when the guard was set and all made sure for the night, they came together in the great banquet hall, whereas more than 3 years ago the Prince Lafares had feasted and after fought against them of Witchland. But now was he drowned among the shifting tides in the straits of Melikaphkhaz. And the Lord Corund, that fought that night in such valiant wise, now in that same hall, armed from throat to foot as becometh a great soldier dead, lay in state, crowned on his brow with the amethystine crown of Impland. The spacious side benches were untenanted and void their high seats, and the cross-bench was removed to make place for Corund's bier. The lords of Witchland sate at a small table below the dais, Corineus in the seat of honor at the end nearest the door, and over against him Corcys, and on Corineus's left Zenambria, and on his right Decalogus son to Corcys, and then Hemming. And on Corcys's left his daughter Shriva, and those two remaining of Corund's sons on his right. All were there save Presmera, and her had none seen since her lord's death, but she kept her chamber. Flamboys stood in the silver stands as of old, lighting the lonely spaces of the hall, and 4 candles shivered round the bier where Corund slept. Fair goblets stood on the board brimmed with dark sweet Thramian wine, one for each feaster there, and cold bacon pies and botargos and crawfish in hippocras sauce furnished a light midnight meal. Now scarce were they set, when the flamboys burned pale in a strange light from without doors, an evil, pallid, bale-like glow, such as Gro had beheld in days gone by when King Gorice XII first conjured in Carcë. Corineus paused ere taking his seat. Goodly and stalwart he showed in his blue silk cloak and silvered byrnie. The fair crown of Demonland, wherewith Corcys had been enforced to crown him on that great night in Owlswick, shone above his light brown curling hair. Youth and lustihood stood forth in every line of his great frame, and on his bare arms smooth and brawny, with their wristlets of gold. But somewhat ghastly was the corpse-like pallor of that light on his shaven jowl, and his thick scornful lips were blackened, like those of poisoned men, in that light of bale. Saw ye not this light aforetime? He cried, and 'twas the shadow before the sun of our omnipotence. Fate's hammer is lifted up to strike. Drink with me to our Lord the King that laboureth with destiny. All drank deep, and Corineus said, Pass we on the cups that each may drain his neighbours. 'Tis an old lucky custom Corin taught me out of Impland. Swift, for the fate of Witchland is poised in the balance. Therewith he passed his cup to Zenambria, who quaffed it to the dregs. And all they, passing on their cups, drank deep again, all save Carcë alone. But Carcë's eyes were big with terror as he looked on the cup passed on to him by Corin's son. Drink, O Carcë, said Corineus, and seeing him still waver, What ails the old doting dissard? He cried. He stareth on good wine with an eye as ghastly as a mad dog's beholding water. In that instant the unearthly glare went out as a lamp in a gust of wind, and only the flamboys and the funeral candles flickered on the feasters with uncertain radiance. Corineus said again, Drink. But Carcë set down the cup untasted, and stayed irresolute. Corineus opened his mouth to speak, and his jaw fell, as of a man that conceiveth suddenly some dread suspicion. But ere he might speak word, a blinding flash went from earth to heaven, and the firm floor of the banquet hall rocked and shook as with an earthquake. All save Corineus fell back into their seats, clutching the table, amazed and dumb. Crash, after the listening ear was well nigh split by the roar, the horror broken out of the bowels of night thundered and ravened in Carcë. Laughter, as of damned souls banqueting in hell, rode on the tortured air. Wildfire tore the darkness asunder, half blinding them that sat about that table, and Corineus gripped the board with either hand as a last deafening crash shook the walls, and a flame rushed up the night, lighting the whole sky with a livid glare. And in that trisulk flash Corineus beheld through the southwest window the iron tower blasted and cleft asunder, and the next instant fallen in an avalanche of red-hot ruin. The keep hath fallen, he cried. And, deadly wearied on a sudden, he sank heavily into his seat. The cataclysm was passed by like a wind in the night, but now was heard a sound as of the enemy rushing to the assault. Corineus strove to rise, but his legs were over-feeble. His eye fit on Carcë's untasted cup, that which was passed on to him by Viglus Corin's son, and he cried, What devil's work is this? I have a strange numbness in my bones. By heavens, thou shalt drink that cup or die. Viglus, his eyes protruding, his hand clutching at his breast, struggled to rise but could not. Hemming half staggered up, fumbling for his sword, then pitched forward on the table with a horrid rattle of the throat. But Carcë leaped up trembling, his dull eyes aflame with triumphant malice. The king hath thrown and lost, he cried, as well I foresaw it. And now have the children of night taken him to themselves. And thou, damned Corineus, and you sons of Corin, are but dead swine before me. Ye have all drunk venom, and ye are dead. Now will I deliver up Carcë to the demons. And it, and your bodies, with mine electuary rotting in your vitals, shall buy me peace from Demonland. O horrible! Then I too am poisoned, cried the lady Zenambria, and she fell a-swooning. 'Tis pity, said Carcë. Blame the passing of the cups for that. I might not speak ere the poison had chained me the limbs of these cursed devils, and made am harmless. Corineus's jaw set like a bulldog's. Painfully gritting his teeth he rose from his seat, his sword naked in his hand. Carcë, that was now passing near him on his way to the door, saw too late that he had reckoned without his host. Corineus, albeit the baneful drug bound his legs as with a cerecloth, was yet too swift for Carcë, fleeing before him to the door, had but time to clutch the heavy curtains ere the sword of Corineus took him in the back. He fell, and lay writhing lumpishly, like a toad spitted on a skewer. And the floor of steatite was made slippery with his blood. 'Tis well. Through the guts, said Corineus. No might he had to draw forth the sword, but staggered as one drunken, and fell to earth, propped against the jambs of the lofty doorway. Some while he lay there, hearkening to the sounds of battle without. For the iron tower was fallen athwart the outer wall, making a breach through all lines of defence. And through that breach the demons stormed the hold of Carcë, that never unfriendly foot had entered by force in all the centuries since it was builded by Gorice I. An ill watch it was for Corineus to lie hearkening to that unequal fight, unable to stir a hand, and all they that should have headed the defence dead or dying before his eyes. Yet was his breath lightened and his pain some part eased when his eye rested on the gross body of Carcës twisting in the agony of death upon his sword. In such wise passed well nigh an hour. The bodily strength of Corineus and his iron heart bare up against the power of the venom long after those others had breathed out their souls in death. But now was the battle done and the victory with them of Demonland, and the Lords Juss and Goldry Bluszco and Brandoch Daha with certain of their fighting men came into the banquet hall. Smeared they were with blood and the dust of battle, for not without great blows and the death of many a stout lad had the hold been won. Goldry said as they paused at the threshold, "This is the very banquet house of death. How came these by their end?" Corineus's brow darkened at the sight of the Lords of Demonland, and mightily he strove to raise himself, but sank back groaning, "I have gotten an everlasting chill, oh, the bones," he said. "Yon hellish traitor murdered us all by poison, else should some of you have gotten your deaths by me or ever ye won up into Carcë." "Bring him some water," said Juss. And he with Brandoch Daha gently lifted Corineus and bare him to his chair where he should be more at ease. Goldry said, "Here is a lady liveth." For Shriva, that sitting on her father's left hand had so escaped a poison draught at the passing of the cups, rose from the table where she had cowered in fearful silence, and cast herself in a flood of tears and terrified supplications about Goldry's knees. Goldry bade guard her to the camp and there bestow her in safe asylum until the morning. Now was Corineus near his end, but he gathered strength to speak, saying, "I do joy that not by your sword were we put down, but by the unequal trumpery of fortune, whose tool was this Carcës and the king's devilish pride, that desired to harness heaven and hell to his chariot. Fortune's a right strumpet, to fondle me in the neck and now yerk me one thus I, the midriff. Not fortune, my lord Corineus, but the gods," said Goldry, "whose feet be shod with wool." By then was water brought in, and Brandoch Daha would have given him to drink. But Corineus would have none of it, but jerked his head aside and o'ers at the cup, and looking fiercely on Lord Brandoch Daha, "Vile fellow," he said, "so thou too art come to insult on Witchland's grave. Thou dst strike me now into the centre, and thou wert not more a dancing madam than a soldier." "How," said Brandoch Daha. "Say a dog bite me in the ham, must I bite him again the same part?" Corineus's eyelids closed, and he said weakly, "How look thy womanish gewgaws in crothering since I toused them?" And therewith the creeping poison reached his strong heartstrings, and he died. Now was silence for a space in that banquet hall, and in the silence a step was heard, and the Lords of Demonland turned toward the lofty doorway, that yawned as an arched cavern mouth of darkness. For Carcës had torn down the arras curtains in his death throes, and they lay heaped athwart the threshold with his dead body across them, Corineus's sword hilts jammed against his ribs and the blade standing a foot's length forth from his breast. And while they gazed, there walked into the shifting light of the flamboys over that threshold the Lady Presmera, crowned and arrayed in her rich robes and ornaments of state. Her countenance was bleak as the winter moon flying high amid light clouds on a windy midnight settling towards rain, and those lords, under the spell of her sad cold beauty, stood without speech. In a while Juss, speaking as one who needeth to command his voice, and making grave obeisance to her, said, "O Queen, we give you peace. Command our service in all things whatsoever. And first in this, which shall be our earliest task ere we sail homeward, to stablish you in your rightful realm of Pixieland. But this hour is overcharged with fate and desperate deeds to suffer counsel. Counsel is for the morning. The night calleth to rest. I pray you give us leave." Presmera looked upon Juss, and there was eye-bite in her eyes, that glinted with green metallic luster like those of a she-lion brought to battle. "Thou dost offer me Pixieland, my lord Juss," said she, "that am queen of Impland. And this night, thou thinkest, can bring me rest. These that were dear to me have rest indeed, my lord and lover Corand, the prince my brother. Gro, that was my friend. Deadly enow they found you, whether as friends or foes. Just said, O Queen Presmera, the nest falleth with the tree. These things hath fate brought to pass, and we be but fate's whipping tops bandied what way she will. Against thee we war not, and I swear to thee that all our care is to make thee amends. Oh, thine oaths, said Presmera. What amends canst thou make? Youth I have and some poor beauty. Wilt thou conjure those 3 dead men alive again that ye have slain? For all thy vaunted art, I think this were too hard a task. All they were silent, eyeing her as she walked delicately past the table. She looked with a distant and, to outward seeming, uncomprehending eye on the dead feasters and their empty cups. Empty all, save that one passed on by Viglas, whereof Carcë would not drink, and it stood half drained. Of curious workmanship it was, of pale green glass, its stand formed of 3 serpents intertwined, the one of gold, another of silver, the third of iron. Fingering it carelessly she raised her glittering eyes once more on the demons, and said, It was ever the wont of you of Demonland to eat the egg and give away the shell in alms. And pointing at the Lords of Witchland dead at the feast, she asked, Were these also your victims in this day's hunting, my lords? Thou dost us wrong, madam, cried Goldry. Never hath Demonland used such like arts against her enemies. Lord Brandoch Daha looked swiftly at him, and stepped idly forward, saying, I know not what art hath wrought yon goblet, but 'tis strangely like to one I saw in Impland. Yet fairer is this, and of more just proportions. But Presmera forestalled his outstretched hand, and quietly drew the cup towards her out of reach. As sword crosses sword, the glance of her green eyes crossed his, and she said, Think not that you have a worse enemy left on earth than me. It was that sent Carcë and Corineus to trample Demonland in the mire. Had I but some spark of masculine virtue, some soul at least of you should yet be loosed squealing to the shades to attend my dear ones ere I set sail. But I have none. Kill me then, and let me go. Just, whose sword was bare in his hand, smote it home in the scabbard and stepped towards her. But the table was betwixt them, and she drew back to the dais where Corin lay in state. There, like some triumphant goddess, she stood above them, the cup of venom in her hand. Come not beyond the table, my lords, she said, or I drain this cup to your damnation. Brandoch Daha said, The dice are thrown, O Just. And the queen hath won the hazard. Madam, said Just, I swear to you there shall no force nor restraint be put upon you, but honor only and worship shown you, and friendship if you will. That surely mightest thou take of us for thy brother's sake. Thereat she looked terribly upon him, and he said, Only on this wild night lay not hands upon yourself. For their sake, that even now haply behold us out of the undiscovered barren lands, beyond the dismal lake, do not this. Still facing them, the cup still aloft in her right hand, Presmera laid her left hand lightly on the brazen plates of Corin's byrnie that cased the mighty muscles of his breast. Her hand touched his beard, and drew back suddenly. But in an instant she laid it gently again on his breast. Somewhat her orient loveliness seemed to soften for a passing minute in the altering light, and she said, I was given to Corin young. This night I will sleep with him, or reign with him, among the mighty nations of the dead. Just moved as one about to speak, but she stayed him with a look, and the lines of her body hardened again and the lioness looked forth anew in her peerless eyes. Hath your greatness, she said, so much outgrown your wit, that you think I will abide to be your pensioner, that have been a princess in Pixieland, a queen of far-fronted Impland, and wife to the greatest soldier in this bold of Carcë, which till this day hath been the only scourge and terror of the world. O my lords of Demonland, good comfortable fools, speak to me no more, for your speech is folly. Go, doff your hats to the silly hind that runneth on the mountain, pray her gently dwell with you amid your stalled cattle, when you have slain her mate. Shall the blackening frost, when it hath blasted and starved all the sweet garden flowers, say to the rose, Abide with us, and shall she hearken to such a wolfish suit? So speaking she drank the cup. And turning from those lords of Demonland as a queen turneth her from the unregarded multitude, kneeled gently down by Corin's bier, her white arms clasped about his head, her face pillowed on his breast. When just spake, his voice was choked with tears. He commanded Bremery that they should take up the bodies of Carcë and Zenambria and those sons of Corin and of Carcë that lay poisoned and dead in that hall, and on the morrow give them reverent burial. And for the Lord Corineus I will that ye make a bed of state, that he may lie in this hall tonight, and tomorrow will we lay him in how before Carcë, as is fitting for so renowned a captain. But great Corin and his lady shall none depart one from the other, but in one grave shall they rest, side by side, for their love's sake. Ere we be gone I will rear them such a monument as beseemeth great kings and princes when they die. For royal and lordly was Corin, and a mighty man at arms, and a fighter clean of hand, albeit our bitter enemy. Wondrous it is with what cords of love he bound to him this unparagoned queen of his. Who hath known her like among women for trueness and highness of heart? And sure none was ever more unfortunate. Now went they forth into the outer ward of Carcë. The night bore still some signs of that commotion of the skies that had so lately burst forth and passed away, and some torn palls of thundercloud yet hung athwart the face of heaven. Betwixt them in the swept places of the sky a few stars shivered, and the moon, more than half waxen towards her full, was sinking over Tenemos. Some faint breath of autumn was abroad, and the demons shuddered a little, fresh from the heavy air of the great banquet hall. The ruins of the iron tower smoking to the sky, and the torn and tumbled masses of masonry about it, showed monstrous in the gloom as fragments of old chaos. And from them and from the riven earth beneath steamed up pungent fumes as of brimstone burning. Ever busily, back and forth through those sulphureous vapors, obscene birds of the night flitted a weary round, and bats on leathern wing, fitfully and dimly seen in the uncertain murk, save when their passage brought them dark against the moon. And from the solitudes of the mournful fen afar voices of lamentation floated on the night, wild wailing cries and sobbing noises and long moans rising and falling and quivering down to silence. Just laid his hand on Goldry's arm, saying, There is not earthly in these laments, nor be those that thou sayest circling in the reek very bats or owls. These be his masterless familiars wailing for their lord. Many such served him, simple earthy divils and divils of the air and of the water, held by him in thrall by sorcerous and artificial practices, coming and going and doing his will. These availed him not, said Goldry, nor the sword of Witchland against our might and main, that brake it asunder in his hand and slew his mighty men of valor. Yet true it is, said Lord Just, that none greater hath lived on earth than King Gorice XII. When after these long wars we held him as a stag at bay, he feared not to essay a second time, and this time unaided and alone, what no man else hath so much as once performed and lived. And well he knew that that which was summoned by him out of the deep must spill and blast him utterly if he should slip one whit, as slip he did in former days, but his disciple succoured him. Behold now with what loud striking of thunder, unconquered by any earthly power, he hath his parting, with this Carcë black and smoking in ruin for his monument. These lords of Witchland and hundreds besides of our soldiers and of the witches for his funeral bake-meats, and spirits weeping in the night for his chief mourners. So came they again to the camp. And in due time the moon set and the clouds departed and the quiet stars pursued their eternal way until night's decline. As if this night had been but as other nights, this night which had beheld the power and glory that was Witchland by such a hammer-stroke of destiny smitten in pieces. 33. Queen Sophonisba in Galing. Of the entertainment given by Lord Just in Demonland to Queen Sophonisba, fosterling of the gods, and of that circumstance which, beyond all the wonders fair and lovely to behold shown her in that country, made her most to marvel, wherein is a rare example how in a fortunate world, out of all expectation, in the spring of the year, cometh a new birth. Now the returning months brought the season of the year when Queen Sophonisba should come according to her promise to guest with Lord Just in Galing. And so it was that in the hush of a windless April dawn the Zimiambian caravel that bare the Queen to Demonland rode up the firth to Looking Haven. All the east was a bower for the golden dawn. Carcë, sharp outlined as if cut in bronze, still hid the sun. And in the great shadow of the mountain a haven and the low hills and the groves of holm oak and strawberry tree slumbered in a deep obscurity of blues and purples, against which the avenues of pink almond blossom and the white marble quays were bodied forth in pale wakening beauty, imaged as in a looking-glass in that tranquillity of the sea. Westward across the firth all the land was aglow with the opening day. Snow lingered still on the higher summits. Cloudless, bathing in the golden light, they stood against the blue, Dena, the forks of Nantreganon, Pike O, Shards, and all the peaks of the Thornback Range and Neverdale. Morning laughed on their high ridges and kissed the woods that clung about their lower limbs, billowy woods, where rich hues of brown and purple told of every twig on all their myriad branches thick and afire with buds. White mists lay like coverlets on the water meadows where Tiveranderdale opens to the sea. On the shores of both Ray and Scaramsey, and on the mainland near the great bluff of Thremner's Heugh and a little south of Owlswick, clear spaces among the birch woods showed golden yellow daffodils abloom in the spring. They rode into the northernmost berth and made fast the caravel. The sweetness of the almond trees was the sweetness of spring in the air, and spring was in the face of that queen as she came with her attendants up the shining steps. Her little martlets circling about her or perching on her shoulders, she to whom the gods of old gave youth everlasting, and peace everlasting in Costra Belorn. Lord Just and his brethren were on the quay to meet her, and the Lord Brandoch Daha. They bowed in turn, kissing her hands and bidding her welcome to Demonland. But she said, not to Demonland alone, my lords, to the world again. And toward which of all earth's harbors should I steer, and toward which land if not to this land of yours, who have by your victories brought peace and joy to all the world? Surely peace slept not more softly on the Morna in old days before the names of Gorice and Witchland were heard in that country, than she shall sleep for us on this new earth and Demonland. Now that those names are drowned for ever under the whirlpools of oblivion and darkness. Just said, O Queen Sophonisba, desire not that the names of great men dead should be forgot for ever. So should these wars that we last year brought to so mighty a conclusion to make us undisputed lords of the earth go down to oblivion with them that fought against us. But the fame of these things shall be on the lips and in the songs of men from one generation to another, so long as the world shall endure. They took horse and rode up from the harbour to the upper road, and so through open pastures on to Havershaw Tongue. Lambs frisked on the dewy meadows beside the road, blackbirds flew from bush to bush, larks trilled in the sightless sky. And as they came down through the woods to Beckfoot wood pigeons cooed in the trees, and squirrels peeped with beady eyes. The queen spoke little. These and all shy things of the woods and field held her in thrall, charming her to a silence that was broken only now and then by a little exclamation of joy. The Lord Just, who himself also loved these things, watched her delight. Now they wound up the steep ascent from Beckfoot, and rode into Galing by the Lion Gate. The avenue of Irish yews was lined by soldiers of the bodyguards of Just, Goldry, and Spitfire, and Brandoch Daha. These, in honor of their great masters and of the queen, lifted their spears aloft, while trumpeters blew 3 fanfares on silver trumpets. Then to an accompaniment of lutes and thurbos and citherns moving above the pulse of muffled drums, a choir of maidens sang a song of welcome. Strewing the path before the lords of Demonland and the queen with sweet white hyacinths and narcissus blooms, while the ladies Mevrian and Armeline, more lovely than any queens of earth, waited at the head of the golden staircase above the inner court to greet Queen Sophonisba come to Galing. A hard matter it were to tell of all the pleasures prepared for Queen Sophonisba and for her delight by the lords of Demonland. The first day she spent among the parks and pleasure gardens of Galing, where Lord Just showed her his great lime avenues, his yew houses, high fruit gardens and sunk gardens and his private walks and bowers. His walks of creeping time which being trodden on sends up sweet odours to refresh the treader, his ancient water gardens beside the Brankdale beck, whither the water nymphs resort in summer and are seen under the moon singing and combing their hair with combs of gold. On the second day he showed her his herb gardens, disclosing to her the secret properties of herbs, wherein he was deeply learned. There grew that zamolantission, which being well beaten up with fat without salt is sovereign for all wounds. And Didney, which if eaten soon puts out the arrow and healeth the wounds. And not only by its presence stayeth snakes wheresoever they be handy to it, but by reason of its smell carried by wind and they smell it they die. And Mandragora, which being taken into the middle of an house compelleth all evils out of the house, and relieveth also headaches and produceth sleep. Also he showed her sea holly in his garden, that is born in secret places and in wet ones, and the root of it is as the head of that monster which men name the Gorgon, and the root twigs have both eyes and nose and colour of serpents. Of this he told her how when taking up the root, a man must see to it that no sun shine on it, and he who would carve it must avert his head, for it is not permitted that man may see that root unharmed. The third day just showed the queen his stables, where were his war-horses and horses for the chase and for chariot racing stabled in stalls with furniture of silver, and much she marvelled at his 7 white mares, sisters. So like that none might tell one from another, given him in days gone by the priests of Artemis in the lands beyond the sunset. They were immortal, bearing ichor in their veins, not blood, and the fire of it showed in their eyes like lamps burning. The 4th night and the 5th the queen was at Drepaby, guesting with Lord Goldry Bluszco and the Princess Armeline, that were wedded in Zage Zaculo, last Yule. And the 6th and 7th nights at Owlswick, and their Spitfire made her lordly entertainment. But Lord Brandoch Daha would not have the queen go yet to Crothering, for he had not yet made fair again his gardens and pleasaunces and restored his rich and goodly treasures to his mind after their ill handling by Corineus. And it was not his will that she should look on Crothering Castle until all was there stablished anew according to its ancient glory. The 8th day she came again to Galing, and now Lord just showed her his study, with his astrolabes of orichalc, figured with all the signs of the zodiac and the mansions of the moon, standing a tall man's height above the floor. And his perspectives and gloves and crystals and hollow looking glasses. And great crystal globes where he kept homunculi whom he had made by secret processes of nature, both men and women, less than a span long, as beautiful as one could wish to see in their little coats. Eating and drinking and going their ways in those mighty globes of crystal where his art had given them being. Every night, whether at Galing, Owlswick, or Drepaby Mire, was feasting held in her honour, with music and dancing and merrymaking and all delight, and poetical recitations and feats of arms and horsemanship. And masques and interludes the like whereof hath not been seen on earth for beauty and wit and all magnificence. Now was the 9th day come of the queen's guesting in Demonland, and it was the eve of Lord Just's birthday, when all the great ones in the land were come together, as 4 years ago they came. To do honour on the morrow unto him and unto his brethren as was their wont aforetime. It was fine bright weather, with every little while a shower to bring fresh sweetness to the air, colour and refreshment to the earth, and gladness to the sunshine. Just walked with the queen in the morning in the woods of Moongarth Bottom, now bursting into leaf. And after their midday meal showed her his treasuries cut in the live rock under Galing Castle, where she beheld bars of gold and silver piled like trunks of trees. Unhewn crystals of ruby, chrysoprase, or hyacinth, so heavy a strong man might not lift them, stacks of ivory in the tusk, piled to the ceiling. Chests and jars filled with perfumes and costly spices, ambergris, frankincense, sweet-scented sandalwood and myrrh and spikenard. Cups and beakers and cared wine jars and lamps and caskets made of pure gold, worked and chased with the forms of men and women and birds and beasts and creeping things, and ornamented with jewels beyond price. Marguerites and pink and yellow sapphires, smaragds and chrysoberyls and yellow diamonds. When the queen had had her fill of gazing on these, he carried her to his great library where statues stood of the 9 muses about Apollo, and all the walls were hidden with books, histories and songs of old days, books of philosophy, alchemy and astronomy and art magic, romances and music and lives of great men dead and great treatises of all the arts of peace and war, with pictures and illuminated characters. Great windows opened southward on the garden from the library, and climbing rose trees and plants of honeysuckle and evergreen magnolia clustered about the windows. Great chairs and couches stood about the open hearth where a fire of cedar logs burned in winter time. Lamps of moonstone self-effulgent shaded with cloudy green tourmaline stood on silver stands on the table and by each couch and chair, to give light when the day was over. And all the air was sweet with the scent of dried rose leaves kept in ancient bowls and vases of painted earthenware. Queen Sophonisba said, "My lord, I love this best of all the fair things thou hast shown me in thy castle of Galing, here where all trouble seems a forgotten echo of an ill world left behind. Surely my heart is glad, O my friend, that thou and these other lords of Demonland shall now enjoy your goodly treasures and fair days in your dear native land in peace and quietness all your lives." The lord just stood at the window that looked westward across the lake to the great wall of the Scarf. Some shadow of a noble melancholy hovered about his sweet dark countenance as his gaze rested on a curtain of rain that swept across the face of the mountain wall, half veiling the high rock summits. "Yet think, madam," said he, "that we be young of years. And to strenuous minds there is an unquietude in overquietness." Now he conducted her through his armories where he kept his weapons and weapons for his fighting men and all panoply of war. There he showed her swords and spears, maces and axes and daggers, orfreed and damascened and inlaid with jewels, burnies and baldricks and shields, blades so keen, a hair blown against them in a wind should be parted in twain. Charmed helms on which no ordinary sword would bite. And just said unto the queen, "Madam, what thinkest thou of these swords and spears? For know well that these be the ladders rungs that we of Demonland climbed up by to that seigneury and principality which now we hold over the four corners of the world." She answered, "O my lord, I think nobly of them. For an ill part it were while we joy in the harvest, to contemn the tools that prepared the land for it and reaped it." While she spoke, just took down from its hook a great sword with a haft bound with plaited cords of gold and silver wire and cross hilts of latoun set with studs of amethyst and a drake's head at either end of the hilt with crimson almandines for his eyes. And the pommel a ball of deep amber-colored opal with red and green flashes. "With this sword," said he, "I went up with Gaslark to the gates of Carcë, for years gone by this summer, being clouded in my mind by the backwash of the sending of Gorice the king. With this sword I fought an hour back to back with Brandoch Daha, against Corand and Corineus and their ablest men, the greatest fight that ever I fought, and against the fearfullest odds. Witchland himself beheld us from Carcë walls through the watery mist and glare, and marvelled that two men that are born of woman could perform such deeds. He untied the bands of the sword and drew it singing from its sheath. With this sword, he said, looking lovingly along the blade, I have overcome hundreds of mine enemies, witches, and ghouls, and barbarous people out of Impland and the southern seas, pirates of Esimotia and princes of the eastern main. With this sword I gat the victory in many a battle, and most glorious of all in the battle before Carcë last September. There, fighting against great Corand in the press of the fight I gave him with this sword the wound that was his death wound. He put up the sword again in its sheath, held it a minute as if pondering whether or no to gird it about his waist, then slowly turned to its place on the wall and hung it up again. He carried his head high like a warhorse, keeping his gaze averted from the queen as they went out from the great armory in Galing, yet not so skilfully but she marked a glistening in his eye that seemed a tear standing above his lower eyelash. That night was supper set in Lord Just's private chamber, a light regale, yet most sumptuous. They sat at a round table, 9 in company, the 3 brethren, the Lords Brandoch Daha, Zig, and Val, the ladies Armeline and Mevrian, and the queen. Brightly flowed the wines of Crothering and Norvasp and blithely went the talk to outward seeming. But ever and again silence swung athwart the board, like a grey pall, till Zig broke it with a jest, or Brandoch Daha or his sister Mevrian. The queen felt the chill behind their merriment. The silent fits came oftener as the feast went forward, as if wine and good cheer had lost their native quality and turned fathers of black moods and gloomy meditations. The Lord Goldry Bluszco, that till now had spoke little, spake now not at all, his proud dark face fixed in staid pensive lines of thought. Spitfire too was fallen silent, his face leaned upon his hand, his brow bent. And whiles he drank amain, and whiles he drummed his fingers on the table. The Lord Brandoch Daha leaned back in his ivory chair, sipping his wine. Very demure, through half-closed eyes, like a panther dozing in the noonday, he watched his companions at the feast. Like sunbeams chased by cloud shadows across a mountainside in windy weather, the lights of humorous enjoyment played across his face. The queen said, "O my lords, you have promised me I should hear the full tale of your wars in Impland and the Impland seas, and how you came to Carcë and of the great battle that there befell. And of the latter end of all the lords of Witchland and of Gorice XII. Of memory accursed. I pray you let me hear it now, that our hearts may be gladdened by the tale of great deeds the remembrance whereof shall be for all generations. And that we may rejoice anew that all the lords of Witchland are dead and gone because of whom and their tyranny earth hath groaned and laboured these many years. Lord Just, in whose face when it was at rest she had beheld that same melancholy which she had marked in him in the library that same day, poured forth more wine, and said, O Queen Sophonisba, thou shalt hear it all. Therewith he told all that had befallen since they last bade her adieu in Castra Belorn, of the march to the sea at Muelva, of Laxus and his great fleet destroyed and sunk off Melikaphkhaz, of the battle before Carcë and its swinging fortunes. Of the unhallowed light and flaring signs in heaven whereby they knew of the king's conjuring again in Carcë. Of their waiting in the night, armed at all points, with charms and amulets ready against what dreadful birth might be from the king's enchantments, of the blasting of the iron tower, and the storming of the hold in pitch darkness. Of the lords of Witchland murdered at the feast, and not left at last of the power and pomp and terror that was Witchland save dying embers of a funeral fire and voices wailing in the wind before the dawn. When he had done, the queen said, as if talking in a dream, surely it may be said of these kings and lords of Witchland dead. These wretched eminent things leave no more fame behind them than should one fall in a frost, and leave his print in snow. As soon as the sun shines, it ever melts, both form and matter. With those words spoken dropped silence again like a pall athwart that banquet table, more tristful than before and full of heaviness. On a sudden Lord Brandoch Daha stood up, unbuckling from his shoulder his golden baldric set with apricot-coloured sapphires and diamonds and fire opals that imaged thunderbolts. He threw it before him on the table, with his sword, clattering among the cups. O Queen Sophonisba, said he, thou hast spoken a fit funeral dirge for our glory as for Witchland's. This sword Zeldornius gave me. I bear it at Croftering's side against Corineus, when I threw him out of Demonland. I bear it at Melikaphkhaz. I bear it in the last great fight in Witchland. Thou wilt say it brought me good luck and victory in battle. But it brought not to me, as to Zeldornius, this last best luck of all, that earth should gape for me when my great deeds were ended. The queen looked at him amazed, marvelling to see him so much moved that she had known until now so lazy mocking and so debonair. But the other lords of Demonland stood up and flung down their jewelled swords on the table beside Lord Brandoch Daha's. And Lord Just spake and said, We may well cast down our swords as a last offering on Witchland's grave. For now must they rust, seamanship and all high arts of war must wither, and, now that our great enemies are dead and gone, we that were lords of all the world must turn shepherds and hunters, lest we become mere mountebanks and fops. Fit fellows for the chambering Bestrians or the red Foliot. O Queen Sophonisba, and you my brethren and my friends, that are come to keep my birthday with me tomorrow in Galing, what make ye in holiday attire? Weep ye rather, and weep again, and clothe you all in black, thinking that our mightiest feats of arms and the high southing of the bright star of our magnificence should bring us unto timeless ruin. Thinking that we, that fought but for fighting's sake, have in the end fought so well we never may fight more, unless it should be in fratricidal rage each against each. And ere that should betide, may earth close over us and our memory perish. Mightily moved was the queen to behold such a violent sorrow, albeit she could not comprehend the roots and reason of it. Her voice shook a little as she said, My Lord Just, my Lord Brandoch Daha, and you other lords of Demonland, it was little in mine expectation to find in you such a passion of sour discontent. For I came to rejoice with you. And strangely it soundeth in mine ear to hear you mourn and lament your worst enemies, at so great hazard of your lives and all you held dear, struck down by you at last. I am but a maid and young in years, albeit my memory goeth back 200 springs, and ill it befitteth me to counsel great lords and men of war. Yet strange it seemeth if there be not peaceful enjoyment and noble deeds of peace for you all your days, who are young and noble and lords of all the world and rich in every treasure and high gifts of learning. And the fairest country in the world for your dear native land. And if your swords must not rust, ye may bear them against the uncivil races of Impland and other distant countries to bring them to subjection. But Lord Goldry Bluszco laughed bitterly. O Queen, he cried, shall the correction of feeble savages content these swords, which have warred against the house of Gorice and against all his chosen captains that upheld the great power of Carcë and the glory and the fear thereof? And Spitfire said, what joy shall we have of soft beds and delicate meats and all the delights that be in many mountain Demonland, if we must be stingless drones, with no action to sharpen our appetite for ease? All were silent a while. Then the Lord just spake saying, O Queen Sophonisba, hast thou looked ever, on a showery day in spring, upon the rainbow flung across earth and sky, and marked how all things of earth beyond it, trees, mountainsides, and rivers, and fields, and woods, and homes of men, are transfigured by the colors that are in the bough? Yes, she said, and oft desired to reach them. We, said Just, have flown beyond the rainbow. And there we found no fabled land of heart's desire, but wet rain and wind only and the cold mountainside. And our hearts are cold because of it. The Queen said, how old art thou, my lord Just, that thou speakest as an old man might speak? He answered, I shall be 33 years old tomorrow, and that is young by the reckoning of men. None of us be old, and my brethren and Lord Brandoch Daha younger than I. Yet as old men may we now look forth on our lives, since the goodness thereof is gone by for us. And he said, thou, O Queen, canst scarcely know our grief. For to thee the blessed gods gave thy heart's desire, youth for ever, and peace. Would they might give us our good gift, that should be youth for ever, and war, and unwaning strength and skill in arms. Would they might but give us our great enemies alive and whole again. For better it were we should run hazard again of utter destruction, than thus live out our lives like cattle fattening for the slaughter, or like silly garden plants. The Queen's eyes were large with wonder. Thou couldst wish it, she said. Just answered and said, a true saying it is that, a grave is a rotten foundation. If thou shouldst proclaim to me at this instant the great king alive again and sitting again in Carcë, bidding us to the dread arbitrament of war, thou shouldst quickly see I told thee truth. While Just spake, the Queen turned her gaze from one to another round the board. In every eye, when he spake of Carcë, she saw the lightning of the joy of battle as of life returning to men held in a deadly trance. And when he had done, she saw in every eye the light go out. Like gods they seemed, in the glory of their youth and pride, seated about that table, but sad and tragical, like gods exiled from wide heaven. None spake, and the Queen cast down her eyes, sitting as if wrapped in thought. Then the Lord Just rose to his feet and said, O Queen Sophonisba, forgive us that our private sorrows should make us so forgetful of our hospitality as weary our guest with a mirthless feast. But think 'tis because we know thee our dear friend we use not too much ceremony. Tomorrow we will be merry with thee, whatever betide thereafter. So they bade good night. But as they went out into the garden under the stars, the Queen took Just aside privately and said to him, My lord, since thou and my Lord Brandoch Daha came first of mortal men into Castrabelorn, and fulfilled the weird according to preordainment, this only hath been my desire, to further you and to enhance you and to obtain for you what you would, so far as in me lieth. Though I be but a weak maid, yet hath it seemed good to the blessed gods to show kindness unto me. One holy prayer may work things we scarce dream of. Wilt thou that I pray to them tonight? Alas, dear Queen, said he, shall those estranged and divided ashes unite again? Who shall turn back the fleet of unalterable necessity? But she said, Thou hast crystals and perspectives can show thee things afar off. I pray bring them, and row me in thy boat up to Moonmere Head that we may land there about midnight. And let my Lord Brandoch Daha come with us and thy brothers. But let none else know of it. For that were but to mock them with a false dawn, if it should prove at last to be according to thy wisdom, my lord, and not according to my prayers. So the Lord just did according to the word of that fair queen, and they rowed her up the lake by moonlight. None spake, and the queen sate apart in the bows of the boat, in earnest supplication to the blessed gods. When they were come to the head of the lake they went ashore on a little spit of silver sand. The April night was above them, mild with moonlight. The shadows of the fells rose inky black and beyond imagination huge against the sky. The queen kneeled a while in silence on the cold ground, and those lords of Demonland stood together in silence watching her. In a while she raised her eyes to heaven. And behold, between the two main peaks of the scarf, a meteor crept slowly out of darkness and across the night sky, leaving a trail of silver fire, and silently departed into darkness. They watched, and another came, and yet another, until the western sky above the mountain was ablaze with them. From 2 points of heaven they came, one betwixt the 4 claws of the lion and one in the dark sign of Cancer. And they that came from the lion were sparkling like the white fires of Rigel or Altair, and they that came from the crab were haughty red, like the lustre of Antares. The lords of Demonland, leaning on their swords, watched these portents for a long while in silence. Then the travelling meteors ceased, and the steadfast stars shone lonely and serene. A soft breeze stirred among the alders and willows by the lake. The lapping waters lapping the shingly shore made a quiet tune. A nightingale in a coppice on a little hill sang so passionate sweet it seemed some spirit singing. As in a trance they stood and listened, until that singing ended, and a hush fell on water and wood and lawn. Then all the east blazed up for an instant with sheet lightnings, and thunder growled from the east beyond the sea. The thunder took form so that music was in the heavens, filling earth and sky as with trumpets calling to battle, first high, then low, then shuddering down to silence. Juss and Brandoch Daha knew it for that great call to battle which had prelude that music in the dark night without her palace, in Carcë, when first they stood before her portal divine. The great call went again through earth and air, sounding defiance. And in its train new voices, groping in darkness, rising to passionate lament, hovering, and dying away on the wind, till naught remained but a roll of muffled thunder, long, low, quiet, big with menace. The queen turned to Lord Juss. Surely her eyes were like 2 stars shining in the gloom. She said in a drowned voice, "Thy perspectives, my lord." So the Lord Juss made a fire of certain spices and herbs, and smoke rose in a thick cloud full of fiery sparks, with a sweet sharp smell. And he said, "Not we, O my lady, lest our desires cheat our senses. But look thou in my perspectives through the smoke, and say unto us what thou shalt behold in the east beyond the unharvested sea." The queen looked. And she said, "I behold a harbour town and a sluggish river coming down to the harbour through a mere set about with mud flats, and a great waste of fen stretching inland from the sea. Inland, by the river side, I behold a great bluff standing above the fens. And walls about the bluff, as it were a citadel. And the bluff and the walled hold perched thereon are black like old night, and like throned iniquity sitting in the place of power, darkening the desolation of that fun." Just said, "Are the walls thrown down? Or is not the great round tower southwestward thrown down in ruin athwart the walls?" She said, "All is whole and sound as the walls of thine own castle, my lord." Just said, "Turn the crystal, O queen, that thou mayest see within the walls if any persons be therein, and tell us their shape and seeming." The queen was silent for a space, gazing earnestly in the crystal. Then she said, "I see a banquet hall with walls of dark green jasper speckled with red, and a massy cornice borne up by giants 3-headed carved in black serpentine, and each giant is bowed beneath the weight of a huge crabfish. The hall is 7-sided. 2 long tables there be and a cross-bench. There be iron braziers in the midst of the hall and flamboys burning in silver stands, and revellers quaffing at the long tables. Some dark young men black of brow and great of jaw, most soldier-like, brothers mayhap. Another with them, ruddy of countenance and kindlier to look on, with long brown mustachios. Another that weareth a brazen byrnie and sea-green kirtle. An old man he, with sparse grey whiskers and flabby cheeks, fat and unwieldy, not a comely old man to look upon. She ceased speaking, and just said, Whom sayest thou else in the banquet hall, O Queen? She said, The flare of the flamboys hideth the crossbench. I will turn the crystal again. Now I behold two diverting themselves with dice at the table before the crossbench. One is well-looking enough, well-knit, of a noble port, with curly brown hair and beard and keen eyes like a sailor. The other seemeth younger in years, younger than any of you, my lords. He is smooth-shaved, of a fresh complexion and fair curling hair, and his brow is wreathed with a festal garland. A most big broad strong and seemly young man. Yet is there a somewhat mocketh me ill at ease beholding him. And for all his fair countenance and royal bearing he seemeth displeasing in mine eyes. There is a damosel there too, watching them while they play. Showily dressed she is, and hath some beauty. Yet scarce can I commend her, and, ill at ease on a sudden, the queen suddenly put down the crystal. The eye of Lord Brandoch Daha twinkled, but he kept silence. Lord just said, More, I entreat thee, O queen, ere the reek be gone and the vision fade. If this be all within the banquet hall, sayest thou not without? Queen Sophonisba looked again, and in a while said, There is a terrace facing to the west under the inner wall of that fortress of old night, and walking on it in the torchlight a man crowned like a king. Very tall he is, lean of body, and long of limb. He weareth a black doublet bedizened o'er with diamonds, and his crown is in the figure of a crabfish, and the jewels thereof outface the sun in splendor. But scarce may I mark his apparel for looking on the face of him, which is more terrible than the face of any man that ever I saw. And the whole aspect of the man is full of darkness and power and terror and stern command, that spirits from below earth must tremble at and do his bidding. Just said, Heaven forfend that this should prove but a sweet and golden dream, and we wake tomorrow to find it flown. There walketh with him, said the queen, in intimate converse, as of a servant talking to his lord, one with a long black beard curly as the sheep's wool and glossy as the raven's wing. Pale he is as the moon in daylight hours, slender, with fine-cut features and great dark eyes, and his nose hooked like a reaping hook, gentle-looking and melancholy-looking, yet noble. Lord Brandoch Daha said, Sayest thou none, O queen, in the lodgings that be in the eastern gallery above the inner court of the palace? The queen answered, I see a lofty bedchamber hung with arras. It is dark, save for two branching candlesticks of lights burning before a great mirror. I see a lady standing before the mirror, crowned with a queen's crown of purple amethysts on her deep hair that hath the colour of the tipmost tongues of a flame. A man cometh through the door behind her, parting the heavy hangings left and right. A big man he is, and looketh like a king, in his great wolfskin mantle and his kirtle of russet velvet with ornaments of gold. His bald head set about with grizzled curls and his bushy beard flecked with grey speak him something past his prime. But the fight of youth burns in his eager eyes and the vigour of youth is in his tread. She turneth to greet him. Tall she is, and young she is, and beautiful, and proud-faced, and sweet-faced, and most gallant-hearted too, and merry of heart too, if her looks belie her not. Queen Sophonisba covered her eyes, saying, My lords, I see no more. The crystal curdles within like foam in a whirlpool under a high force in rainy weather. Mine eyes grow sore with watching. Let us row back, for the night is far spent and I am weary. But just stayed her and said, Let me dream yet a while. The double pillar of the world, that member thereof which we, blind instruments of inscrutable heaven, did shatter, restored again. From this time forth to maintain, I and he, his and mine, ageless and deathless for ever our high contention whether he or we should be great masters of all the earth. If this he but phantoms, O queen, thou'st ticed us to the very heart of bitterness. This we could have missed, unseen and unimagined, but not now. Yet how were it possible the gods should relent and the years return? But the queen spake, and her voice was like the falling shades of evening, pulsing with hidden splendor, as of a sense of wakening starlight alive behind the fading blue. This king, she said, in the wickedness of his impious pride did wear on his thumb the likeness of that Worm Ouroboros, as much as to say his kingdom should never end. Yet was he, when the appointed hour did come, thundered down into the depths of hell. And if now he be raised again and his days continued, 'tis not for his virtue but for your sake, my lords, whom the almighty gods do love. Therefore I pray you possess your hearts awhile with humility before the most high gods, and speak no unprofitable words. Let us row back. Dawn came golden-fingered, but the lords of Demonland lay along abed after their watch in the night. About the 3rd hour before noon, the presence was filled in the high presence chamber, and the 3 brethren sat upon their thrones, as 4 years ago they sat, between the golden hippogriffs. And beside them were thrones set for Queen Sophonisba and Lord Brandoch Daha. All else of beauty and splendor in Galing Castle had the queen beheld, but not till now this presence chamber. And much she marvelled at its matchless beauties and rarities, the hangings and the carvings on the walls, the fair pictures, the lamps of moonstone and the carbuncle self-effulgent, the monsters on the 24 pillars, carved in precious stones so great that 2 men might scarce circle them with their arms, and the constellations burning in that firmament of lapis lazuli below the golden canopy. And when they drank unto Lord just the cup of glory to be, wishing him long years and joy and greatness for evermore, the queen took a little cithern saying, O my lord, I will sing a sonnet to thee and to you my lords and to seagirt Demonland. So saying, she smote the strings, and sang in that crystal voice of hers, so true and delicate that all that were in that hall were ravished by its beauty. Shall I compare thee to a summer's day? Thou art more lovely and more temperate. Rough winds do shake the darling buds of Mai, and summer's lease hath all too short a date. Sometime too hot the eye of heaven shines, and often is his gold complexion dimmed. And every fair from fair sometime declines, by chance or nature's changing course untrimmed. But thy eternal summer shall not fade, nor lose possession of that fair thou oust. Nor shall death brag thou wanderest in his shade, when in eternal lines to time thou growst. So long as men can breath, or eyes can see, so long lives this, and this gives life to thee. When she had done, Lord Just rose up very nobly and kissed her hand, saying, O Queen Sophonisba, fosterling of the gods, shame us not with praises that be too high for mortal men. For well thou knowest what thing alone might bring us content. And 'tis not to be thought that that which was seen at Moonmere Head last night was very truth indeed, but rather the dream of a night vision. But Queen Sophonisba answered and said, My lord Just, blaspheme not the bounty of the blessed gods, lest they be angry and withdraw it. Who have granted unto you of Demonland from this day forth youth everlasting and unwaning strength and skill in arms, and but hark. She said, for a trumpet sounded at the gate, 3 strident blasts. At the sound of that trumpet blown, the lords Goldry and Spitfire sprang from their seats, clapping hand to sword. Lord Just stood like a stag at gaze. Lord Brandoch Daha sat still in his golden chair, scarce changing his pose of easeful grace. But all his frame seemed alight with action near to birth, as the active principle of light pulses and grows in the sky at sunrise. He looked at the queen, his eyes filled with a wild surmise. A serving man, obedient to Just's nod, hastened from the chamber. No sound was there in that high presence chamber in Galing till in a minute's space the serving man returned with startled countenance, and, bowing before Lord Just, said, Lord, it is an ambassador from Witchland in his train. He craveth present audience. The Worm Ouroboros. Argument, with dates. Dates anno Carcës conditi. The action of the story covers exactly 4 years, from the April 22, 399 to April 22, 403 ACC. Year. ACC. 171, Queen Sophonisba born in Morna Morna. 187, Gorice III. Eat up with manticores beyond the Bavinon. 188, Morna Morna sacked by Gorice IV. Queen Sophonisba lodged by divine agency in Costra Balorn. 337, Gorice VII, conjuring in Carcë, slain by evil spirits. 341, birth of Zeldornius. 344, birth of Corsus in Tenemos. 353, Corund born in Carcë. 354, birth of Zenambria, duchess to Corsus. 357, birth of Heltoranius. 360, Vol born at Darklerstead in Demonland. 361, birth of Jalcaneus Faustus. 363, birth of Viz at Darklerstead. 364, Gro born in Goblinland at the court of Zage Zaculo, the foster brother of Gaslark the king. Gaslark born in Zage Zaculo. 366. Laxus, High Admiral of Witchland and after King of Pixieland, born in Estramarine. 367, birth of Galandus in Butini. 369, Zig born at Many Bushes in Amadardale. 370, just born at Galing. 371. Goldry Bluszco born in Galing. Decalogus, eldest of the sons of Corsus, born in Witchland. 372, Spitfire born in Galing. Brandoch Daha born in Crothering. 374, Lafarise born in Norvasp of Pixieland. Gorius, second of Corsus's sons, born in Witchland. 375, Corinius born in Carcë. 376, Presmera, sister to the Prince Lafarise, second wife to Corund, and after Queen of Impland, born in Norvasp. 379. Birth of Hackman, eldest of the sons of Corund. Mevrian, sister to Lord Brandoch Daha, born in Crothering. 380, Hemming born, second of Corund's sons. 381, Dormanes born, third of Corund's sons. 382. Birth of Viglas, Corund's fourth son, in Carcë. Receder, king of Goblinland, privily poisoned by Corsus. Gaslark reigns in his stead in Zage Zaculo. Sriva, daughter to Corsus and Zenambria, born in Carcë. 383. Armeline, cousin german to King Gaslark, after betrothed and wed to Goldry Bluszco, born in Carcë. 384, Cargo, youngest of the sons of Corund, born in Carcë. 388. Goblinland invaded by the ghouls, the flight out of Zage Zaculo, Tenemos burnt, the power of the ghouls crushed by Corsus. 389. Zeldornius, Heltoranius, and Jalcaneus Faustus sent by Gaslark with an armament into Impland, and there ensorcelled. 390. The witches harry in Goblinland, their defeat by the help of Demonland on Lormoran Field, the slaying of Gorice XII. By Brandoch Daha, Corsus taken captive and shamed by the demons, Gro, abandoning the goblin cause, dwells in exile at the court of Witchland. 393. Lafarise, besieged by Fax Fey Faz at Lida Nanguna in Outer Impland, delivered by the demons, Goldry Bluszco repulsed by Corsus before Harcum. 395, Corund weds in Norvasp with the Princess Presmera. 398. The ghouls burst forth in unimagined ferocity, their harrying in Demonland and burning of Goldry's house at Drepaby. 399. Holy War of Witchland, Demonland, Goblinland, and other polite nations against the ghouls, Laxus, with the countenance of his master Gorice XI. And by the counsel of Gro, deserts with all his fleet in the battle off Carcë, eastern seaboard of Demonland the ghouls nevertheless overwhelmed by the demons in Carcë sound, and their whole race exterminated, Gorice XI. Demands homage of Demonland, wrastles with Goldry Bluszco, and is in that encounter slain. Gorice XII, renewing with happier fortune the artificial practices of Gorice VII. In Carcë, takes Goldry with ascending magical, Juss and Brandoch Daha, partly straught of their wits, unadvisedly go up with Gaslark against Carcë and are there clapped up, their delivery by the agency of Lafarise. And return to their own country, Just's dream, the council in Crothering, the first expedition to Impland. The king's revenge on Pixieland executed by Corineus, and Lafarise dispossessed and driven into exile, Corin's great march over Acre Scabranthe, sudden eruption into Outer Impland. And conquest of that country, shipwreck of the demon fleet, carnage at Salapanta, march of the demons into Upper Impland, amorous commerce of Brandoch Daha with the lady of Ishnain Namartra. Who lays a weird upon him, Corin besieges and captures Eshgrar Ogo, Juss and Brandoch Daha escape across the Morna and Winter by the Bavanin. 400. News of Eshgrar Ogo brought to Carcë, Corin honoured by the king therefore with the style of king of Impland. Juss and Brandoch Daha cross the Zia Pass, fight with the Manticore, ascent of Kostra Pavrarka, entrance into Kostra Balorn. An entertainment by Queen Sophonisba, Just's vision of Goldry bound on Zora, the queen's furtherance of their designs, the hippogriff hatched beside the lake of Ravari, the fatal folly of Mivarsh, Just in despite of the queen's admonitions essays Zora Ratch on foot and comes within a little of losing his life. Presmera queen of Impland and Laxus king of Pixieland crowned in Carcë, the king sends an expedition to put down Demonland, setting Corsus in chief command thereof, Laxus defeats Val by sea off Looking Haven. And Corsus viz by land at Crossby out Sykes, viz slain on the field, cruel and despiteful policy of Corsus, dissensions betwixt him and Galandus, great reversal of these disasters by Spitfire. Corsus's army cut in pieces by him on the rapes of Brema and the survivors besieged in Owlswick, discontent of the army, Corsus with his own hands murthers Galandus in Owlswick, tidings brought by Gro to Carcë, Corsus degraded by the king. Who commissions Corineus as king of Demonland to retrieve the matter, battle of Thremner's Heugh, with the overthrow of Spitfire's power, Corineus crowned in Owlswick, arrest of Corsus and his sons and their dispatch home to Witchland. 401. Reduction of eastern Demonland by Corineus, save only Galing which Bremery holds with 70 men, Corineus moves west over the Stile, his insolent demands to Mevrian, miscarriage of Gaslark's expedition to the relief of Crothering. His defeat at Orwath, masterly retreat of Corineus from Crothering before superior numbers, his ambushing and destroying of Spitfire's army on the shores of Switchwater, fall of Crothering and surrender of Mevrian, her escape by the council of Gro. The help of Corin's sons. And the connivance of Laxus, her flight to Westmark and thence east again into Neverdale, Gro abandons the cause of Witchland for that of Demonland, his and Mevrian's meeting with Juss and Brandoch Daha on their return home after 2 years, revolt of the east and relief of Galing, masterly dispositions both by Corineus and by the demons for a decisive encounter, battle of Crothering side and expulsion of the witches from Demonland. 402. Second expedition to Impland, in which Gaslark and Lafarise join the demons, lands at Muelva on the Didornian Sea, Just, Spitfire, Brandoch Daha, Gro, Zig. And Astot crossed the Morna, Just's riding of the hippogriff to Zora Ratch and deliverance of Goldry, Laxus sent by the king with an overwhelming power of ships to close Melikaphkhaz straits against the demons on their homeward voyage, battle off Melikaphkhaz, destruction of the Witchland armada, Laxus and Lafarise slain, a single surviving ship brings the tidings to Carcë, Corin called captain general in Carcë, gathering of the Witchland armies and their subject allies, landing of the demons. In the south, parley before Carcë, the king's warning to Just, implacable enmity between them, signs and prognostics in the heavens, the king's desperate resolution if the fight should go against him, battle before Carcë, slaying of Gro and Corin, defeat of the king's forces, council of war in Carcë. Corineus the second time captain general, Corsus, counseling surrender, falls greatly into the king's displeasure and is by him shamed and dismissed, in despair he compasses the taking off of Corineus and the sons of Corin. And unhappily of his own son too and his duchess, by poison. But is himself slain by Corineus, blasting of the iron tower in the miscarriage of the king's last conjuring, the demons enter into Carcë, their encounter there with Queen Presmera, her tragical end and triumph, in all of which is completed the fall of the empire and kingdom of the house of Gorice in Carcë. 403, Queen Sophonisba in Demonland, the marvel of marvels that restored the world on Lord Just's natal day, the 33rd year of his life in Galing. Bibliographical note on the verses. Chap. 3. The Funeral Dirge on King Gorice XI. William Dunbar, late 15th century, Lament for the Macaris, Tsuhan he West Sikh. Lampoon on Gro. Epigram in memory of William Parry, a capital trader, executed for treason in 1584, quoted by Holinshed. 4. Prophecy concerning the last three kings of the House of Gorice in Carcë. 7. Song in praise of Presmera. Thomas Carew, 1598–1639. Corin's Song of the Chine. An Antidote Against Melancholy, 1661. Corsus's Wiener I Bib the Wine Down. Anacreonta 25, translation from the Greek, E.R.E. Corsus's Other Ditties. From the Roxburgh Ballads, collected 1774. 9. Mivarsha's Staves on Salapanta. Herrick, 1591–1674, Hesperides. 15. Presmera's Song of Lovers. Donne, 1573–1631. Corineus's Love Ditty, What an Ass Is He. Mary Drollery, 1691. Corineus's Song on His Mistress. Ibid. 16. Laxus's Serenade. Anacreonta 2, translation from the Greek, E.R.E. 17. March of Corsus's Veterans. 22. Mevrian's Ballad of the Ravens. Old Ballad, The Three Ravens. 24. Mevrian's Quotation on the Asbeston Stone. Robert Greene, 156092, Alphonsus, King of Aragon. XXX. Gro's Serenade to Presmera. Sir Henry Wotton, 1568–1639, Verses to Elizabeth, Queen of Bohemia. 31. Prophecy concerning Conjuring. 33. Lines quoted by Queen Sophonisba on the fall of Witchland. Webster, beginning of 17th century. The Duchess of Malfi, Act v. Queen Sophonisba's Sonnet. Shakespeare, Sonnet 18. The text here printed of Wotton's poem is that of Reliquii Wottoniani, 1st edition, 1651, edited by Isaac Walton. Except that I read, with the earlier texts, 1. 5 Moon, 1. 8 Passions, 1. 16 Princess, instead of Sun, Voices, Mistress of the 1651 edition. Shakespeare's sonnet is from the quarto of 1609. The passage from Njál's saga in the induction is quoted from the late Sir George Dason's classic translation.